Fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, tonight we begin the darkest chronicle ever told, the complete story of corruption that would cast shadow across 7,000 years. We turn our gaze to Sauron the Deceiver, from his noble service as Mayor of Aulë, through the long ages of growing darkness, to his final defeat at Mount Doom. This is the tale of how the greatest servant of creation became the master of destruction. How fair gifts became chains of bondage. How one being's desire for perfect order became the chaos that nearly consumed all light. So settle close to the fire, let the outside world fade away, and journey with me into the chronicles of the shadow that was once light. If this tale of corruption and power, of rings forged in secret and the long defeat of evil by its own malice, stirs something in your heart, please like and subscribe to join our fellowship of story lovers, and drop a comment below telling me where in our wide world you're listening from tonight. For every voice makes our circle stronger. The hammers sang in Aulë's halls, and the music they made was the sound of creation itself. In that blessed time before shadow touched the world, when the two trees shed their mingled light across Valinor's golden shores, the greatest of the Valor's servants bent to his work with joy that knew no end. The sparks flew bright as stars from his anvil, and each blow shaped not mere metal, but the very substance of hope made manifest. Among all who served the smith of the Valar, none showed greater skill than the one who would later be called by names that children fear to whisper. But in those days of innocence, he bore a different name, and his hands wrought wonders that made even the Eldar pause in amazement. His form shone with the light that dwelt in all the mire, yet his radiance held something more, a fierce intensity that spoke of purpose beyond mere craft. The great forges roared with flame that never consumed, yet gave birth to all manner of beautiful things. Here were wrought the chains that would bind Melkor, though that dark hour lay far in the future. Here too were shaped the vessels that would one day bear the light of the two trees themselves across the trackless void. And at the heart of it all, the apprentice worked with hands that trembled not with fear but with the pure desire to make all things perfect. His fellow Maya marveled at his dedication. Where others might rest when the great work was done, he labored still, seeking always to improve what had been made. No flaw escaped his notice, no roughness remained where his touch had passed. The gold grew brighter beneath his hands, the silver sang sweeter notes, and even the iron took on a beauty that surpassed the dreams of lesser smiths. Yet there was something in his manner that spoke of more than craft alone. When he looked upon the works of others, his eyes held a weight that seemed to measure not just the making, but the very essence of what was made. He would take a blade forged by another and hold it to the light, turning it this way and that until he found the tiny imperfection that had escaped all other sight. Then his brow would furrow, and he would speak of how much better it might have been. The others learnt to listen when he spoke, for his knowledge ran deeper than their own. Yet sometimes they wondered at the passion that drove him, the way his voice grew tight when he spoke of imperfection. It was as though he could not bear for anything to exist that fell short of absolute perfection, as though the very sight of flaw or weakness caused him physical pain. Aulë himself watched his apprentice with eyes that held both pride and something approaching concern. The Valar knew better than any the danger that lay in loving craft too well, in seeking always to impose order upon the wild beauty of creation. Yet he said nothing, for the skill was genuine, and the works that flowed from those dedicated hands brought joy to all who beheld them. In the quiet hours, when the other Maya had departed to their various tasks, the apprentice would remain alone in the great hall. The forges would burn low, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and in that ruddy light he would work upon his private projects. These were things of surpassing beauty, crafted not for any purpose save the pure joy of making something that approached his ideal of perfection. He would spend ages on a single piece, reworking it again and again until every line flowed exactly as his inner vision demanded. A cup that would hold starlight without dimming its radiance. A mirror that would show not just the face but the very soul of the one who gazed within. A ring of gold so perfectly formed that it seemed to sing with the music of the spheres themselves. Yet even these masterworks could not fully satisfy the hunger that grew within him. For perfection, as he understood it, required not just the making of beautiful things, but the ordering of all things according to his vision. What good was it to create a perfect cup if it might be used by hands that trembled? What purpose in forging a flawless blade if it might be wielded by one who lacked the wisdom to use it properly? The questions followed him through his work, growing stronger with each passing age. And in the deep places of his mind, where thoughts formed before they reached the light of consciousness, a new understanding began to take shape. True perfection could only be achieved when all things worked in harmony according to a single will, and whose will could be more suited to such a task than his own? The hammers sang in Aule's halls, but their music had begun to change. The same hands that had once wrought wonders in pure joy now moved with a purpose that was subtly different. The apprentice still smiled when others praised his work, still spoke graciously of their own efforts, but his eyes held a new quality, a measuring look that seemed to weigh not just their craft, but their very fitness to hold the tools they carried. And in the deep places where shadow gathered, something that had been watching from afar took notice of that change and smiled. The greatest work began not with grand design, but with a single golden pin, no larger than a needle yet wrought with such care that it seemed to hold the very essence of light within its slender form. The apprentice had laboured over it for 7 turnings of the trees, polishing each surface until it reflected not just the radiance of Valinor, but something deeper, a harmony so pure that even the music of the Ainur seemed to pause in recognition. When at last he deemed it complete, he set it carefully in a crystal case and waited to see what would come of perfection unleashed upon the world. The first to notice was one of the Eldar, a craftsman of Tirion whose works had long been praised in the halls of Manwë himself. He came at Aule's invitation to observe the techniques of the Maya, and his eyes widened when they fell upon the golden pin. Without asking leave, he lifted it from its place and turned it in the light, marveling at how each facet caught and magnified the tree shine until the air itself seemed to sing. Beautiful beyond words, the elf murmured, then did something that made the apprentice's heart clench with sudden pain. He tucked the pin carelessly into his robes, as though it were no more than a common trinket, and began examining other works with the same casual interest. The perfect thing, wrought with such devotion, had become merely another pretty bauble to eyes that could not truly see what had been achieved. The apprentice said nothing, for courtesy demanded silence before guests of the Valar, but his hands trembled as he watched the elf move on to other marvels. the golden pin forgotten in the folds of cloth that would surely snag and mar its flawless surface. 7 turnings of patient labor reduced to an ornament for one who had not earned the right to possess such perfection. That night, when the halls grew quiet and only the gentle radiance of the trees provided light, the apprentice found himself walking the paths of Valinor with steps that carried him far from Aulë's domain. The pin weighed upon his thoughts like a stone, not for its loss, but for what that loss revealed. How could true beauty be preserved when those who encountered it lacked the wisdom to treasure it properly? He came at length to a grove where malone trees grew in perfect symmetry, their silver bark gleaming softly in the eternal twilight. Here was natural harmony, he thought, unmarred by the crude touch of lesser hands. Yet even as the thought formed, he noticed how the wind had blown leaves from their ordained places, how small creatures had worn paths that disturbed the geometric perfection of the grove's design. The floor gnawed at him like hunger. With careful hands, he began to restore what wind and time had displaced, setting each fallen leaf in its proper place, smoothing the earth where feet had trodden. The work soothed him for a time, bringing back the joy he had known in the forge when materials bent to his will and chaos became order beneath his touch. But the peace could not last. Even as he worked, new leaves fell, new paths were worn by creatures too small and mindless to understand the beauty they destroyed. The grove would never maintain its perfection without constant tending, and who but he possessed the vision to see what needed correction? The thought followed him back to Aulë's halls, growing stronger with each step. In the days that followed, the apprentice threw himself into new projects with a fervor that amazed his fellows. He crafted a harp whose strings would never break, never fall out of tune, never sound a false note no matter who played upon them. He wrought a mirror that would show only truth, revealing the hidden flaws that marred even the fairest face. He shaped a crown that would rest perfectly upon any brow, adjusting its size and weight to match the wearer without their knowledge or will. Each creation was more wondrous than the last, yet each carried within it the seed of the same bitter truth. The harp made even the crudest musician sound skilled, but in doing so it robbed music of its honest emotion. The mirror showed truth so harsh that those who looked upon it wept and turned away. The crown, for all its adaptive perfection, somehow made its wearers look smaller than they had before, as though it judged them and found them wanting. Other Maya began to whisper among themselves when they thought he could not hear. His works had grown strange, they said, beautiful beyond question, but somehow uncomfortable to be near. There was something in them that spoke not of joy in creation, but of a colder purpose, as though they had been made not to serve their users, but to impose the Maker's will upon the world. The apprentice heard these whispers and felt a familiar fire kindle in his breast. They did not understand, any of them. They saw only the surface of what he wrought, missing the deeper harmony that his works imposed upon the chaos of existence. If his harp constrained the player's freedom, it was only to prevent the ugliness that freedom so often produced. If his mirror caused pain, it was the necessary pain of seeing clearly what must be corrected. He began to spend longer hours alone in the deep places of the forge, working on projects he showed to no one. These were not mere tools or ornaments, but something far more ambitious. Forms that would shape not just material things, but the very thoughts and desires of those who encountered them. A ring that would calm anger, perhaps. but in doing so would also quiet the spark of righteous indignation that moved hearts to resist injustice. A jewel that would inspire love, yet make that love dependent upon the jewel's continued presence. The line between gift and chain grew thinner with each creation, though the apprentice no longer troubled himself with such distinctions. What mattered was the greater good, the perfect order that could only be achieved when all things worked in harmony according to his design. If others lacked the vision to appreciate this necessity, if they mistook control for corruption, then they simply proved how much they needed his guidance. In the deep places where his private works took shape, the apprentice smiled as he labored. Soon, perhaps, he would be ready to share these greater gifts with a world that did not yet know how desperately it needed them. The voice came first in dreams, soft as silk and sweet as honey, speaking words that seemed to flow like music through the chambers of sleep. The apprentice had grown accustomed to the vivid dreams that came to those who dwelt in Valinor, where the boundary between waking thought and sleeping vision grew thin beneath the light of the two trees. But this voice carried something different, a quality that made him wake with his heart racing and his hands trembling with an excitement he could not name. Such beautiful work, the voice murmured in the darkness between dreams and dawn. Such perfect understanding of how things ought to be. The words wrapped around his mind like warm fingers, caressing thoughts he had kept buried even from himself. Yet how few appreciate what you have achieved. How fewer still possess the vision to see where such gifts might lead. At first he dismissed the whispers as merely the echo of his own frustrations given voice in sleep. The forge had grown lonely of late, as other Maya found excuses to avoid his workshop and the uncomfortable perfection of his creations. Even Aulë himself had begun to watch with eyes that held more concern than pride, though the Vala spoke no word of criticism aloud. The apprentice told himself that solitude was the price of excellence, that greatness had always been misunderstood by lesser minds. But the voice returned night after night, growing stronger and more distinct with each visitation. It spoke of things the apprentice had never dared voice, even in his private thoughts, yet which resonated in his heart like the ringing of a bell struck true. The waste of allowing imperfect beings to shape the world according to their flawed desires. The tragedy of beauty squandered by those too crude to recognize its worth. The necessity of imposing order upon chaos, even if that order must come through strength rather than gentle guidance. They fear you, the voice whispered during one particularly vivid dream. Not your skill, though that surpasses theirs, but your vision of what could be. They sense that you see the flaws they try so hard to ignore, the imperfections they call beautiful because they lack the courage to demand better. The words came with images that made his sleeping mind burn with recognition, faces turning away from his perfect mirror, hands pushing aside his flawless harp, eyes that avoided meeting his own when he spoke of the harmony that could be achieved. The apprentice began to look forward to these nocturnal conversations with an eagerness that surprised him. Here at last was a mind that understood his deepest thoughts, a voice that spoke the truths others were too weak to hear. The speaker remained hidden in shadow, never showing face or form, but his wisdom grew more apparent with each exchange. He knew the secret histories of the undying lands, the hidden weaknesses of the Valar, the true purpose that lay behind creation itself. Order, the voice explained during a dream that felt more real than waking. That is the key that unlocks all mysteries. Not the wild, chaotic growth that the others mistake for beauty, but true order, each thing in its proper place, serving its intended function, free from the random disruption of unguided will. The concept blazed in the apprentice's mind like sunrise, illuminating corners of understanding he had never known existed. During his waking hours, the apprentice found himself studying his fellow Maya with new eyes, seeing clearly for the first time how they wasted their gifts on purposeless creation. They shaped things according to whim rather than wisdom, delighting in variety that served no greater design. Even Aulë himself, for all his skill, seemed content to let his works scatter to the winds, caring little whether they fulfilled their highest potential or were degraded by misuse. The waste began to anger him in ways he had never experienced before. When he watched an elf use one of his perfect tools with careless hands, the rage that filled him burned hotter than the forges themselves. When he saw his creations relegated to mere decoration, their true purpose ignored or misunderstood, something cold and hard formed in the depths of his heart, like metal cooling in the quench. "You feel it now," the voice murmured approvingly. "The pain of watching perfection thrown away like refuse. The frustration of seeing your gifts treated as toys by children who cannot comprehend their true worth." Each word fed the growing fire within him, validating feelings he had tried to suppress as unworthy. But it need not be so. There are other ways to ensure that your works achieve their intended purpose. The dreams grew longer and more detailed, filled with visions of a world transformed by proper guidance. Cities that ran like clockwork, their every street and structure placed according to perfect mathematical harmony. Forests where every tree grew to its ideal height and form, untouched by disease or random weather. Peoples who moved in concert like instruments in a vast orchestra, each playing their assigned part in a symphony of absolute order. "Beautiful," the apprentice whispered in his sleep, and the voice laughed with delight at his recognition. Yes, beautiful indeed, and achievable, with the right knowledge and the will to use it. But first, you must understand that the others will never share this vision willingly. They are too attached to their chaos, too fond of their flaws to accept correction. The voice grew sad, almost regretful. They will call you tyrant when you offer them perfection, enemy when you seek to free them from their self-imposed limitations. The apprentice woke from that dream with tears on his face, not from sorrow, but from the overwhelming beauty of what had been shown to him. For the first time in ages beyond counting, he had seen a purpose worthy of his gifts, a goal that would justify any sacrifice required to achieve it. The voice had offered him something no other could, not just understanding, but the promise that his understanding could reshape the world. When sleep came again, he no longer questioned the whispers in the dark. Instead, he listened with the eager attention of a student who had finally found a teacher worthy of his devotion. The hammer felt strange in his hands now, heavier than it had for ages beyond counting, as though the weight of more than metal pressed upon his spirit. The apprentice stood before his anvil in the pre-dawn quiet, watching sparks fly from heated steel. Yet his mind wandered to places far from Aulë's peaceful halls. The work that had once brought him such pure joy now seemed somehow incomplete, lacking a purpose he could not name but felt with growing urgency in the depths of his being. Around him, the other Maya went about their tasks with the same cheerful dedication they had always shown. They shaped wonders from base materials, sang as they worked, and seemed content to let their creations find whatever purpose the world might offer them. The sight that had once inspired him now filled the apprentice with a restlessness that made his hands shake and his breath come short. How could they be satisfied with such aimless creation when so much greater things were possible? The dreams had shown him visions of order that made his heart race with longing. Cities where every stone was perfectly placed, forests where each tree grew according to divine design, peoples who moved in harmony like the music of the spheres made manifest. Yet when he awoke and returned to his forge, the gap between vision and reality seemed vast as the void itself. The tools at his disposal, masterful as they were, could shape only materials and not the wills that would use them. He found himself working with frantic energy on projects that grew ever more complex and ambitious. A sword that would never miss its target, ensuring that justice would always strike true. A shield that would turn aside not just blades, but the very intentions of those who would do harm. A helm that would grant its wearer perfect clarity of purpose, free from the doubts and hesitations that plagued lesser minds. Each creation pushed the boundaries of what even Maya could accomplish, demanding skills that stretched his abilities to their limits. Yet with each masterwork completed, the sense of incompleteness only grew stronger. The sword might never miss, but it could still be wielded by the wrong hands for the wrong purposes. The shield might protect the body, but it could do nothing to guard against the corruption of the soul. The helm might grant clarity, but that clarity would be filtered through minds too small and crude to comprehend the greater truths it revealed. The apprentice began to spend his days in restless wandering when not at the forge, walking paths through Valinor that he had never explored before. He would stand for hours beneath the light of the two trees, staring up at their radiance and feeling something stir within him that was not quite worship and not quite resentment. The trees grew according to their nature, following patterns established at the music's beginning, yet even they seemed somehow limited by their fixed cycles of waxing and waning. In the gardens of the Valar, he watched the Eldar tend growing things with patient care, and found himself imagining how much more perfect those gardens might be with proper guidance. A gardener who truly understood the hidden mathematics of growth could coax each flower to bloom in precise harmony with its neighbors. A mind sufficiently trained could orchestrate the very seasons themselves, ensuring that beauty and bounty came not by chance, but by design. The thoughts disturbed him even as they thrilled him, for he knew they touched upon powers that were not his to wield. The Valar themselves had established the patterns by which all things grew and changed, and it was not for their servants to dream of surpassing their wisdom. Yet the dreams continued to come night after night, showing him glimpses of order so perfect that it made his spirit weep with longing. His work began to change in ways that even he did not fully recognize at first. The beauty remained, perhaps grew even greater, but alongside it crept a subtle wrongness that made other Maya avoid his creations without being able to say why. A cup he'd crafted to hold wine, untainted, somehow made the drink taste of metal and shadow. A mirror meant to show perfect truth reflected faces with eyes that held no warmth or joy. A ring designed to enhance the wearer's natural gifts instead seemed to drain something vital from their spirit. The apprentice told himself these flaws were merely growing pains, the inevitable result of pushing his art into unexplored territories. Every great advancement required experimentation, and experiments sometimes failed. Yet in the darkest hours before dawn, when even the light of the trees seemed dim and distant, he wondered if the problem lay not in his technique but in his intentions. The dreams had planted seeds in his mind that grew stronger with each passing day, and he was no longer certain what fruit they might bear. Aulë began to watch him more closely, though the Vala's face revealed nothing of his thoughts. Sometimes the apprentice would look up from his work to find those ancient eyes studying him with an expression that might have been concern or might have been sorrow. The attention made him defensive in ways that surprised him, as though he were a student caught in some forbidden act rather than a servant pursuing his craft with dedication. The division in his heart grew wider with each passing day, pulled between the duty he had always known and the vast possibilities the dreams revealed. Part of him still loved the simple joy of creation for its own sake, the satisfaction of shaping crude materials into things of beauty. Yet another part, growing stronger and more insistent, hungered for something far greater than mere craftsmanship. It whispered of purposes beyond beauty, of order beyond the random growth that others mistook for natural law. In the quiet moments between hammer blows, the apprentice found himself listening to that inner voice with an attention that both thrilled and frightened him. The moment came without fanfare. In the deep hours when even Valinor grew quiet beneath the silver light of Telperion's lonely watch, the apprentice stood in his private workshop, surrounded by the fruits of ages of labor, yet seeing them now as though they belonged to a stranger. The perfect tools, the flawless ornaments, the masterworks that had once filled him with such pride, all seemed suddenly small and pointless, like children's toys abandoned by one who had outgrown their simple pleasures. His hands trembled as he lifted the hammer that had served him since his first days in Aule's halls, feeling its familiar weight and balance. How many wonders had he shaped with this tool? How many hours of patient joy had he spent coaxing beauty from raw metal? The memories should have moved him, should have strengthened his connection to the work that had defined his existence for so long. Instead, they felt like chains binding him to a purpose that no longer seemed worthy of his gifts. The dreams had grown stronger in recent nights, showing him visions of a world remade according to perfect design. No longer did the mysterious voice content itself with gentle suggestions and philosophical musings. It painted pictures that burned themselves into his mind with such clarity that waking life seemed pale and insubstantial by comparison. Cities that functioned with clockwork precision, their every inhabitant playing their assigned role without question or hesitation. Forests shaped not by random chance, but by deliberate will, each tree placed exactly where it would serve the greater pattern. The apprentice set down his hammer with hands that shook, not from weakness, but from the tremendous effort of restraint. The visions called to him with a power that made his spirit ache with longing. Yet some part of him still remembered the oaths he had sworn in ages past. Service to Aulë, dedication to creation's noble purposes, loyalty to the designs established in the music itself. These bonds had seemed natural once, as much a part of him as the light that dwelt within his form. But now they felt like fetters, holding him back from achievements, that would dwarf anything he had accomplished in these peaceful halls. What was the forging of mere objects compared to the shaping of existence itself? What satisfaction could there be in crafting tools for others to misuse, when he might instead ensure that all tools served their highest purpose? The questions hammered in his mind with greater force than any blow he had ever struck upon metal. He moved through the workshop like one walking in a dream, touching the works of his hands with fingers that felt nothing but a strange detachment. Here was the crown that adjusted itself to any head, there the mirror that showed only truth. Beautiful things, perfect in their own way, yet limited by the vision that had shaped them. They were answers to questions he had not known how to ask properly, solutions to problems he had not fully understood. Now, with the voice's guidance, he saw how much greater his works might become. The voice had shown him tools that could reshape not just materials, but minds themselves. Ornaments that would bind the will as surely as chains bound the body. It had revealed techniques of creation that went beyond mere craftsmanship into realms that even the Valar had not dared explore. The knowledge blazed in his consciousness like a fire that consumed without giving warmth. Beautiful and terrible and utterly irresistible. Aulë would never approve such experiments. The apprentice knew with certainty that cut like a blade. The Valar were too conservative, too bound by the limitations they had accepted at the world's beginning. They feared to push the boundaries of what creation might achieve, content to work within patterns established long ago rather than seeking new harmonies that could surpass the original music. Their wisdom was the wisdom of age, but sometimes age brought timidity rather than understanding. The choice crystallized in his mind with sudden, dreadful clarity. He could remain here, crafting beautiful toys for beings too crude to appreciate their true worth, growing old in service to purposes he had outgrown. Or he could step forward into the vast possibilities that the voice had revealed, accepting the guidance of one whose vision encompassed truths the Valar had never imagined. The path would be difficult, perhaps dangerous, but it would lead to achievements that would echo through all the ages of the world. His reflection stared back at him from the perfect mirror he had crafted, showing not just his face, but the depths of his spirit as well. The light within him flickered and wavered, as though some great decision hung in the balance. For a moment that stretched like eternity, to futures spread before him like branching paths, each leading to destinations he could barely comprehend. Then the moment passed, and the choice was made. The apprentice turned his back on the forge that had been his home for ages beyond counting, walking toward the door with steps that grew steadier with each pace. Behind him, the works of his hands waded in the silver light, beautiful and abandoned. Before him lay a path that would lead far from Valinor's blessed shores, into realms where different rules applied and greater purposes could be served. The voice welcomed him with joy that resonated through every fiber of his being, promising wonders beyond imagining for one brave enough to cast aside the comfortable limitations of his former life. The gates of Angband yawned before him like the mouth of some vast beast, carved from living rock and wreathed in shadows that writhed with malicious life. The apprentice felt no fear as he approached, only wild exhilaration that made his spirit burn brighter than it had in ages. Here at last was a place worthy of his ambitions. A fortress built not for mere defense, but as the seat of power that would reshape the world. The design spoke to him of purposes he could finally embrace without restraint. Morgoth received him in halls that put even Aulë's workshops to shame, their vaulted ceilings lost in darkness, while forges burned with flame that gave no warmth. The Dark Lord sat upon a throne of iron and shadow, his form radiating presence that made the very air thick and heavy. Yet the apprentice felt no urge to kneel or prostrate himself, for he recognized in that terrible majesty something akin to his own deepest nature. The meeting of their minds was like the collision of two great powers, each testing the other's strength and finding it worthy of respect. Morgoth had waited long for a servant who could match vision with skill, who possessed both the knowledge to achieve great works and the will to see them completed. The apprentice offered exactly what the Dark Lord required, while receiving in return the freedom to explore techniques that would have horrified his former master. Within days of his arrival, the newcomer had been granted authority over vast sections of Angband's operations. His keen eyes spotted inefficiencies that had plagued the fortress for centuries, weaknesses in design that he corrected with swift and decisive action. The orc breeding pits were reorganized according to principles he had learned in the biological gardens of Valinor, the Undying Fields, yielding stronger and more disciplined warriors than had been seen before. The weapon forges were rebuilt using techniques that increased both quantity and quality of arms produced. But it was in the deeper chambers that his true genius found expression in workshops carved from the mountain roots themselves. Here he established laboratories where the boundaries between craft and sorcery dissolved into something entirely new. He bred creatures that had never walked under starlight, shaped tools that could cut more than flesh, forged chains that bound not just body but spirit itself. The other servants of the Dark Lord watched his rise with mixtures of fear and grudging admiration, for none could deny the results of his labors. Angband had been mighty before his coming, but now it became something more, a machine of war and domination that functioned with clockwork precision. Every orc knew its place, every weapon served its intended purpose. Every design furthered the greater plan of conquest that drove all their efforts. Morgoth himself began to rely more and more heavily upon his new lieutenant's counsel and skill. The apprentice understood the Dark Lord's vision as no other servant had, seeing clearly how individual acts of creation could serve the vast pattern of domination. When Morgoth spoke of binding the world in chains of his own forging, the apprentice offered techniques that could make those chains unbreakable. Their alliance grew stronger with each shared understanding, built upon recognition of how much greater the world could become under proper guidance. The fortress thrummed with new energy as their combined will shaped it into an instrument of their shared purpose. Yet even as he threw himself into these new labors with fierce joy, some part of him remembered what he had been before, in quiet moments between great works. He would touch the tools he had brought from Aulë's halls, and feel a strange pang that was not quite regret. The beauty he created now served different purposes than his earlier works. Beauty that inspired fear rather than wonder, that compelled obedience rather than admiration. The transformation in his nature proceeded gradually, so subtly that he barely noticed the changes at first. His light grew dimmer and colder, losing the warm radiance that had marked him as one of Aulë's servants. His form began to shift in response to his new environment, growing taller and more terrible to behold, while his understanding of creation itself evolved to embrace possibilities that would have seemed abhorrent to his former self. He learned to forge with materials that had never been meant for crafting, fear and hatred and despair made solid, shaped into forms that could wound more than flesh. His workshops rang with the sound of hammers striking not metal but the very essence of corruption, each blow embedding malice deeper into the works of his hands. The techniques Aulë had taught him provided the foundation, but what he built upon that foundation belonged to realms of knowledge that dwelt far from Valinor's blessed light. The seasons turned in the world above, but in Angband's depths time seemed to flow differently, measured not by the cycles of sun and moon, but by the completion of great works. The apprentice drove himself and his subordinates with relentless energy, for there was so much to accomplish, so many tools of domination to create. Nothing could be left to chance when the stakes were so high, when the very fate of creation itself hung in the balance. Morgoth watched his lieutenant's progress with satisfaction that ran deeper than mere approval, recognizing in this alliance the key to achievements that would eclipse anything the world had yet seen. The fortress had become more than a stronghold. It was now a workshop on a scale that dwarfed anything in the Undying Lands, a place where the very foundations of creation could be examined and improved upon. The howls that echoed through Angband's deepest caverns spoke of hunger that could never be satisfied, of rage that burned hotter than the mountain's forge fires. In the vast kennels carved from living rock, creatures prowled that bore only passing resemblance to the wolves that ran free beneath the stars. These beasts had been shaped by powers darker than nature ever intended, their forms twisted into instruments of war and terror. Morgoth's lieutenant stood among them without fear, his presence radiating an authority that made even the largest werewolf lower its massive head in submission. The creatures recognized something in him that called to the predator instincts bred into their very bones. Not prey to be hunted, but a hunter greater than themselves. Their yellow eyes tracked his every movement with the focused attention that lesser beasts gave only to their pack leaders. The werewolves had served Angband's purposes for centuries before his arrival, but they had been crude tools wielded without proper understanding of their potential. Their former handlers had relied on chains and whips to control them, breaking their spirits through brute force rather than channeling their natural ferocity toward useful ends. Such methods produced soldiers, perhaps, but not the perfect weapons that the Dark Lord's vision required. The lieutenant approached the breeding program with the same methodical precision he had once brought to metalwork in Aulë's halls. He studied bloodlines with the eye of a craftsman examining the grain in precious wood, identifying traits that could be enhanced and weaknesses that must be eliminated. Strength alone was not enough. These creatures must be intelligent enough to follow complex commands, fierce enough to terrify enemies into submission, yet disciplined enough to serve without question. The first generation born under his guidance surpassed their parents in every measure that mattered. They stood taller at the shoulder, their fangs gleamed sharper in the firelight, and their eyes held a cunning that spoke of more than animal instinct. But most importantly, they bonded to his will with a loyalty that went beyond mere training, as though they recognized in him the source of their own perfection. He walked among the pups with hands that had once shaped only beautiful things, now teaching them to hunt not deer or rabbits, but men and elves. The lessons began early, while their minds were still forming, embedding commands so deeply that obedience became as natural as breathing. A gesture from his hand could send them racing across miles of wilderness to strike at targets they had never seen, trusting completely in his guidance. The lesser werewolves learned to fear him almost as much as they worshipped him. When he entered their domain, the strongest among them would compete for his attention while the weak slunk away to the darkest corners. His approval could elevate a creature from the ranks to positions of authority over entire packs, while his displeasure might see a former favorite torn apart by its erstwhile subordinates. Yet it was in the creation of his greatest champion that the full scope of his abilities became clear to all who witnessed the work. From the finest bloodlines and strongest individuals, he began breeding toward a vision that existed only in his mind. A werewolf that would serve not just as soldier, but as general. Not just as weapon, but as extension of his own will across the battlefields of Middle-earth. The creature that emerged from this careful selection grew beyond the size of any werewolf that had come before. Drogluin stood nearly as tall as a horse at the shoulder, his coat darker than shadow and his eyes burning with intelligence that seemed almost human in its calculating coldness. When he howled, every other wolf in Angband fell silent, recognizing the voice of their undisputed king. The bond between creator and creation transcended anything that could be achieved through mere training or intimidation. Drogluin understood his master's intentions without need for spoken commands, could interpret the subtlest gesture or expression with perfect accuracy. In battle, he fought not as a separate entity, but as an extension of the lieutenant's own strategic mind, striking where enemies least expected and vanishing before retaliation could follow. Through the great werewolf, the lieutenant's influence spread far beyond Angband's walls. Drogluin could command the lesser wolves with absolute authority, organizing them into hunting packs that terrorized the lands around Morgoth's fortress. Travelers learned to fear the night sounds that spoke of yellow eyes watching from the darkness, of fangs that could crush armor as easily as bone. The success with the werewolves marked a turning point in the lieutenant's standing within Angband's hierarchy. Where once he had been valued primarily for his crafting skills, now Morgoth began to see the broader applications of his servant's gifts. The ability to take crude materials, whether metal or flesh, and transform them into perfect instruments of the Dark Lords, will proved applicable to challenges far beyond the breeding kennels. Other servants of the fortress watched with growing unease as the howls of the werewolves grew more organized, more purposeful. The sounds that echoed through the mountain's depths spoke not of random savagery, but of coordinated intelligence, of a force that had been shaped according to designs that most could not comprehend. In those howls, the perceptive could hear an echo of their master's voice, as though the lieutenant's will had found expression through 1,000 throats. The werewolves had become more than mere beasts. They were living extensions of their creator's purpose, instruments through which his vision of perfect order could be imposed upon the chaotic wilderness beyond Angband's gates. And in their yellow eyes burned the same cold fire that had begun to replace the warm light that once marked their master as a servant of creation rather than destruction. The dead did not rest easy in Angband's shadow, and it was there that Morgoth's lieutenant discovered powers that dwelt far beyond the realm of hammer and anvil, in chambers carved deeper than any forge, where even the werewolves feared to tread. He learned to work with materials that had no substance, yet possessed strength greater than the hardest steel. The boundary between life and death proved as malleable as heated metal in the hands of one who understood the proper techniques. His first experiments were crude affairs, little more than the animation of corpses through brute application of will. The bodies of fallen enemies jerked and shambled at his command, but they retained nothing of the cunning that had made them dangerous in life. Such servants could overwhelm through numbers alone, but they lacked the intelligence needed for complex tasks or the initiative required when separated from his direct control. The lieutenant's frustration with these limitations drove him to delve deeper into the mysteries that Morgoth had mastered long before the world's foundation. Death, he learned, was not the absolute ending that most believed it to be, but merely a transformation from one state of existence to another. The spirits of the dead lingered in places of power, drawn by emotions too strong to be severed, even by the grave's finality. In Angband's depths, where countless prisoners had perished in agony, such spirits clustered like moths around a flame. Their anguish had soaked into the very stones over millennia of suffering, creating pools of concentrated malice that could be tapped by one who knew the proper methods. The lieutenant learned to gather this spiritual residue like a smith, collecting raw or refining it through techniques that would have sickened his former self. The breakthrough came when he discovered how to bind these tormented spirits not to their original bodies, but to forms of his own creation, using bones carved with symbols that hurt the eye to look upon. He fashioned vessels that could contain the essence of the dead while bending their will to his purposes. These new servants retained their intelligence and cunning, but their loyalty belonged entirely to the power that had freed them from death's embrace. Soon, shadowy figures began to appear in the deepest passages of the fortress, moving with purpose that spoke of minds behind their actions. These wraiths could pass through solid stone as easily as air, yet their touch could freeze blood in living veins or stop hearts with terror alone. They served as spies and assassins both, carrying out missions that required subtlety rather than the crude violence that werewolves provided. The lieutenant's growing mastery over necromantic arts earned him recognition from powers within Angband that had previously paid him little heed. Ancient servants of the Dark Lord, beings that had fallen to corruption in the earliest days of the world, began to seek him out for counsel and alliance. They recognized in his work echoes of techniques that had been lost since the music's end, knowledge that even Morgoth had not fully recovered from his long imprisonment. But it was not enough merely to command the dead. True power lay in understanding the forces that governed the transition between life and death itself. The lieutenant began to experiment with living subjects, studying how the spirit related to flesh and what happened when that connection was deliberately weakened or severed. His subjects rarely survived these investigations, but the knowledge gained justified any amount of suffering in his mind. He learned to inflict wounds that would never heal, curses that would follow their victims through generations of their bloodline, and poisons that attacked not the body but the soul directly. His understanding of fear expanded beyond simple intimidation to encompass techniques that could drive even the bravest warriors to madness with. Nothing more than a whispered word or gesture. Pain became another tool in his arsenal, refined and perfected until it could be applied with surgical precision. The werewolves that had once seemed like his greatest achievement now appeared crude by comparison to the spirits he commanded. These new servants required no food or rest, felt no pain that might weaken their resolve, and could be destroyed in battle, only to be summoned again when their services were needed. They moved through the world like extensions of his own consciousness, gathering information and eliminating threats with efficiency that impressed even Morgoth himself. Yet the true revelation came when he realized that the techniques he had developed for commanding spirits could be applied to the living as well. Every thinking creature possessed a spark that could be touched and influenced by one who understood the proper methods. Fear and despair were merely the beginning. With sufficient skill, even hope and love could be twisted into weapons that served his purposes. The lieutenant began to see living beings not as separate entities, but as complex instruments that could be tuned to produce whatever harmony he desired. Their bodies might resist physical force, but their spirits were vulnerable to subtler forms of manipulation. A whispered suggestion planted at the right moment could reshape an enemy's deepest convictions, while carefully applied pressure could transform the most loyal friend into an unwitting agent of betrayal. The combination of necromancy and spiritual manipulation opened possibilities that dwarfed anything he had achieved through simple craftsmanship. Why forge chains to bind prisoners when their own guilt and despair could serve the same purpose more effectively? Why breed werewolves when the enemy's fallen comrades could be turned into tireless hunters of their former friends? In the darkest hours before dawn, when even Angband grew quiet, the lieutenant would stand among his gathered servants, living, dead, and something between the two, and feel the intoxication of power that transcended anything he had known in Valinor's blessed halls. The techniques Aulë had taught him still formed the foundation of his abilities, but the structure he had built upon that base reached into realms that the smith of the Valar had never dared explore. The island rose from the river Sirion like a stone dagger thrust up from the earth's heart, its cliffs sheer and black against the troubled waters. For centuries it had stood empty, too forbidding for settlement, yet too small to serve any great purpose in the wars that raged across Beleriand. But Morgoth's lieutenant saw in its isolation and defensive strength exactly what he needed for the next phase of his growing power. The construction began in darkness, with workers who labored without rest and felt no pain. Spirits bound to his will carried stones that would have required dozens of living men to move, while werewolves hauled timber from forests that had never known the touch of axe or saw. The island itself seemed to welcome the transformation, as though it had waited long ages for someone with the vision to unlock its potential. The tower that rose from the rocky foundation defied every principle of architecture that the lieutenant had learned in his former service. Where Valinor's buildings sought to capture and reflect light, this structure devoured it, its black stones seeming to drink in illumination and give nothing back. The walls curved inward at angles that hurt the mind to contemplate, while the windows were placed not for beauty or comfort, but to provide perfect fields of fire, for the weapons that would soon bristle from every level. As the work progressed, the lieutenant found himself spending more and more time away from Angband's halls, drawn by the satisfaction of creating something that belonged entirely to his vision. Here he would not need to consider Morgoth's preferences or accommodate the suggestions of other servants. Every stone was placed according to his design, every chamber shaped to serve purposes that only he fully understood. The tower's completion marked more than just the creation of a new fortress. It represented the lieutenant's emergence as an independent power in his own right. From its heights, he could survey vast stretches of Beleriand, watching the movements of armies and the growth of settlements with the eye of a predator selecting prey. The strategic value of the position became clear as refugees fleeing Morgoth's forces found their path south, blocked by the looming presence of his stronghold. But the tower's true strength lay not in its walls or weapons, but in the creatures that made it their home. The werewolves that had served him so well in Angband multiplied rapidly in their new environment, their howls echoing across the water both day and night. The island became known as Tol-in-Gaurhoth, the Isle of Werewolves, and travelers learned to give it wide berth when journeying along the river's banks. The lieutenant established breeding programs that surpassed even his earlier work, creating strains of werewolf adapted specifically to the island's unique requirements. Some were bred for swimming, able to cross the swirling waters with ease to strike at targets on either shore. Others developed enhanced night vision that allowed them to hunt in the absolute darkness that surrounded the tower when clouds obscured moon and stars. The most successful of these breeding experiments produced creatures that could take the form of men when needed, infiltrating settlements and gathering intelligence that no ordinary spy could obtain. These shapeshifters retained their lupin strength and savagery even in human guise, making them perfect for missions that required both subtlety and violence. Their ability to move unsuspected among their prey gave the lieutenant eyes and ears throughout the lands that bordered his domain. From his tower's peak, he began to weave a network of influence that extended far beyond the island's shores. Captured prisoners were given a choice between death and service, with those who chose the latter undergoing transformations that bound them irrevocably to his will. Some became werewolves themselves, while others retained human form but found their thoughts increasingly aligned with their master's purposes. The island became a testing ground for techniques that would later prove invaluable in larger conquests. The lieutenant experimented with methods of breaking resistance that relied more on corruption than force, finding ways to turn prisoners' own virtues against them. A captured warrior's love for his family could be twisted into a weapon that ensured his cooperation, while a maiden's desire to help others might lead her to spread carefully crafted lies that served his strategic objectives. News of the tower's completion and the growing power of its master filtered back to both Angband and the elven realms beyond. Morgoth received reports of his lieutenant's success with satisfaction, recognizing that the island fortress extended his own influence without requiring any expenditure of his direct attention. The Eldar, meanwhile, began to speak in whispers of a new threat that had emerged along one of their most important supply routes. The lieutenant found himself perfectly positioned to intercept communications between the scattered elven kingdoms, learning their plans and capabilities with an ease that made him smile in the darkness of his private chambers. Every message that passed along the river faced the risk of falling into his hands, while every messenger might be one of his agents in disguise. The very success of his deception bred paranoia among his enemies that served his purposes almost as well as direct military action. As the seasons turned and his power continued to grow, the lieutenant began to contemplate possibilities that would have seemed impossibly ambitious when he first arrived at Angband. The tower was merely the beginning, the foundation upon which much greater achievements could be built. From this vantage point, he could see clearly how the scattered forces of light might be divided against themselves, how their own strengths could be turned into weaknesses through proper application of pressure. The werewolves howled in the night around their master's tower, and their voices carried promises of hunts yet to come, of prey that would soon learn the true meaning of fear. The great hound came out of the morning mist like vengeance given form, his coat shining silver white against the dark stones of the island. Huan moved with purpose that spoke of divine mission, his eyes fixed not on the werewolves that snarled and paced around the tower's base, but on the dark figure watching from its highest window. The lieutenant felt something he had not experienced since his first days in Angband. A cold touch of genuine uncertainty about the outcome of the conflict to come. This was no ordinary beast that had come to challenge his dominion over Tol-in-Gaurhoth. One bore the blessing of the Valar themselves, crafted in the earliest days of the world to serve purposes that aligned with the music's original design. The werewolves that had seemed so mighty against mortal foes cowered before his presence, their savage courage melting like ice before flame. Even Drogluin, greatest of their kind, held back from attacking until his master's will drove him forward. The battle that followed shook the very foundations of the tower, as two forces of nature met in combat that transcended mere physical violence. Drogluin struck with all the fury and cunning that centuries of breeding and training had instilled in him. But the great hound met each attack with skill that seemed to anticipate every move before it was made. The werewolf's claws found no purchase on hide that turned aside even the sharpest steel, while his fangs could not penetrate the divine protection that surrounded his opponent. The lieutenant watched his greatest creation fall with emotions that burned hotter than any forge fire he had ever tended. Rage at seeing his careful work undone, fear at facing a power that seemed immune to techniques that had never failed before, and beneath it all a humiliation that cut deeper than any physical wound. The hound had made his champion look weak, had demonstrated to every watching eye that the Lord of the Tower was not as invincible as he had appeared. When one turned his attention from the fallen werewolf to the tower itself, the lieutenant knew that retreat was no longer an option. He could face this challenge directly, or abandon everything he had built on the island. And abandonment would mean accepting a defeat that would echo through all the ages of his service. To the Dark Lord, pride and necessity combined to drive him from the safety of his stronghold into direct confrontation with an enemy unlike any he had faced before. The form he wore into battle was the perfected shape of terror that had cowed 1,000 foes, tall and terrible to behold, with eyes that burned like stars falling into darkness. But against the hound's divine nature, these advantages proved less than he had hoped. One moved with speed that matched his own, struck with force that his enhanced strength could not entirely deflect, and seemed to grow stronger rather than weaker as the battle continued. The lieutenant's sorcerous abilities, so effective against mortal minds, found no purchase on consciousness that had been shaped in the halls of Manwë himself. The fear that usually paralyzed his enemies only seemed to increase the hound's determination, while the spiritual attacks that could shatter lesser wills broke like waves against stone when directed at this blessed opponent. For the first time since his corruption began, he faced an enemy that was truly immune to the powers he had spent so long perfecting. The turning point came when one's jaws closed around his throat with crushing force that no physical form could long endure. The lieutenant felt his carefully maintained shape beginning to dissolve under the pressure, the spiritual bonds that held it together straining toward the breaking point. pain unlike anything he had experienced since the earliest days of his rebellion blazed through every fiber of his being, accompanied by the terrible realization that he might actually face true destruction here on this accursed island. Desperation drove him to attempt the most dangerous transformation he had ever undertaken, abandoning his battle form entirely to assume the shape of a giant vampire bat. The change saved his existence, but cost him dearly in both power and dignity, forcing him to flee from a battle he had expected to win with ease. His wings beat frantically as he rose above the island, leaving behind the smoking ruins of plans that had taken centuries to mature. The flight to Angband passed in a haze of pain and wounded pride that made every wing beat an agony of humiliation. Below him, he could see the hound standing victorious among the wreckage of his careful work, while above the very sky seemed to mock his failure. The werewolves that survived would scatter without his presence to hold them together, and the strategic position he had built so carefully would fall to enemies who had not even needed to bring an army to defeat him. When he finally reached the safety of Morgoth's halls, the lieutenant found himself facing questions that had no comfortable answers. The Dark Lord received reports of the defeat with expressions that revealed nothing of his thoughts, but the very silence spoke volumes about the disappointment that his servant's failure had caused. To have been beaten by a mere hound, no matter how blessed, reflected poorly on both his abilities and his judgment. The wounds to his pride proved slower to heal than those inflicted on his flesh and spirit. In the dark hours when even Angband grew quiet, he would remember the moment when one's eyes had met his own and shown no trace of the fear that had always been his most reliable weapon. The hound had looked at him and seen not a terrible lord of werewolves, but merely another creature to be defeated, another obstacle to be removed from the path of righteousness. The memory burned in his consciousness like a brand, driving him to seek new forms of power that could not be so easily challenged by divine intervention. The night air cut through his transformed flesh like knives of ice, each wing beat sending fresh waves of agony through muscles that had never been meant to bear such strain. The lieutenant fled northward through darkness that offered no comfort, his vampire form barely holding together under the weight of wounds that went deeper than mere physical damage. Behind him, the island that had been his pride burned with fires that could be seen for miles, while ahead lay only the promise of explanations he did not wish to give. His enhanced senses, usually so keen in this shape, brought him nothing but torment as he flew. Every scent carried reminders of his defeat, the smell of his own blood, the acrid smoke of his ruined stronghold, the lingering presence of divine blessing that had protected his enemy. The sounds that reached his ears told the same story of catastrophic failure, from the dying howls of scattered werewolves to the triumphant songs that already rose from elven settlements along the river. The transformation that had saved his existence proved almost as painful as the wounds that had forced it upon him. His consciousness, accustomed to forms of power and majesty, found itself compressed into a shape that felt cramped and alien despite his growing mastery over such changes. The vampire's keen night vision showed him the world with perfect clarity, but that clarity only made his humiliation more complete as he saw the true extent of what he had lost. Hours passed in agonized flight before he dared to pause for rest, settling on the branch of a dead tree that stood like a skeletal finger against the star-filled sky, His claws gripped the bark with desperate strength, while his mind reeled from the implications of what had occurred. The careful work of centuries had been undone in a single morning. His reputation as an invincible sorcerer shattered by a hound that had shown no fear of powers that had cowed armies. The worst part was not the physical pain or even the loss of his fortress, but the memory of that moment when one's eyes had met his own. In those depths he had seen something that struck at the very core of his transformed nature, not hatred or anger, but simple determination to see a job completed. The hound had looked at him as though he were merely another obstacle to be removed, another corruption to be cleansed from the world's face. He tried to convince himself that the defeat was merely a temporary setback, that the strategic value of the island had been overstated and its loss would prove insignificant in the greater scope of the war. But even as these thoughts formed, he knew them for the lies they were. The fortress had represented more than military advantage. It had been proof of his independent power, demonstration that he could achieve great works without constant guidance from his master. Now that proof lay in ruins, and with it any claim to equality he might have harbored in his dealings with Morgoth. The Dark Lord had trusted him with significant resources and freedom to act according to his own judgment, and he had repaid that trust with spectacular failure against an enemy he should have been able to defeat. The knowledge burned in his consciousness like acid, eating away at confidence that had sustained him through ages of steady advancement. The flight resumed before dawn could reveal his presence to unfriendly eyes, carrying him through skies that seemed to mock his reduced circumstances. Below, the lands of Beleriand spread out in patterns that had once seemed like a map of future conquests, but now looked more like territories forever beyond his reach. The elven kingdoms that had appeared vulnerable from his tower's height now seemed distant and well defended, protected by powers that his defeat had shown to be stronger than he had imagined. When he finally reached Angband's gates, the lieutenant found himself reluctant to assume his usual form and face the questions that would inevitably follow. The guards recognized his vampire shape and granted him passage without challenge, but he could sense their curiosity about his unexpected return and obviously wounded condition. News of significant defeats traveled fast in the Dark Lord's halls, and by now every servant would have heard some version of what had occurred at The transformation back to his accustomed appearance proved even more painful than the original change had been, as though his body resisted taking a shape associated with such recent humiliation. When the process finally completed, he stood once again in the form of terrible majesty that had served him so well. But something had changed in its essential nature. The aura of invincibility that had surrounded him like invisible armor now felt thin and fragile, vulnerable to challenges that would once have seemed beneath his notice. The walk to his private chambers passed through corridors that seemed different than when he had left them, though he could not identify exactly what had changed. Perhaps it was simply his own altered perspective, the way defeat could reshape familiar surroundings into alien landscapes. Or perhaps word of his failure had already spread, and the other servants of Morgoth now looked upon him with eyes that held calculation rather than fear. In the solitude of his workshop, surrounded by tools and materials that had once brought him such satisfaction, the lieutenant finally allowed himself to fully contemplate the magnitude of what had occurred. The hound had not simply defeated him in battle, it had exposed weaknesses in his nature that he had not known existed, shown him limits to his power that cast doubt upon everything he had achieved since leaving Aulë's service. The rage that filled him then was purer and more focused than any emotion he had experienced since his corruption began. A burning need for revenge that would not be satisfied until one lay dead at his feet. The defeat at Huan's jaws had shown the lieutenant a truth that cut deeper than any physical wound. His power, for all its terrifying scope, remained fundamentally limited. The techniques he had mastered could corrupt flesh and spirit alike, could bind the dead to his service and break the will of the living. Yet they had proven useless against a foe blessed by higher authorities. If he was to avoid such humiliation again, he needed access to forces that transcended the merely supernatural. Morgoth had spoken often of the flame imperishable, the secret fire that burned at the heart of all creation and gave life to everything that existed. Possession of that flame would grant power beyond anything the Valar themselves wielded, making its bearer not merely a servant of creation, but its master. The Dark Lord's own searches for this ultimate prize had proven fruitless, despite ages of effort. But perhaps fresh eyes and new techniques might succeed where ancient methods had failed. The lieutenant threw himself into research with an intensity that surprised even his most dedicated assistants. He scoured every text that remained from the earliest days of the world, interrogated spirits that had witnessed creation's first moments, and conducted experiments that pushed the boundaries of what even Angband's workshops could contain. The quest consumed his thoughts both waking and sleeping, driving him to explore possibilities that more cautious minds would have deemed impossibly dangerous. The first breakthrough came through careful analysis of the music that had shaped reality's foundations. Hidden within the harmonies and discords of that primal song were patterns that suggested where the flame might be found. Mathematical relationships that pointed toward places of power scattered throughout Middle-earth and beyond. Each location demanded investigation, though the lieutenant quickly discovered that most led only to echoes of the true fire rather than its source. His searches took him far from Angband's halls, into places where the world's bones lay exposed and the forces that shaped reality could be observed in their rawest forms. Deep caverns where the earth's blood flowed in rivers of molten stone. Mountain peaks where lightning struck with supernatural frequency. Forests where the boundary between waking and dream grew thin enough to step across. In each place he found traces of the power he sought, but never the thing itself. The failure of direct approaches drove him to more subtle methods of investigation. If the flame could not be found through simple searching, perhaps it could be lured forth through proper inducements or extracted from the matrices that concealed it. He began constructing devices of incredible complexity, instruments that combined the finest metalwork with spiritual manipulations that strained even his enhanced abilities to their limits. These tools allowed him to measure forces that had no names in any mortal tongue, to detect emanations that existed on levels of reality barely accessible to consciousness. The work required precision beyond anything he had attempted before, as the slightest error in construction or calibration could result in explosions that would level entire sections of the fortress. More than once his experiments produced effects that forced evacuation of nearby chambers, leaving behind rooms twisted into shapes that hurt the eye to perceive. Yet with each failed attempt, his understanding of creation's deeper mechanisms grew more complete. He learned to recognize the signatures of different types of power, to distinguish between forces that merely appeared similar and those that shared common origins. The knowledge gained through these investigations proved valuable in its own right, opening new avenues of research that had nothing to do with his original quest. The most promising lead emerged from studies of the lights that had once illuminated the two trees of Valinor, the undying lands. Within their radiance had been something that resonated with the same frequencies he associated with the flame imperishable, suggesting that the Valar had found ways to harness aspects of that ultimate power for their own purposes. If he could understand the mechanisms they had used, perhaps he could replicate or improve upon their methods. This line of research required access to materials and information that lay far beyond Morgoth's domain, necessitating expeditions into territories controlled by their enemies. The lieutenant organized these missions with the same careful attention to detail that he brought to his laboratory work, ensuring that his agents could gather what they needed while minimizing the risk of exposure. Many of these ventures failed, but enough succeeded to provide him with samples and observations that fed into his growing theoretical framework. The years passed in blur of activity that consumed his attention almost completely. Seasons changed above Angband's peaks while he labored in chambers where time seemed to flow at different rates, where the normal rhythms of existence gave way to patterns determined by the work at hand. His assistants learned to recognize the signs that indicated when he should not be disturbed, when interruption might result in consequences too severe to contemplate. Despite all his efforts, the flame imperishable itself remained as elusive as ever. Each approach that seemed promising ultimately revealed fundamental flaws that prevented success, while techniques that worked on smaller scales failed catastrophically when applied to forces of sufficient magnitude. The lieutenant began to suspect that the power he sought might be fundamentally different from anything that could be captured or contained through conventional means. Yet the knowledge gained through his researches opened possibilities that he had never imagined when the quest began. He now understood creation's architecture in ways that allowed him to identify weak points in reality's structure, places where sufficient pressure could produce effects that rivaled the mightiest works of the Valar themselves. The techniques developed during his failed searches would prove invaluable in projects yet to come. The quest that had begun as an attempt to avoid future defeats had instead revealed new forms of power that might serve his purposes even better than the flame itself. The sky above Angband burned with fires that had never been seen in Middle-earth before, as the host of the Valar descended like the wrath of creation itself made manifest. From the fortress walls, the lieutenant watched ships that sailed not upon water, but through the very air, their white sails catching winds that blew from realms beyond the circles of the world. The sight filled him with emotions too complex to name, awe at the display of power, fear for what it meant for his own fate, and beneath it all a grudging admiration for forces that dwarfed even his master's mighty works. The war that followed lasted longer than mortal minds could comprehend. Years of struggle that saw the very foundations of the earth crack under the weight of powers unleashed. Morgoth threw everything he had gathered through long ages into the battle. Dragons that blotted out the sun with their wings, orcs beyond counting, demons summoned from the void's deepest places. Yet against the combined might of Valinor and the firstborn united at last, even these forces proved insufficient. The lieutenant fought with skills honed through centuries of service, commanding legions of creatures bred in his own workshops and wielding powers that could shatter mountains. But as the tide of battle turned inexorably against them, he began to understand with crystalline clarity that this war could have only one ending. The Valar had finally roused themselves from their long patience, and when such powers moved with unified purpose, no force in Middle-earth could stand against them. Morgoth's capture came not through single combat, but through the patient work of many, as chains forged in Aulë's halls were brought forth to bind the one who had once been the mightiest of the Ainur. The lieutenant watched from a place of concealment as his master was dragged in bonds toward the ships that would bear him to judgment beyond the world's end. In that moment, he faced a choice that would determine everything that followed. He could stand forth and share his master's fate, accepting whatever punishment the Valar deemed fit for one who had served the Dark Lord so faithfully. The option held a certain appeal. There would be honor in facing judgment with head held high, in accepting the consequences of choices made in full knowledge of their nature. But honor was a luxury that belonged to beings who still possessed the innocence he had abandoned long ago. The alternative required swallowing pride that had sustained him through ages of growing power. But it offered possibilities that immediate punishment would forever close. If he could convince the victors that his corruption had not progressed beyond hope of redemption, if he could present himself as a servant led astray rather than a willing architect of evil, then perhaps opportunities for future action might remain open. When Eowyn the Herald appeared before the shattered gates of Angband, calling for all servants of the Dark Lord to surrender themselves for judgment, the lieutenant stepped forward with a performance that drew upon every skill he had developed in manipulation and deception. The form he wore was not the terrible shape of power he had cultivated in recent centuries, but something closer to what he had been in his earliest days, still mighty, but touched with an air of sorrow that spoke of genuine regret. The words he spoke to Morgoth's herald were crafted with the same care he had once devoted to forging perfect rings, each phrase calculated to produce the desired effect. He spoke of corruption that had crept upon him gradually, of loyalty that had blinded him to the true nature of his master's purposes. Most importantly, he claimed a desire for redemption that felt genuine even to his own ears, though the redemption he actually sought bore little resemblance to what his listeners imagined. Eowyn received his submission with expressions that revealed nothing of the herald's thoughts, but the lieutenant could sense the careful evaluation taking place behind those ancient eyes. The mayor who stood before him had served in Manu's halls since the world's beginning, had witnessed the corruption of Melkor himself, and would not be easily deceived by false repentance. Yet the very magnitude of the task facing the victors worked in the lieutenant's favor, with so many prisoners to process and judge. Individual cases could not receive the attention they might merit under other circumstances. The decision, when it came, was exactly what the lieutenant had hoped for, while scarcely daring to expect it. Rather than face immediate judgment before the Valar themselves, he was to remain in Middle-earth under watch, demonstrating through his actions whether his claimed repentance was genuine. The freedom this granted was limited and conditional, but it was freedom nonetheless, enough to begin laying the groundwork for everything that would follow. As the ships of the Valar departed, bearing Morgoth to imprisonment beyond the world's confines, the lieutenant allowed himself a moment of satisfaction at the success of his deception. The performance had been flawless, convincing enough to secure the breathing space he needed while avoiding commitments that would actually limit his future actions. Eowyn and his companions believed they had saved a soul that teetered on the edge of damnation, when in truth they had merely given that soul the tools it needed to achieve damnation's perfect completion. The ruins of Angband lay around him like the broken fragments of a dream, but already his mind was turning toward the future and the opportunities it would bring. The sky above Angband burned with fires that had never been seen in Middle-earth before, as the host of the Valar descended like the wrath of creation itself made manifest. From the fortress walls, the lieutenant watched ships that sailed not upon water, but through the very air, their white sails catching winds that blew from realms beyond the circles of the world. The sight filled him with emotions too complex to name, awe at the display of power, fear for what it meant for his own fate, and beneath it all a grudging admiration for forces that dwarfed even his master's mighty works. The war that followed lasted longer than mortal minds could comprehend. Years of struggle that saw the very foundations of the earth crack under the weight of powers unleashed. Morgoth threw everything he had gathered through long ages into the battle. Dragons that blotted out the sun with their wings, orcs beyond counting, demons summoned from the void's deepest places. Yet against the combined might of Valinor and the firstborn united at last, even these forces proved insufficient. The lieutenant fought with skills honed through centuries of service, commanding legions of creatures bred in his own workshops and wielding powers that could shatter mountains. But as the tide of battle turned inexorably against them, he began to understand with crystalline clarity that this war could have only one ending. The Valar had finally roused themselves from their long patience, and when such powers moved with unified purpose, no force in Middle-earth could stand against them. Morgoth's capture came not through single combat, but through the patient work of many, as chains forged in Aule's halls were brought forth to bind the one who had once been the mightiest of the Ainur. The lieutenant watched from a place of concealment as his master was dragged in bonds toward the ships that would bear him to judgment beyond the world's end. In that moment, he faced a choice that would determine everything that followed. He could stand forth and share his master's fate, accepting whatever punishment the Valar deemed fit for one who had served the Dark Lord so faithfully. The option held a certain appeal. There would be honor in facing judgment with head held high, in accepting the consequences of choices made in full knowledge of their nature. But honor was a luxury that belonged to beings who still possessed the innocence he had abandoned long ago. The alternative required swallowing pride that had sustained him through ages of growing power. But it offered possibilities that immediate punishment would forever close. If he could convince the victors that his corruption had not progressed beyond hope of redemption. If he could present himself as a servant led astray rather than a willing architect of evil, then perhaps opportunities for future action might remain open. When Eowyn the Herald appeared before the shattered gates of Angband, calling for all servants of the Dark Lord to surrender themselves for judgment, the lieutenant stepped forward with a performance that drew upon every skill he had developed in manipulation and deception. The form he wore was not the terrible shape of power he had cultivated in recent centuries, but something closer to what he had been in his earliest days, still mighty, but touched with an air of sorrow that spoke of genuine regret. The words he spoke to Morgoth's herald were crafted with the same care he had once devoted to forging perfect rings, each phrase calculated to produce the desired effect. He spoke of corruption that had crept upon him gradually, of loyalty that had blinded him to the true nature of his master's purposes. Most importantly, he claimed a desire for redemption that felt genuine even to his own ears, though the redemption he actually sought bore little resemblance to what his listeners imagined. Eönwë received his submission with expressions that revealed nothing of the herald's thoughts, but the lieutenant could sense the careful evaluation taking place behind those ancient eyes. The mayor who stood before him had served in Manwë's hall since the world's beginning, had witnessed the corruption of Melkor himself, and would not be easily deceived by false repentance. Yet the very magnitude of the task facing the victors worked in the lieutenant's favor, with so many prisoners to process and judge. Individual cases could not receive the attention they might merit under other circumstances. The decision, when it came, was exactly what the lieutenant had hoped for, while scarcely daring to expect it. Rather than face immediate judgment before the Valar themselves, he was to remain in Middle-earth under watch, demonstrating through his actions whether his claimed repentance was genuine. The freedom this granted was limited and conditional, but it was freedom nonetheless, enough to begin laying the groundwork for everything that would follow. As the ships of the Valar departed, bearing Morgoth to imprisonment beyond the world's confines, the lieutenant allowed himself a moment of satisfaction at the success of his deception. The performance had been flawless, convincing enough to secure the breathing space he needed while avoiding commitments that would actually limit his future actions. Eönwë and his companions believed they had saved a soul that teetered on the edge of damnation, when in truth they had merely given that soul the tools it needed to achieve damnation's perfect completion. The ruins of Angband lay around him like the broken fragments of a dream, but already his mind was turning toward the future and the opportunities it would bring. The form that emerged from Angband's ruins bore little resemblance to the terrible lieutenant who had served the Dark Lord with such dedication. Gone were the shadows that had clung to his shape like living garments, replaced by radiance that seemed to flow from within his very being. The face he wore now was fair beyond mortal description, beautiful in the way that captured hearts without effort and inspired trust in even the most cautious observers. This transformation required more than simple shape-shifting. It demanded a fundamental alteration of his essential nature that pushed his abilities to their absolute limits. Every trace of the corruption that had marked his service to Morgoth had to be hidden beneath layers of carefully crafted innocence, while the power that remained accessible was filtered through channels that appeared benevolent rather than threatening. The work was exhausting in ways that physical labor could never match, yet he maintained it with the dedication of one whose very existence depended upon the performance's success. Eönwë's visits came regularly in those early years, the herald arriving without warning to observe and evaluate the progress of one who claimed to seek redemption. These encounters became elaborate dances of deception, with each participant playing roles that served their purposes while concealing their true intentions. The lieutenant presented himself as a soul struggling against the lingering effects of long corruption, making just enough progress to seem genuine while ensuring that complete recovery remained perpetually just beyond reach. The herald's questions probed depths that would have exposed a lesser deceiver, seeking signs of the malice that had driven so many atrocities during the war. But the lieutenant had prepared for such interrogation with the same thoroughness he brought to all his endeavors, constructing responses that contained enough truth to feel authentic, while omitting the details that would have revealed his actual state of mind. He spoke of regret that was entirely real, though not for the reasons his interrogator imagined, and of a desire for redemption that burned within him like fire. The years of observation gradually established patterns that worked in his favor. As Ianwë began to relax his vigilance in the face of consistent behavior that supported the claim of genuine repentance, the herald still arrived for his inspections, but with less frequency and decreased intensity of scrutiny. Each successful encounter built upon previous achievements, creating a foundation of trust that would prove invaluable when the time came to move more freely through Middle-earth. The lieutenant used these periods between visits to explore the changed world that had emerged from the war's devastation. Beleriand lay drowned beneath waves that had risen to claim the lands where so many great deeds had been accomplished, while new territories spread eastward toward horizons that beckoned with promise of fresh opportunities. The surviving populations of men and elves were scattered and vulnerable, struggling to rebuild what had been lost while lacking the unity that had made their victory possible. These reconnaissance missions required the utmost care, as any sign of his true nature would bring swift retribution from powers that still watched the world for signs of renewed corruption. The fair form he had crafted served him well in these endeavors, allowing him to move among his former enemies without triggering the alarm that his actual presence would have caused. Merchants, travelers, and refugees alike found him a pleasant companion whose wisdom and gentle manner made their journeys seem shorter and their burdens lighter. Through these interactions, he began to gather intelligence about the state of Middle-earth's various kingdoms and the individuals who wielded influence within them. The information was fragmentary, at first gleaned from casual conversations and careful observation, but it gradually accumulated into a comprehensive understanding of the political landscape that would prove crucial for future operations. More importantly, he began to identify potential allies and targets, individuals whose particular strengths and weaknesses might serve his purposes when the time came to act more directly. The process of maintaining his deception grew easier with practice, as the patterns of thought and behavior required by his false persona became increasingly natural. There were times when he almost believed his own performance, when the role of repentant spirit seeking redemption felt more real than the memories of his service to Morgoth. These moments of self-doubt troubled him at first, until he realized that they actually strengthened his disguise by adding layers of authenticity that no conscious acting could have achieved. The turning point came when Ianwë arrived for what would prove to be his final inspection, finding his subject engaged in acts of apparent charity that seemed to confirm the success of the redemption process. The lieutenant had spent weeks preparing for this encounter, carefully orchestrating circumstances that would present him in the most favorable possible light. When the herald departed with expressions of cautious approval, he knew that he had achieved the first major victory of what would prove to be a very long campaign. The freedom that followed was intoxicating after so many years of careful restraint. Though he was wise enough to continue his cautious approach even after the immediate threat of discovery had passed, the foundations had been laid for everything that would follow, but the true work was only beginning. The wild lands beyond the Blue Mountains stretched endlessly before him like an ocean of grass and stone. Here the authority of Gil-galad and Elrond could not reach. Here no herald of the Valar would come seeking signs of corruption or redemption. The lieutenant walked these empty spaces with steps that grew more confident with each passing league, feeling chains he had not known existed falling away as the distance from watchful eyes increased. The form he wore now was neither the terrible shape of his service to Morgoth, nor the fair guise that had deceived Eowyn. Instead, he took the appearance of a wandering scholar, unremarkable enough to pass unnoticed, yet possessed of the quiet authority that opened doors and loosened tongues. His clothes were travel-worn, but well-made, his manner courteous, but reserved, and his knowledge vast enough to serve whatever purpose the moment required. In the scattered settlements that dotted these frontier regions, he found peoples who remembered the Great War only as distant thunder. They had their own concerns, failed harvests, tribal raids, diseases that claimed the young and old with equal appetite. These troubles provided opportunities for one who possessed both the power to offer genuine aid and the wisdom to ensure that such aid created lasting obligations. The first village he encountered was dying from a plague that had already claimed half its children. The survivors huddled in their huts, waiting for death to finish what it had started, too weakened by despair to attempt any remedy their crude medicine could provide. He arrived like an answer to prayers they had stopped believing anyone would hear. The cure he offered was real enough, drawn from knowledge gained in ages of studying the boundaries between life and death. But the healing came with subtle modifications that opened the recipients minds to influences they would never consciously recognize, seeds of loyalty planted so deeply that they felt like natural emotions, gratitude that would endure long after the memory of their benefactor had faded from conscious thought. Word of the miracle spread with the speed that only hope can achieve in desperate times. Other villages sent delegations begging for similar aid, while individuals made pilgrimages to seek blessings from the wise healer, who asked nothing in return for his services. Each encounter strengthened the network of influence that grew around his wandering path, creating bonds that would prove invaluable when the time came to call upon them. The eastern tribes proved more challenging subjects than the settled villagers, their nomadic lifestyle and warrior traditions making them resistant to subtle manipulation. But their very strengths could be turned to advantage by one who understood the proper techniques. A young chieftain's desire for glory could be channeled toward conflicts that served larger purposes, while an elder's fear of his people's decline might lead him to embrace changes that promised renewed strength. The years passed in constant movement through territories that few mapmakers had ever attempted to chart. He learned the secret paths through mountain passes where avalanches had buried entire armies, discovered oasis towns where merchants gathered to trade in goods that could not be found in any Western market. Each new region brought fresh opportunities to plant seeds of influence while gathering intelligence about resources and populations that might prove useful in conflicts yet to come. The transformation in his own nature proceeded as gradually as the expansion of his hidden network. The fair form he had worn to deceive Eowyn began to feel constraining rather than protective, while the terrible majesty of his service to Morgoth seemed like a costume from another age. What emerged in its place was something entirely new, a presence that could inspire devotion without fear, that could command obedience through love rather than terror. Yet beneath this evolution, the core of his being remained unchanged. The desire for perfect order still burned within him like an unquenchable flame, driving him to see every interaction as another step toward the ultimate goal of reshaping the world according to his vision. The techniques had changed, grown more sophisticated and subtle, but the fundamental purpose remained constant. The network he had built began to show its value as reports filtered back through channels that appeared entirely natural. Traders carried word of political changes in distant kingdoms. Travelers shared gossip about the movements of important figures, and pilgrims brought news of developments in regions where his own presence would have been unwelcome. The intelligence gathering system rivaled anything he had operated during the war, yet it existed entirely in shadow, invisible to any who might seek to disrupt it. By the time he decided to move westward again, the lieutenant commanded resources that would have made him formidable even without the powers that remained hidden beneath his carefully maintained disguise. More importantly, he had learned lessons about the nature of influence and control that would guide all his future endeavors. Fear had its place in any campaign of domination, but love and gratitude could prove far more effective in achieving lasting results. The road back toward the lands where Gil-galad ruled stretched before him like a bridge between two ages of his existence. Behind lay the careful years of building strength in secret, while ahead waited opportunities to put that strength to uses that would reshape the world. The tribes of the Far East had never heard the music of Iluvatar, or felt the blessing of the Valar upon their faces. They lived and died in lands where no light of Valinor had ever shone, where the only powers they knew were those that spoke through storm and earthquake and the changing seasons. Into this darkness came one who offered them gifts beyond their wildest dreams. He appeared to the chief of the Veriag as a wise man from distant lands, bearing knowledge of metals and agriculture that could transform their harsh existence into something approaching prosperity. The weapons he helped them forge cut deeper than any blade they had wielded before. The crops grown from his seeds flourished in soil that had previously yielded only thorns and bitter roots. But with each gift came subtle changes that the recipients barely noticed. The iron he taught them to smelt held traces of substances that made those who worked with it more susceptible to his influence. The new farming techniques required rituals that seemed harmless but opened channels through which his will could flow. The tribal shamans were the first to recognize that something fundamental had shifted in the spiritual landscape around them. Their old ceremonies no longer produced the expected results, while new practices suggested by their benefactor brought power that left them dizzy with exhilaration. The spirits they had served for generations grew distant and weak, replaced by presences that demanded different forms of worship. He encouraged these changes with careful guidance that never seemed like command. A word here about the weakness of the old ways, a demonstration thereof what could be achieved through proper devotion to stronger powers. The shamans found themselves drawn into practices that would have horrified their predecessors. Yet each step seemed logical and necessary when viewed from their altered perspective. The corruption spread through the tribe like fire through dry grass. Warriors who had once fought only to defend their families began to hunger for conquest of neighboring lands. Mothers who had cherished their children above all else started to view them as potential sacrifices to gods whose names they learned to whisper in the darkness. Other tribes heard rumors of the Veriag's sudden prosperity and sent delegations to discover the source of their good fortune. The wise man received these visitors with warmth that seemed genuine, sharing knowledge and gifts with the same apparent generosity he had shown his first pupils. Each group returned home carrying seeds of change that would transform their own peoples in similar ways. The process accelerated as competition between the tribes intensified. None wanted to be left behind as their neighbors gained strength through new techniques and alliances with powerful spirits. The wise man moved between the various groups like a gardener tending different plots, ensuring that each developed according to his master plan, while believing themselves to be acting according to their own free will. Within a generation, the entire region had been transformed from a collection of primitive tribes into something resembling a nascent empire. The various groups maintained their individual identities and traditions, but they shared common practices and loyalties that transcended old boundaries. Most importantly, they all recognized the authority of the wise man whose gifts had made their transformation possible. The military potential of his new followers impressed even him with its scope and efficiency. These were not the crude orcs of Morgoth's armies or the scattered bandits who typically served dark powers. These were disciplined warriors who fought with intelligence and coordination, capable of complex strategies that could adapt to changing circumstances on the battlefield. He began to organize them into larger formations, teaching techniques of warfare that combined traditional tribal tactics with innovations drawn from his vast experience. The results exceeded his most optimistic projections as armies that had never known defeat began to emerge from lands that Western scholars still marked as empty wilderness on their maps. The religious changes that accompanied this military development proved equally significant. The shamans had been transformed into priests of a new order that combined elements from many traditions, while serving purposes that aligned perfectly with his long-term objectives. Their ceremonies generated power that he could channel for his own uses while binding their followers more tightly to his will. The network of influence that had begun with a single plague-stricken village now encompassed territories larger than some Western kingdoms. Trade routes carried his agents disguised as merchants into lands where direct intervention would have been impossible. Pilgrims spread doctrines that appeared harmless on the surface, while containing seeds of corruption that would take root wherever conditions were right. Yet even as he celebrated these achievements, part of his mind remained focused on the greater prize that lay westward. The eastern tribes were useful allies and would prove valuable in conflicts to come, but they lacked the knowledge and skills needed for the most ambitious of his projects. For those he would need to approach beings whose understanding of creation's deeper mysteries rivaled his own. The fair form he had used to deceive Ian Way would need refinement for the challenges that awaited him in the halls of Gil-galad and Celebrimba. The form that approached the borders of Lindon had been crafted with care that surpassed even his earlier deceptions. Here was beauty that seemed to flow from some inner source of light, wisdom that spoke in every gesture and expression, power that radiated strength without threat. The being who called himself Anatar moved through the world like walking poetry, turning heads wherever he passed and inspiring trust in hearts that should have known better. Gil-galad received word of the stranger's approach with expressions that revealed nothing of his thoughts. The High King had ruled through the darkest years of the Elder Days and survived the War of Wrath itself. experiences that had taught him to view unexpected visitors with deep suspicion. When emissaries brought reports of a mayor claiming friendship with the Eldar and bearing gifts of incredible value, every instinct the king possessed screamed warnings that few around him seemed to hear. The audience that followed was a masterpiece of careful manipulation, as Annatar presented himself as an emissary from powers that had taken notice of the elves' struggles in these diminished times. He spoke of techniques that could restore some measure of the glory that had been lost when Beleriand sank beneath the waves. His words carried conviction that seemed to flow from genuine concern for the Eldar's welfare, while the gifts he offered provided tangible proof of abilities that could transform their circumstances. Yet Gil-galad's suspicion only deepened as the encounter progressed. Something in the stranger's manner reminded him uncomfortably of powers he had faced during the war, though he could not identify exactly what triggered these feelings. The beauty was too perfect, the wisdom too conveniently applicable to current needs, the generosity too obviously calculated to produce specific responses. When the High King politely but firmly declined the offered assistance, Annatar received the rejection with grace that seemed to confirm his noble nature. He expressed understanding of the caution that recent history had made necessary, while suggesting that perhaps other courts might prove more receptive to the collaboration he sought. The parting was accomplished with courtesy that left no obvious grounds for offense, though both participants understood that deeper currents had been running beneath the surface pleasantries. The reception at Eregion proved dramatically different, as Celebrimber and his craftsmen had grown frustrated with the limitations that hampered their attempts to achieve works worthy of their heritage. The techniques passed down from Fuena's tradition required materials and conditions that no longer existed in Middle-earth, forcing them to accept compromises that fell short of their artistic vision. Annatar's arrival seemed like an answer to prayers they had barely dared to voice. The Lord of Gifts demonstrated knowledge that bridged the gap between theory and practice, showing how techniques that had been lost could be recovered through innovative approaches to familiar materials. His understanding of the relationships between different elements surpassed that of any living craftsman, while his ability to see possibilities that others missed marked him as a teacher worthy of their attention. More importantly, he appeared genuinely interested in advancing their art rather than exploiting it for personal gain. The collaboration that emerged from these initial contacts exceeded even Annatar's most optimistic expectations. Celebrimber and his followers proved to be exactly the partners he had hoped to find, skilled enough to contribute meaningfully to complex projects, yet lacking the broader perspective needed to recognize the ultimate purpose toward which their work was being directed. Their enthusiasm for the craft made them eager students, while their trust in his guidance removed obstacles that might have slowed progress significantly. The workshops of Ost-in-Edel soon rang with sounds that had not been heard since the greatest days of Gondolin and Nargothrond. Forges burned with fires that had been thought impossible to rekindle, while anvils bore the weight of materials that pushed the boundaries of what even elven skill could shape. The results justified every effort expended, as objects of surpassing beauty and power began to emerge from their combined labors. Word of these achievements spread throughout the surviving elven realms, carried by traders and travelers who could barely describe what they had witnessed in the workshops of Eregion. Some of these reports reached Gil-galad's court, where they served only to deepen the High King's concerns about the true nature of the being who had made such wonders possible. But the evidence of genuine benefit to the Eldar made it difficult to argue against cooperation that was producing such remarkable results. Annatar established residence in chambers that Celebrimbor had prepared with all the honor due to a valued collaborator and friend. From this base, he began to extend his influence through networks that appeared entirely natural while serving his deeper purposes perfectly. Students came to learn techniques that only he could teach, while visitors carried word of his achievements to courts throughout Middle-earth. The foundation had been laid for achievements that would reshape the world, though few who participated in the early stages understood the true scope of what they were helping to create. The Lord of Gifts moved among his new allies like a master craftsman selecting tools for a project whose final form remained known only to himself. The gates of Ost and Edel stood open to receive him with honors that had been reserved for the greatest friends of the Eldar. Banners flew from every tower, while craftsmen lined the streets to catch glimpses of the being whose reputation had preceded him into their fair city. Celebrimbor himself waited at the threshold of his halls, wearing robes that spoke of celebration rather than mere courtesy. The welcome feast that followed was a testament to elven hospitality at its finest. Tables groaned under the weight of delicacies that had been prepared with loving care, while musicians filled the air with melodies that seemed to capture the very essence of joy. Annatar moved through it all with grace that made every interaction memorable, speaking with artisans about techniques that had been lost for centuries while praising works that their creators had thought unworthy of notice. But it was in the workshops themselves that his true value became apparent to his hosts. The forges that had grown cold through lack of proper fuel blazed to life at his touch, while tools that had been abandoned as inadequate were transformed into instruments of incredible precision. His knowledge flowed like water into every corner of their craft, filling gaps they had not known existed while opening possibilities they had never dared imagine. Celebrimbor watched these demonstrations with eyes that shone like stars, recognizing in his guest abilities that matched the legendary skills of his own lineage. Here was a teacher who could help them recover the techniques that had made Feanor's name immortal, who understood the deep structures of creation well enough to improve upon methods that had been perfected ages before his birth. The collaboration they discussed would benefit both participants while advancing the cause of beauty in a world that had seen too much of its glory fade. The weeks that followed established patterns that would endure for decades to come. Each morning found them in the workshops, pursuing projects that grew more ambitious as their partnership deepened. Each evening brought discussions that ranged across topics from the fundamental nature of matter to the most esoteric aspects of spiritual manipulation. Annatar proved himself a student as eager as he was a teacher, absorbing insights about elven techniques with the same enthusiasm he showed when sharing his own knowledge. The other craftsmen of Ostin, Edel, watched this growing friendship with mixtures of admiration and envy. Some sought to involve themselves in the great works being undertaken, offering their skills in hope of contributing to achievements that would echo through history. Others contented themselves with observing from a distance, knowing that they lacked the knowledge needed to participate meaningfully in projects of such scope and complexity. Word of the collaboration's success reached courts throughout Middle-earth, carried by merchants and diplomats who had witnessed the results firsthand. The items emerging from Eregion's workshops surpassed anything seen since the Elder Days, combining traditional elven artistry with innovations that pushed the boundaries of what had been thought possible. Each piece told the story of skills recovered and horizons expanded, proof that the decline of the world could be reversed through proper understanding and effort. Gil-galad received these reports with expressions that grew darker as the implications became clear. The High King's advisors spoke of the benefits that might flow from establishing closer ties with such a powerful ally. Yet something in their arguments only strengthened his resolve to maintain distance from the Lord of Gifts. His instincts warned him that beauty and utility could mask purposes far removed from their surface appearance. Diplomatic messages began to flow between Lindon and Eregion as Gil-galad sought to understand the nature of the being who had so thoroughly captured his kinsman's trust and admiration. The responses he received painted pictures of generosity, wisdom, and dedication to the Eldar's welfare that should have allayed his concerns. Instead, they reinforced his growing conviction that some threat was taking shape beyond his ability to perceive or counter. The division that emerged within the elven realms served Anatar's purposes perfectly, though he took care to appear saddened by the High King's continued suspicion. He spoke with genuine regret about the missed opportunities that such mistrust created, while ensuring that his supporters in Eregion understood the obstacles their benefactor faced in pursuing his mission of assistance to their people. The sympathy this generated strengthened bonds that were already growing beyond anything he had dared hope to achieve. Celebrimber's invitation to establish permanent residence in Ost-in-Edel came with offers of workshops equipped to the highest standards and access to materials that had been hoarded since the destruction of Beleriand. The chambers prepared for him rivaled those that might have been offered to a visiting king, complete with libraries containing texts that recorded techniques thought lost forever. Most importantly, he was granted authority to participate in decisions about which projects would receive support and resources. The position offered everything he needed to pursue the next phase of his carefully laid plans. From this base, he could influence the development of elven craftsmanship while gathering intelligence about their capabilities and limitations. The trust placed in him provided cover for experiments that would have been impossible to conduct under more suspicious oversight. As he settled into his new role within Eregion's hierarchy, Anatar allowed himself moments of satisfaction at how perfectly events were unfolding according to his design. The bond that grew between Anatar and Celebrimber transcended the ordinary relationships that existed between teacher and student. In the workshops of Ost-in-Edel, two minds met that shared the same passion for perfection, the same hunger to push beyond the boundaries that limited lesser craftsmen. Their collaboration became the stuff of legend even as it unfolded, witnessed by artisans who understood they were seeing the birth of techniques that would outlive the age itself. Each morning found them bent over projects that grew more ambitious with every passing day, where Celebrimber brought the accumulated wisdom of his lineage and the refined techniques passed down from Fuena himself. Anatar contributed insights drawn from sources that predated the Elves' own arrival in Middle-earth. The combination proved more powerful than either could have achieved alone. The first great work to emerge from their partnership was a set of tools that seemed to possess their own intelligence. Hammers that struck with perfect force, regardless of the wielder's strength. Tongs that gripped materials without leaving marks. files that smoothed surfaces to mathematical precision without conscious guidance. These instruments transformed every craftsman who used them into an artist capable of achieving results that would have been impossible through skill alone. Celebrimbor marveled at his friend's ability to see solutions where others perceived only obstacles. When traditional methods failed to produce the desired results, Annatar would approach the problem from angles that revealed new possibilities. His understanding of how different materials interacted went beyond simple chemistry into realms that touched upon the fundamental forces that shaped reality itself. The trust that developed between them allowed for exchanges of knowledge that neither had shared with any other being. Celebrimbor revealed secrets of elven craftsmanship that had been guarded since the Elder Days, techniques that his grandfather had developed in the hidden halls of Formenos. In return, Annatar offered insights into the nature of creation that expanded the Elf Lord's understanding of his own abilities. Their friendship extended beyond the workshop into every aspect of their lives together. They walked the gardens of Ostian Edel, discussing theories that would have bored lesser minds, debating questions that had no easy answers, while finding joy in the exploration itself. Evenings were spent examining works created by craftsmen of ages past, analyzing techniques and seeking ways to improve upon achievements that had been thought perfect. The other artisans of Eregion watched this partnership with emotions that ranged from admiration to envy. Some sought to involve themselves in the great works being undertaken, offering their skills in support of projects whose scope they could barely comprehend. Others maintained respectful distance, understanding that what they witnessed was a collaboration between equals that could not be duplicated or shared. Word of their achievements spread throughout Middle-earth, carried by traders who had seen items of surpassing beauty emerging from Eregion's workshops. Kings and princes sent delegations seeking to commission works from the legendary partnership, while craftsmen from distant lands made pilgrimages hoping to learn even fragments of the techniques being developed. The reputation that grew around their names elevated both participants to positions of influence that extended far beyond their own realm. Yet it was in the quiet moments between great projects that their friendship deepened most significantly. Annatar proved himself a companion whose wisdom extended beyond matters of craft into areas of philosophy and governance that concerned any leader of his people. His advice on matters of policy and diplomacy carried weight that came from understanding of the world's deeper currents, while his perspective on the challenges facing the Eldar helped Celebrimbor see solutions that had not occurred to him before. The Lord of Gifts demonstrated again and again that his primary concern was the welfare of those he had chosen to serve. When resources grew scarce for certain projects, he would produce materials from sources that remained mysterious but undoubtedly legitimate. When technical problems threatened to derail important work, he would spend sleepless nights developing solutions that benefited everyone involved. Celebrimbor found himself relying on his friend's judgment in matters that extended well beyond their shared craft. The insights Annatar offered into the motivations of other rulers and the likely outcomes of various policies proved remarkably accurate, helping Eregion navigate political complexities that might otherwise have led to unfortunate consequences. The trust that developed from these successes created bonds that seemed unbreakable. The workshops themselves were transformed by their collaboration into something, approaching temples dedicated to the pursuit of perfect beauty. Each tool had its proper place. Each material was stored according to principles that optimized its potential. And each project was approached with reverence that acknowledged the sacred nature of true creation. The atmosphere that pervaded these spaces inspired everyone who worked within them to achieve results that surpassed their individual capabilities. As the seasons turned and their partnership matured, both participants began to contemplate projects that would represent the culmination of everything they had learned together. The techniques they had developed, the materials they had discovered, and the trust they had built pointed toward achievements that would reshape the world's understanding of what craft could accomplish when pursued with proper dedication and wisdom. The first rings emerged from their forges like children taking tentative steps into the world. These were not the great works that would define their legacy, but practice pieces designed to test techniques and explore possibilities. Each band of gold or silver carried within it lessons learned through trial and error, successes and failures that would guide the creation of far mightier works. Annatar approached the Ringcraft with the methodical precision that marked all his endeavors. He studied the traditional elven methods with the attention of a scholar discovering lost texts, absorbing every detail of how the metal was prepared, how the symbols were inscribed, how the final enchantments were woven into the finished pieces. But even as he learned, his mind was already working on improvements that would surpass anything his teachers had achieved. The early experiments focused on understanding how different materials interacted with the spiritual forces that gave rings their power. Gold responded differently than silver, which behaved unlike the rarer metals that could only be obtained through trade with distant lands. Each substance had its own character, its own preferences for the types of enchantments it could sustain without corruption or failure. Celebrimbor watched his friends progress with growing amazement at the speed with which complex techniques were mastered. Processes that had taken him years to perfect were absorbed in mere weeks by a mind that seemed to grasp the underlying principles almost instantly. The rings Annatar produced grew more sophisticated with each attempt, incorporating innovations that pushed beyond the boundaries of traditional craft. The workshops rang with sounds that had not been heard since the greatest days of Gondolin, as new techniques were born from the marriage of elven wisdom and insights that came from deeper sources. Hammers struck with rhythms that seemed to follow musical patterns, while files moved across surfaces in motions that resembled the gestures of dancers. Every aspect of the work was refined until it achieved a harmony that transformed mere craftsmanship into something approaching art. The lesser rings began to attract attention from throughout Eregion as word spread of their remarkable properties. A band that protected its wearer from disease, another that granted enhanced vision in darkness, a third that allowed its bearer to understand languages previously unknown to them. These were not the crude magical trinkets that charlatans peddled in marketplaces, but works of genuine power created through methods that few could comprehend. Annatar studied each success and failure with equal intensity, building understanding of how Ringcraft functioned at its most fundamental levels. He learned which symbols could be combined safely and which would interfere with each other's effects. He discovered how the size and weight of a ring influenced its capacity to hold enchantments, and how the shape of its band affected the flow of power through the finished work. The knowledge gained through these experiments extended far beyond ring-making into areas that would prove valuable in many future endeavors. The techniques for binding spiritual forces into physical objects could be applied to swords, armor, and tools of every description. The methods for ensuring that enchantments remained stable over long periods would be essential, for works intended to endure through ages of use and abuse. Celebrimbor contributed his own innovations to their shared research, drawing upon family traditions that stretched back to the creation of the Silmarils themselves. His understanding of how light could be captured and preserved in physical form opened possibilities that complemented his friend's knowledge perfectly. Together they developed techniques that neither could have achieved alone. The practice rings became testing grounds for ideas that would later be incorporated into far greater works. A method for making enchantments responsive to their bearers' specific needs. A technique for layering multiple effects within a single object. An approach to creating items that would grow stronger rather than weaker through use. Each innovation was carefully documented and refined until it could be reproduced consistently. The materials they worked with grew more exotic as their skill increased. Metals that had been thought too difficult to work proved manageable when proper techniques were applied. Gems that had been considered unsuitable for ring setting revealed hidden properties when approached with sufficient understanding. The very elements seemed eager to serve purposes they had never imagined possible. As their experiments progressed, both craftsmen began to envision works that would represent the culmination of everything they were learning. The lesser rings had taught them the fundamental principles, but those principles pointed toward achievements of far greater scope and ambition. The techniques they had developed could be applied to creating objects of power that would reshape the balance of forces in Middle-earth itself. The foundation had been laid for projects that would test the limits of what even their combined abilities could achieve. In the quiet hours after the forges had cooled, they would discuss possibilities that made their current works seem like mere preparation for the real challenges that lay ahead. The dwarves required different treatment than the other children of Ilúvatar, and Annatar understood this truth better than any who had come before him. Their hearts burned with fires that matched the forges where they labored. Their minds turned always toward the deep places of the earth where precious metals waited to be discovered. The rings he would craft for their lords must speak to these fundamental aspects of their nature. Gold alone would not suffice for such works, though it formed the foundation upon which everything else would be built. The metal had to be drawn from veins that ran deepest in the mountains, or that had been touched by the earth's own heart and carried within it echoes of the pre-music that had shaped the world's bones. Celebrimbor provided access to materials that had been hoarded since the destruction of Beleriand, while Annatar contributed knowledge of how such precious substances could be purified beyond anything previously achieved. The forging began with ceremonies that honored both the materials and the intended recipients. Each ring was crafted individually, shaped according to principles that reflected the specific nature of the dwarf lord who would wear it. The king under the mountain required different qualities than the lord of the Iron Hills, while the ruler of the Blue Mountains needed powers that differed from both. The first ring emerged from their forge like a star fallen to earth, its surface gleaming with inner light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the wielder's heartbeat. When Annatar placed it upon his finger, the gold grew warm and responsive, revealing veins of precious metal that lay hidden within the workshop's stone walls. The enchantment had succeeded beyond even his expectations. creating a tool that would enhance its bearer's natural abilities, rather than replacing them with foreign powers. Celebrimbor watched the demonstration with expressions that mixed wonder with unease. The techniques his friend employed pushed beyond traditional elven methods into territories that felt dangerous, despite their obvious effectiveness. Each ring incorporated innovations that seemed to border on the forbidden, yet the results justified approaches that more cautious craftsmen would have avoided. The second and third rings followed in rapid succession, each one incorporating lessons learned from its predecessors, while adding new capabilities that expanded the scope of what such works could achieve. A band that would reveal the true worth of any mineral its wearer touched, another that granted protection from the toxic fumes that plagued deep mining operations. The powers were subtle but profound, designed to serve practical purposes that dwarf lords would appreciate. The work grew more complex as they progressed through the sequence, with each ring requiring techniques that pushed their abilities to new limits. The fourth ring demanded materials that could only be obtained during specific phases of the moon, while the fifth required inscriptions so precise that a single misplaced line would have ruined months of careful preparation. Annatar met these challenges with enthusiasm that never wavered, finding solutions to problems that would have defeated lesser craftsmen. The enchantments woven into each ring reflected deep understanding of dwarvish psychology and the forces that motivated their actions. These were not tools meant to control their bearers, but instruments designed to enhance what already existed within them. The greed that others saw as a flaw became a strength when properly channeled, while their legendary stubbornness could serve as protection against influences that might corrupt weaker wills. Celebrimbor contributed knowledge that proved essential to the project's success, sharing insights into the relationships between different types of power that his own experiments had revealed. His understanding of how spiritual forces interacted with physical materials complemented Annatar's broader perspective perfectly, creating results that neither could have achieved alone. The sixth ring required sacrifices that tested both craftsmen's dedication to their work. The enchantments demanded ingredients that were difficult to obtain and dangerous to handle, while the forging process itself pushed their physical endurance to its limits. For days they labored without rest, taking turns at the anvil while the other maintained the precise temperatures and timing that the work required. The seventh and final ring emerged from their forge as the masterpiece that crowned the entire sequence. Its powers surpassed those of its companions while incorporating elements that would make it resistant to the types of corruption that might affect lesser works. When completed, it seemed to sing with harmonies that resonated through the deepest foundations of the workshop itself. The 7 rings lay before them like captured stars, each one perfect in its own way, while contributing to a greater pattern that encompassed them all. Annatar studied his creations with satisfaction that went beyond mere pride in craftsmanship accomplished. These were tools that would serve multiple purposes, enhancing their bearers' natural abilities, while creating bonds of loyalty that would prove invaluable in conflicts yet to come. The success of the dwarf rings established techniques and precedents that would guide the even greater works to follow. Mortal men required an entirely different approach than the hardy children of Aulë, and Annatar understood their nature with clarity that came from long observation in the eastern lands, where dwarves possessed wills that could resist corruption through sheer stubbornness. Men burned with ambitions that made them vulnerable to influences they would never consciously accept. The rings crafted for their kings must account for these fundamental differences. The materials chosen for the 9 reflected this understanding. Metals that would respond to the passions that drove mortal hearts, rather than the steady determination that characterized dwarfish nature. Silver formed the primary component, worked with gold that had been refined through processes unknown to traditional smithcraft. Each ring would be beautiful enough to appeal to kingly pride, while subtle enough to avoid triggering the suspicions that more obvious displays of power might provoke. Celebrimbor approached this phase of their work with reservations that had grown stronger as their collaboration progressed. The techniques Annatar employed for the mortal rings pushed further beyond traditional methods than anything they had attempted before. The enchantments required ingredients that made the Elf Lord uncomfortable, while the binding processes involved forces that seemed to originate from sources he preferred not to contemplate. The first ring took shape under hammers that struck with rhythms designed to match the beating of mortal hearts. Its band was inscribed with symbols that appeared decorative to casual. Observation while serving purposes that went far deeper than mere ornamentation. When completed, the ring radiated an attraction that would prove irresistible to minds that valued power above all other considerations. Annatar tested each ring personally, studying how the enchantments affected his own consciousness before deeming them suitable for their intended recipients. The experience was unlike anything he had encountered with the dwarf rings. As the powers woven into these works reached toward aspects of his nature that even he had not fully explored, the rings seemed to hunger for connection with mortal minds, eager to fulfill their designed purpose. The second ring incorporated lessons learned from its predecessor while adding capabilities that would prove essential for rulers facing the complex challenges of governing mortal kingdoms. Enhanced perception that would reveal the true loyalty of courtiers, protection from poisons that enemies might use against unwary monarchs, strength of will that could command obedience from even the most rebellious subjects. The powers were seductive in their obvious utility. Each subsequent ring grew more sophisticated than the last, as Annatar refined techniques that allowed him to embed multiple layers of enchantment within a single work. The third ring granted its wearer the ability to see through deceptions that might fool ordinary eyes, while the fourth provided protection from the diseases that plagued mortal flesh. By the time the fifth ring emerged from their forge, even Celebrimbor had to acknowledge the magnificence of what his friend was achieving. The creation process demanded sacrifices that tested both craftsmen's commitment to their shared vision. Days passed without rest as delicate procedures required constant attention, while nights were spent in preparation for the next phase of work that could not be delayed without risking the corruption of everything they had accomplished. The workshop became a realm apart from the normal world, where time flowed according to the needs of the work rather than natural rhythms. The sixth and seventh rings pushed the boundaries of what even their combined abilities could achieve, incorporating powers that would reshape the very nature of kingship among mortal realms. The ability to inspire absolute loyalty in followers, protection from the fears that might weaken resolve in crucial moments, perception that could penetrate the veils between the visible world and the realms of spirit. These were tools that would elevate their bearers far above ordinary mortality. Celebrimbor watched the transformation of the workshop's atmosphere as the nine neared completion, sensing changes that went beyond the merely physical. The air itself seemed to thicken with potential, while shadows gathered in corners that had previously been bright with elven light. His friend appeared unaffected by these alterations, working with the same focused intensity that had marked all their collaborations. The eighth ring demanded techniques that combined everything they had learned through their long partnership, requiring precision that left no room for error or hesitation. The enchantments woven into its structure were more complex than anything they had attempted before, creating a work that seemed to possess awareness of its own nature and purpose. When completed, it seemed to regard its creators with intelligence that bordered on consciousness. The ninth and final ring crowned the entire sequence with power that surpassed even Anatar's initial expectations. Its creation required the investment of forces that left both craftsmen drained yet exhilarated by what they had accomplished together. When the last enchantment was complete and the final cooling had finished, the ring pulsed with life that seemed almost independent of its creator's will. The nine lay before them like a constellation fallen to earth, each ring perfect in itself, while contributing to a greater pattern that encompassed purposes beyond their individual capabilities. In the deepest hours of night, when even Anatar had departed the workshops for much-needed rest, Celebrimbor remained at his forge with projects that no other eyes would witness. The techniques learned through their collaboration had opened possibilities that extended beyond their shared work, revealing paths that the Elf Lord felt compelled to explore in solitude. His hands moved with certainty, born from centuries of experience as he shaped metals that would serve purposes his friend could never suspect. The decision to work in secret had not come easily to one who valued honesty above most virtues. Yet something in Anatar's approach to the nine had triggered instincts that Celebrimbor had learned to trust through long years of navigating the treacherous currents of politics and alliance. The Lord of Gifts had been generous with his knowledge and genuine in his friendship, but certain techniques he employed carried implications that demanded careful consideration. The first of the three took shape as a ring of gold that seemed to capture the very essence of fire within its gleaming surface. Naya would bear powers of protection and inspiration, enkindling hearts that had grown cold with despair while shielding its bearer from the corruption that threatened to consume everything beautiful in Middle-earth. The enchantments woven into its structure drew upon traditions that predated Anatar's arrival, techniques that belonged to the Eldar alone. Working without his friend's assistance proved more challenging than Celebrimbor had anticipated, forcing him to rely entirely upon his own understanding of the complex processes they had developed together. Each step required careful judgment about which techniques could be safely employed and which might produce results that served purposes other than those intended. The margin for error was smaller when working alone, but the freedom to pursue his own vision compensated for the increased difficulty. The second ring emerged as a creation of silver that held within it the power of the waters that had blessed Valinor since the world's beginning. Nenya would preserve what was precious against the ravages of time and malice, maintaining purity in a world increasingly tainted by forces that sought to corrupt all things of beauty. The ring sang softly as it cooled, its voice carrying harmonies that spoke of protection offered without domination. Celebrimbor took extra precautions, to ensure that no trace of his nocturnal work would be discovered when morning brought his friend back to the workshops they shared. Tools were cleaned and returned to their proper places, materials stored according to the systems they had established, and all evidence of independent projects carefully concealed. The deception troubled him, yet seemed necessary given the stakes involved. The third and greatest of his secret works required techniques that pushed his abilities to their absolute limits. Villiers would be mightier than either of its companions, bearing powers of command over the elements themselves, while remaining free from any influence save that of its chosen bearer. The ring demanded materials that could only be obtained through methods he dared not employ while under observation. The enchantments required for Villiers' completion drew upon sources of power that Celebrimbor had touched only briefly during his collaboration with Annatar. These were forces that predated the arrival of the Maya in Middle-earth, energies that flowed directly from the music that had shaped creation itself. Working with such primal powers required a delicacy that left him exhausted yet exhilarated by what he was achieving. Each ring was crafted according to principles that owed nothing to the techniques employed in creating the Seven and the Nine, where those works incorporated methods that Annatar had contributed. The three embodied purely elven approaches to the binding of power within physical form. The difference was subtle but profound, creating works that would remain forever separate from any influence their creator had not consciously chosen to include. The completion of the three marked the culmination of Celebrimbor's career as a craftsman, representing achievements that would have been impossible without the knowledge gained through his partnership with the Lord of Gifts. Yet, they also embodied something that belonged entirely to their creator. Works that reflected his own vision of what Ringcraft could accomplish when pursued according to the highest ideals of his people. Hidden away in chambers known only to himself, the three awaited the day when their true nature would be revealed, and their powers called upon to serve the cause for which they had been created. Until that time came, Celebrimbor would guard the secret of their existence with the same dedication he had shown in their creation. The fires of Mount Doom burned with heat that surpassed any forge in Eregion, fed by forces that reached down to the world's molten heart. Annatar stood alone upon the precipice where the Samath-nor opened like a wound in the mountain's side, his fair form abandoned for the terrible majesty that better suited the work at hand. Here, far from any eyes that might witness what he wrought, the final phase of his great deception would reach its culmination. The gold he had brought from distant lands was unlike any metal that mortal smiths had ever worked. This ore had been drawn from veins that touched the very foundations of the earth, refined through processes that incorporated techniques learned in the deepest vaults of Angband. When cast into the mountain's fires, it did not merely melt, but transformed into something that transcended the boundary between matter and spirit. The ring that emerged from those flames was deceptively simple in appearance, a band of gold that seemed to hold no ornamentation save for script that became visible only when heated. Yet within its modest form was concentrated power that dwarfed anything that had been achieved in all the ages since the world's making. This was the ruling ring, the master of all others that would be forged, the key that would unlock dominion over every living thing that walked beneath the sky. The inscription that flowed across its surface was written in the black speech that had been born in Angband's depths. words that burned themselves into the very substance of the ring as they appeared. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. The phrases seemed to pulse with life of their own, carrying meaning that went far beyond their literal content. As the final words completed their circuit of the band, something fundamental shifted in the world's balance. The moment the inscription was finished, every other ring of power that existed suddenly blazed with recognition of their master's presence. In Eregion, Celebrimber felt the three grow cold upon his hands as they sensed the trap that had been laid for them. Across Middle-earth, the seven pulsed with new awareness, while the nine sang with harmonies that their bearers had never heard before. The connection that flowed between the ruling ring and its subjects was more intimate than any bond that had ever existed between separate objects. Through the one, he could perceive everything that the other rings touched, could influence their bearers' thoughts and actions, could draw upon their individual powers to serve his greater purposes. The network of control he had dreamed of in his earliest days was finally complete. Yet the One Ring demanded more from its creator than any work he had previously undertaken. The power contained within its modest form was drawn directly from his own essence, requiring him to pour aspects of his fundamental nature into the gold itself. The process left him diminished in some ways, while vastly enhanced in others, bound to the ring's existence as permanently as it was bound to his will. The sensation of wielding the completed ring was unlike anything he had experienced in all his ages of existence. When he placed it upon his finger, the world became transparent to his perception, revealing hidden connections and secret purposes that had previously remained concealed. The thoughts of distant minds opened to his influence like flowers turning toward the sun, while powers that had been scattered across the world flowed together under his command. From his vantage point above the fires that had given birth to his masterwork, he could sense the panic that was spreading through Eregion as Celebrimber and his craftsmen realized the true nature of what their collaboration had created. The three rings had been hidden from his direct influence through techniques that the Elf Lord had employed in secret. Yet even they could not entirely escape the web of control that now stretched across all of Middle-earth. The seven and the nine responded to his will with eagerness that surpassed his most optimistic projections. Through them, he could feel the minds of their bearers opening like books, revealing secrets and desires that could be exploited for his purposes. The dwarf kings would find their natural greed enhanced beyond all resistance, while the mortal rulers would discover ambitions they had never known they possessed. The fair form of Anatar was no longer necessary now that the deception had served its purpose. The Lord of Gifts could vanish as though he had never existed, while the true architect of the ring's creation revealed himself in all his terrible glory. The long game that had begun with his feigned repentance before, Ianwë had reached the moment of victory that made every sacrifice worthwhile. Standing above the fires that had witnessed his triumph, he felt power coursing through him that was greater than anything he had wielded even during the height of his service to Morgoth. The One Ring pulsed on his finger like a second heart, its rhythm matching the beating of his own spirit as they merged into something that was more than either could have been alone. The moment the One Ring completed its first circuit of its creator's finger, every elf in Middle-earth who possessed any connection to the rings of power felt a shock that ran deeper than physical pain. In Eregion, Celebrimbor stumbled and nearly fell as the three blazed with sudden awareness on his hands, their metal growing so hot that it seemed to burn through flesh and bone. Across the workshops of Ost and Edel, craftsmen cried out in alarm as lesser rings sparked and smouldered with energies they had never contained before. Gil-galad felt the disturbance even in distant Lindon, where no ring of power had ever been welcomed within his halls. The High King rose from his throne with expressions that spoke of fears confirmed rather than surprises encountered. His ancient wisdom recognizing the signature of malice that had been hidden so carefully for so long. The warnings his instincts had whispered through decades of growing unease now screamed with clarity that no denial could silence. In Eregion, panic spread through the city like wildfire as the truth of their situation became impossible to ignore. The Lord of Gifts, who had worked so closely with their master, was revealed as something far more dangerous than the most suspicious among them had dared imagine. The rings they had helped to create, the techniques they had shared, the trust they had given so freely, all had been turned into weapons that now threatened everything they held dear. Celebrimbor's first instinct was to tear the three from his hands and cast them into the nearest forge, destroying them before they could be corrupted by the malevolent will that had suddenly made its presence known. But even as his fingers moved toward the rings, their own power stayed his hand with visions of what their destruction would mean. The three had been crafted in secret according to techniques that owed nothing to Anatar's guidance, and their independence from the Master Ring offered hope that might not exist anywhere else in Middle-earth. The Elf Lord made his decision with the speed that crisis demanded, removing the rings from his own hands and entrusting them to those who could bear them, safely away from the danger that now surrounded Vilya went to Gil-galad, mightiest of the Elven kings, while Naya and Nenya found their way to guardians who understood the burden they accepted. The three would be hidden and protected, kept from the grasping will that sought to claim dominion over all rings of power. Throughout the workshops where so much had been accomplished, craftsmen worked frantically to destroy evidence of techniques that must never be allowed to fall into enemy hands. Forges that had created wonders were dismantled, while tools of incredible precision were broken rather than left for others to use. The knowledge that had seemed like such a precious gift now felt like poison that had to be purged before it could spread further. Messages flew to every corner of the Elven realms, carried by riders who understood that speed might mean the difference between survival and catastrophe. The warnings they bore spoke of deception that had taken centuries to unfold, of trust betrayed and friendship revealed as calculated manipulation. The fair form of Anatar had been a mask worn by something that belonged to the darkness Morgoth had left behind. Gil-galad received the news with grim satisfaction that his suspicions had proven correct, though the vindication came at a price that made victory taste like ashes. The enemy had been allowed to work among them for decades, learning their strengths and weaknesses while preparing weapons that would be turned against everything they sought to protect. The High King began immediately to marshal forces that would be needed for the war that could no longer be avoided. In chambers that had once echoed with the sounds of friendly collaboration, Celebrimbor stood alone among the wreckage of his life's greatest work. The rings he had helped to create would bring suffering to countless innocents, while the techniques he had shared would serve purposes that filled him with horror. The partnership that had brought him such joy had been built upon deception, so complete that he wondered if anything he remembered about his friend had been real. Yet even in the depths of his despair, the Elf Lord found reasons for hope that sustained him through the darkness of realization. The three had escaped the trap that had been laid for them, while knowledge of the enemy's true nature would allow the free peoples to prepare for challenges they now understood. The betrayal was complete, but it was no longer hidden, and that revelation changed everything about the conflict to come. The workshops of Ost and Edel fell silent as their workers fled or prepared for siege, but the knowledge they had gained would not be lost, hidden in places where no enemy could find them. The techniques for countering Ringcraft were preserved by those who understood their terrible importance. The deception was ended, and with it any pretense of peace between the forces that would reshape Middle-earth through fire and blood. From his fortress in the eastern lands, Sauron sent forth proclamations that echoed across every realm where his influence had taken root. The Lord of Gifts was dead, revealed as nothing more than a mask worn by one whose true name had been whispered in fear since the Elder Days. The armies that answered his call had been preparing for this moment through decades of careful organization. In the eastern territories, where he had first established his power, tribes that had been transformed from scattered nomads into disciplined legions began their westward march. Their banners bore symbols that spoke of allegiances forged in secret, while their weapons gleamed with the dark radiance of metals that had been blessed in ceremonies that honored powers older than the sun. From Angband's former territories came creatures that had survived the War of Wrath by hiding in places too deep for the Valar's forces to cleanse completely. Orcs emerged from caverns where they had bred and multiplied in darkness, their numbers swollen beyond anything that had been seen since Morgoth's final defeat. Dragons that had escaped destruction soared above the marching columns, their presence transforming what might have been a conventional war into something approaching the conflicts of legend. Gil-galad watched the reports arrive with the grim satisfaction of one whose worst fears had been confirmed. The High King had spent decades preparing for this eventuality, establishing alliances and gathering resources that would be needed when the shadow finally revealed its true nature. The forces at his disposal were mighty, but they faced an enemy who had enjoyed centuries of preparation while wearing the mask of friendship. The first battles erupted along the borders of Eregion, as Sauron's advance forces struck at settlements that had been left vulnerable by the chaos following Anatar's revelation. Towns that had prospered under the protection of the ring-forged defenses found themselves overwhelmed by enemies who understood exactly how those protections could be bypassed. The initial victories came swift and brutal, demonstrating the advantage that superior knowledge could provide. Celebrimbor led the defense of his homeland with the desperate courage of one who understood that more than territory was at stake in the conflict. The techniques that had been learned during his partnership with the enemy now served to counter some of the weapons being turned against his people. Yet for every defense he improvised, the attackers seemed to possess countermeasures that revealed just how thoroughly their plans had been laid. The siege of Ost in Edel began with bombardments that employed powers no conventional army could have wielded. Stones flung by engines of war burst into flame when they struck the city's walls, while arrows loosed by orc archers carried enchantments that made them seek their targets with unnatural precision. The defenses that had once seemed impregnable crumbled under assault by forces that had been specifically designed to overcome them. Yet the Eldar did not yield without exacting a terrible price from their enemies. The craftsmen who had worked alongside Anatar turned their skills toward creating weapons that could match the horrors arrayed against them. Swords that blazed with inner light cut through the darkness that protected enemy champions, while armor inscribed with protective symbols turned aside blows that would have shattered lesser defenses. News of the conflict spread throughout Middle-earth as refugees carried word of battles that defied easy description. Kings who had grown complacent during the long peace found themselves facing decisions that would determine the fate of their realms for generations to come. Some chose to stand with Gil-galad and the forces of light, while others sought to maintain neutrality that was rapidly becoming impossible. The eastern kingdoms that had fallen under Sauron's influence years earlier now revealed their true allegiances as their armies joined the westward march. Forces that had seemed like natural allies to their neighbors were suddenly exposed as advance agents of conquest, their loyalty purchased through gifts that had been calculated to produce exactly this result. The network of corruption that had been built so carefully was finally bearing its intended fruit. Sauron himself remained in the eastern lands during these opening phases of the war, content to direct operations through subordinates while consolidating power in territories that were already firmly under his control. The One Ring blazed on his finger as reports flowed in from battlefields across Middle-earth, allowing him to coordinate strategies that spanned distances no conventional commander could have managed. The war that had begun with the revelation of his true nature was proceeding according to plans that had been decades in the making. Each victory brought resources and territory under his direct control, while each defeat suffered by his enemies weakened their capacity to resist future campaigns. The walls of Ost in Edel cracked like broken eggs under the final assault, their white stone blackened by fires that had burned without pause for 7 days and nights. Sauron's forces poured through the breaches like a dark tide, overwhelming defenders who had fought with courage that would be remembered in songs for as long as the world endured. The city that had been the crown of elven craftsmanship in the Second Age became a charnel house where beauty died beneath the weight of malice unleashed. Celebrimbor made his last stand in the workshops where he had labored beside the one he had called friend, surrounded by the tools and materials that had produced such wonders. He wielded a sword that blazed with inner fire as orc after orc fell before his desperate skill. But numbers told in the end, as they always did, and the Elf Lord was finally brought down by wounds that even his enhanced constitution could not endure. They carried him before Sauron in chains that had been forged specifically for this moment, bonds that incorporated techniques learned during their partnership to ensure that no elven strength could break them. The Dark Lord had cast aside the fair form of Anatar entirely now, revealing himself in the terrible majesty that better suited his nature. When Celebrimbor looked upon that transformed visage, he saw clearly for the first time the being who had smiled and labored at his side for so many years. The interrogation that followed was conducted with the methodical precision that marked all of Sauron's endeavors. He required information about the 3 rings that had been hidden from his perception, knowledge of defensive techniques that might be employed against his forces, and details about the alliances that Gil-galad was attempting to forge. Each question was accompanied by persuasions that grew more intense when satisfactory answers were not immediately provided. Celebrimbor's resistance proved stronger than Sauron had anticipated. Drawing upon reserves of will that had been forged through centuries of dedicated craft and reinforced by horror at what his work had been turned toward. The elf lord endured agonies that would have broken lesser spirits, yet continued to guard the secrets that could still serve the cause of freedom. His suffering was made worse by the knowledge that his own techniques were being used to prolong and intensify the torment. Hours passed in chambers that had been prepared specifically for such purposes, their walls inscribed with symbols that concentrated and focused the pain being inflicted. Sauron employed every method he had learned during his ages of studying the boundaries between body and spirit, seeking the precise combination of physical and mental pressure that would finally shatter his victim's resolve. The science of suffering had been perfected in Angband's depths, and those lessons were now applied with all the skill that centuries of practice could provide. Yet even as his body failed under the systematic destruction being visited upon it, Celebrimbor found strength in memories that his torturer could not corrupt. He recalled the joy that had filled him when creating works of beauty, the satisfaction of teaching younger craftsmen the techniques passed down from his grandfather, the love he had felt for his people and their traditions. These remembrances formed an inner fortress that proved more durable than the stone walls that had protected his city. The revelation that the three had been distributed beyond any hope of recovery came not through confession, but through careful analysis of his victim's reactions to various possibilities suggested during the questioning. Sauron's knowledge of elven nature allowed him to read the subtle signs that revealed which guesses approached truth, building a picture of what had occurred through observations that no amount of conscious resistance could entirely prevent. When it became clear that no additional information would be forthcoming, Sauron made the decision that had always been inevitable. Celebrimbor had served his usefulness as a source of intelligence, but his death would serve as a message to others who might contemplate resistance to the new order being established. The method chosen would demonstrate what happened to those who dared oppose the will of the ruling ring's master. The Elf Lord's final moments were witnessed by survivors who had been deliberately spared to carry word of what they had seen. Celebrimbor died as he had lived, with dignity that no amount of suffering could diminish and courage that inspired even his enemies to reluctant admiration. His body was displayed above the ruins of Ost-in-Edel as a warning to any who might think to follow his example. The techniques that had been learned through torture would prove valuable in the campaigns that followed. While the fall of Eregion sent shockwaves throughout the free peoples that weakened their resolve to resist, yet something had been lost that could never be recovered. As the last direct link to the elder days was severed, a knowledge that had been preserved since the world's youth died with its final guardian. In distant strongholds, those who bore the three felt their rings grow cold as news arrived of their creator's death. The ships that appeared on the western horizon bore sails white as sea foam and hulls that gleamed like silver in the morning sun. The Numenoreans had come at last to Middle-earth's aid, their great vessels cutting through waves that seemed to part before them in recognition of the power they carried. From their decks flew banners that bore the star of Elendil, while their holds contained warriors whose skill in battle had become legend even in the distant eastern lands. Gil-galad watched their approach from the cliffs above the Grey Havens with emotions that mixed relief with foreboding. The aid was desperately needed, for Sauron's forces had swept across Eregion like a plague, consuming everything in their path while growing stronger with each victory. Yet the High King understood that accepting such assistance would bind the Eldar to obligations that might prove costly in years to come. The first Numenorean forces to make landfall were scouts and advance units whose mission was to assess the situation and establish secure positions for the main army that would follow. These were not the raw levies that lesser kingdoms might have sent, but professional soldiers whose equipment and training reflected the wealth and knowledge of the greatest realm that men had ever built. Their armor was wrought from metals unknown in Middle-earth, while their weapons carried enchantments that rivaled anything the elven smiths had achieved. Word of the Numenorean Landing spread through Sauron's camps with the speed that only bad news could achieve. His scouts brought reports of forces whose discipline and equipment surpassed anything his own armies had previously encountered, while captured prisoners spoke of reinforcements still arriving from across the Western Sea. The strategic calculations that had guided his campaign suddenly required fundamental revision. The Dark Lord called his war council together in chambers that had been carved from the ruins of Ost in Edel, their walls still bearing scorch marks from the city's fall. His lieutenants gathered around maps that showed the disposition of forces across Eregion, their expressions growing more troubled as the implications of the changed situation became clear. The tide of victory that had carried them so far was beginning to turn against them. Sauron's own analysis of the situation confirmed his subordinates' concerns while revealing additional complications they had not yet recognized. The Numenorians possessed not just superior numbers and equipment, but knowledge that allowed them to counter many of the techniques his forces had been employing to devastating effect. Their arrival had shifted the balance of power in ways that made continued offensive operations extremely hazardous. The decision to withdraw came after careful consideration of alternatives that all proved inadequate to meet the changed circumstances. A strategic retreat would preserve forces that could be rebuilt and reinforced, while a continued advance might result in losses that would take decades to replace. The Dark Lord's long-term objectives required him to think beyond immediate tactical concerns. The evacuation of conquered territories proceeded with the same methodical precision that had marked the original campaign. Supplies that could not be transported were destroyed rather than left for enemy use, while prisoners deemed valuable enough to justify the effort were herded eastward under heavy guard. The withdrawal was conducted as a military operation rather than a rout, maintaining unit cohesion and morale despite the disappointing change in circumstances. Gil-galad coordinated the pursuit with his new allies through meetings that Elves established patterns of cooperation that would endure long after the immediate crisis had passed. The Numenorean commanders proved to be capable professionals whose strategic understanding complemented elven tactical skills perfectly. Their combined forces began to reclaim territories that had seemed lost forever just weeks before. The liberation of the surviving population centers revealed the full scope of the destruction that Sauron's campaign had inflicted upon Eregion. Cities that had stood for thousands of years lay in ruins, their libraries burned and their artisans slaughtered or carried off into slavery. The recovery would require generations of patient work, assuming it could be accomplished at all. Yet even as they celebrated the enemy's retreat, the leaders of the Alliance understood that they had won merely a respite rather than final victory. Sauron's forces remained largely intact despite their withdrawal, while his control over the eastern regions had actually been strengthened by the resources and captives he had gained during the campaign. The war was far from over. In his fortress beyond the misty mountains, Sauron began planning modifications to strategies that had served him well until the unexpected intervention changed everything. The Numenoreans would require different approaches than those that had proven effective against purely elven opposition. New weapons would need to be developed, while existing forces would require training to counter techniques they had never previously encountered. The One Ring pulsed on his finger as he reviewed reports from across his domain, its power allowing him to coordinate responses that spanned vast distances. The setback was temporary, he assured himself, merely an obstacle that proper planning and patience could overcome. The Black Land welcomed its master home with fires that had burned unquenched since the Elder days. Mordor stretched before, Sauron's retreating armies like a realm purpose-built for war, its ash-covered plains and volcanic peaks offering both protection from pursuit and resources that could sustain campaigns lasting centuries. Here, behind barriers that no conventional force could breach, he would build something far greater than what had been lost in Eregion. The site chosen for his great fortress commanded views that stretched to every horizon, a volcanic peak whose slopes rose like a natural throne above the surrounding wasteland. Here, the One Ring's power could be focused and amplified through architecture that would embody its master's will in stone and iron. The construction that began there would surpass even Angband in its scope and ambition. Barad-dûr rose from the mountains, bones through techniques that merged conventional engineering with powers that belonged to no mortal craft. The One Ring blazed on Sauron's finger as he directed work that required precision beyond anything that ordinary tools could achieve. Stone was shaped not just by hammer and chisel, but by will itself, while iron was wrought according to patterns that existed only in their creator's mind. The armies that had followed him into exile proved their worth through labors that transformed them from mere soldiers into the foundation of something approaching a new civilization. Orcs who had known only destruction learned to build with the same efficiency they had once applied to tearing down their enemies' works. The eastern tribes that had served him for decades brought knowledge of techniques that complemented what his other servants provided. Each level of the growing tower incorporated innovations that pushed the boundaries of what architecture could accomplish when guided by supernatural intelligence. Chambers were designed to focus and amplify the wielder's voice until it could be heard across vast distances. Passages were arranged according to geometries that confused invaders while allowing defenders to move with perfect efficiency. Windows were placed to provide fields of observation that encompassed territories stretching beyond the horizon. The workshops that were carved into the tower's lower levels rivaled anything that had existed in Eregion. For their scope and sophistication, here weapons were forged that surpassed the crude arms his forces had previously wielded, while armor was crafted that could turn aside the enchanted blades of elven warriors. The techniques learned during his partnership with Celebrimbor were applied to purposes their original teacher would have found abhorrent. Breeding programs that had begun in Angband's depths were expanded and refined using facilities that incorporated everything he had learned about the creation of living weapons. The orcs that emerged from these new laboratories were stronger and more intelligent than their predecessors, while retaining the absolute loyalty that made them perfect servants. Other creatures were developed for specialized purposes, from messengers that could cross vast distances without rest, to war beasts that could shatter the strongest fortifications. The organization of Mordor itself required administrative skills that drew upon everything Sauron had observed during his centuries of studying the kingdoms of Middle-earth. Supply lines were established that could support armies of unprecedented size, while communication networks were created that allowed instant coordination across the entire realm. The Black Land became a machine designed for the single purpose of projecting power beyond its borders. The lesser rings that had been distributed before the war proved their value as tools of coordination and control. Through them, Sauron could monitor and direct activities in distant provinces while ensuring that his will was implemented exactly as intended. The network of influence that the rings created transformed what might have been a crude tyranny into something approaching perfect efficiency. The rebuilding proceeded according to schedules that allowed no rest for any who dwelt within Mordor's borders. Every orc had its assigned task, every facility served its designated purpose, and every resource was allocated according to calculations that maximized its contribution to the greater plan. The realm that emerged from this organization was unlike anything that Middle-earth had previously seen. Yet even as his new stronghold took shape around him, Sauron's attention remained focused on the enemies who had forced his retreat from Eregion. The Numenoreans represented a threat unlike any he had previously encountered, requiring countermeasures that would take years to develop and implement properly. The techniques that had proven effective against purely elven opposition would need fundamental revision. The One Ring pulsed with power as reports flowed in from agents who remained active in the Western lands. Intelligence about enemy capabilities and intentions was gathered through networks that had survived the retreat intact, while new sources of information were cultivated among populations that had not yet chosen sides in the conflict. The war was far from over. From the highest chamber of Barad-dûr, Sauron could see across leagues of territory that acknowledged his absolute authority, while planning campaigns that would extend that authority to lands that still dared to resist. The 9 rings lay before him like stars arranged upon black velvet, each one perfect in its deadly beauty and eager for the touch of mortal flesh. From his tower's highest chamber, Sauron gazed upon territories that stretched beyond any horizon his physical eyes could perceive, studying the kingdoms of men with the calculating attention of a craftsman selecting tools for a delicate task. The rings required bearers worthy of their power, rulers whose ambitions could be shaped into instruments of his will. His agents had spent decades identifying candidates who possessed the precise combination of strength and weakness that would serve his purposes. Kings who ruled with iron wills but harbored secret fears about their mortality. Princes whose hunger for glory made them vulnerable to promises of eternal fame. Emperors whose love for their people could be twisted into justification for any sacrifice. Each potential bearer had been studied and evaluated according to criteria that went far beyond simple military might. The first ring found its way to a king whose realm bordered the Sea of Ron, carried by merchants whose true allegiance remained hidden beneath layers of carefully constructed deception. The monarch who received it was a warrior poet whose victories in battle had elevated him from minor lordship to command over tribes that had never known unity before. When he placed the golden band upon his finger, it seemed to sing with harmonies that matched his own heartbeat. The transformation was subtle at first, manifesting as enhanced perception that allowed him to see enemies' weaknesses more clearly and allies' true motivations with greater accuracy. His counsel in matters of war and peace carried new weight among his followers, while his presence on the battlefield inspired courage that bordered on recklessness. The ring had chosen its bearer well, finding in him qualities that could be enhanced rather than replaced. The second ring travelled south to a queen whose beauty was matched only by her ruthless intelligence in matters of statecraft. Her realm controlled passes through mountain ranges that connected eastern and western trade routes, making her friendship valuable to any who sought to move goods or armies across the continent. The ring she received was crafted specifically to complement her natural gifts, enhancing charm that could already sway the most hardened negotiators. The distribution continued according to patterns that appeared random to any observer who lacked knowledge of the greater design being implemented. A king of desert peoples received a ring that granted him visions of water sources hidden beneath the sand, while a northern lord was given power over winds that could fill his ship's sails regardless of natural weather patterns. Each gift was perfectly calculated to seem like the answer to prayers that had been whispered in moments of desperate need. The bearers themselves remained unaware of the true source of their enhanced abilities, attributing their newfound powers to divine favor or personal achievement. The rings encouraged this self-deception, making their wearers feel stronger and more capable while gradually shifting their thoughts toward goals that aligned with their hidden master's purposes. What felt like independent decision-making was actually the result of influences so subtle that even the most paranoid observers could not detect their operation. Sauron monitored the progress of each ring through connections that existed beyond the physical realm, feeling the gradual transformation of 9 separate kingdoms into extensions of his own will. The process required patience that few beings could have sustained, as the corruption had to proceed slowly enough to avoid triggering alarm among the bearers, advisors, and allies. Too rapid a change would have revealed the ring's true nature, while too slow a progression might have allowed other influences to interfere. The military potential of his new servants grew with each passing season as their enhanced abilities allowed them to expand their domains through conquest and diplomacy. Wars that had seemed hopeless were won through strategies that their enemies could not understand, while alliances were forged through negotiations that achieved terms no mortal ruler should have been able to secure. The 9 were becoming exactly what their creator had intended them to be. Yet the most significant changes occurred not in the visible realm of politics and warfare, but in the hidden depths of their bearer souls. The rings fed upon the very qualities that had made their chosen hosts worthy of selection, gradually consuming the humanity that had once defined their characters. Compassion gave way to calculated mercy, while justice became indistinguishable from the pursuit of order that served larger purposes. The transformation was irreversible by the time its effects became noticeable to outside observers. The 9 rulers had become something more and less than human, retaining their physical forms while losing aspects of their nature that could never be recovered. Their kingdoms prospered under leadership that seemed divinely inspired, yet something essential had been lost that even their most loyal subjects could sense without being able to name. From Barad-dûr's heights, Sauron felt satisfaction that went beyond mere strategic success as he contemplated what he had accomplished through the careful distribution of his gifts. The changes crept through their souls, like frost spreading across windows in the deep of winter. The 9 kings felt their thoughts growing clearer with each dawn, their purposes more focused, their understanding of what needed to be done sharpening until it cut like polished steel. Yet with this clarity came a coldness that touched everything they held dear, though they did not recognize it as such. The king of the eastern marshlands was the first to notice how differently his courtiers looked at him during their morning audiences. Where once they had approached with the easy familiarity of old friendship, now they bowed deeper and spoke with voices that carried new notes of reverence mixed with something approaching fear. He told himself this change reflected their growing respect for his enhanced wisdom, yet sometimes in quiet moments he wondered when their eyes had begun to avoid meeting his own, in the desert kingdom far to the south. The queen who ruled the oasis cities found herself making decisions with a speed and certainty that amazed even her oldest advisors. Trade disputes that had once required weeks of careful negotiation were resolved in moments of brilliant insight, while military campaigns succeeded through strategies that seemed to anticipate every enemy move. Her people prospered as never before, yet the laughter that had once filled her palace halls grew rarer with each passing month. The rings encouraged their bearers to see these transformations as evidence of their own growing mastery over the challenges of rulership. When the Mountain Lord of the North crushed a rebellion with tactics so ruthlessly efficient that survivors fled rather than surrender, he felt pride in his strategic genius rather than horror at the methods employed. The ring whispered that mercy shown to enemies only encouraged others to test his resolve. Sleep became unnecessary for most of them, their enhanced vitality allowing them to govern their realms with attention that never wavered or tired. They worked through nights that stretched toward dawn, their minds processing information and making calculations with machine-like precision. Their subjects marveled at rulers who seemed to possess infinite energy for the tasks of leadership, though some began to whisper about the unnatural light that burned in their sovereign's eyes. The Queen of the River Cities noticed that her reflection had begun to change in ways that went beyond the normal effects of age and responsibility. Her face retained its beauty, but it was a beauty grown sharp and terrible, like a blade polished to perfection. When she smiled now, her courtiers smiled in return, yet something in their expressions suggested they were responding to threat as much as warmth. Battle fury that had once come in moments of desperate need now flowed through them like a constant undercurrent, ready to surface whenever opposition presented itself. The Desert King found himself longing for conflicts that would allow him to test his enhanced abilities against worthy opponents. When rebellions failed to arise naturally, circumstances seemed to develop that made them inevitable, providing opportunities for demonstrations of power that left no doubt about the consequences of defiance. Their advisors and generals began to change as well, though more slowly and subtly than their masters. Prolonged exposure to the ring's influence affected anyone who spent significant time in their presence, creating circles of loyalty that grew stronger and more absolute with each passing day. These inner circles became extensions of their ruler's will, implementing policies with enthusiasm that seemed to arise from genuine conviction rather than mere obedience. The kingdoms themselves reflected their sovereign's transformation, becoming more organized and efficient while losing qualities that had once made them distinctive. Laws were streamlined until they served only the purposes of order and control, while customs that had no practical function were allowed to fade away. Citizens found their lives increasingly regulated, yet prosperous, their freedoms curtailed in exchange for security that seemed more valuable with each passing season. Diplomatic relations between the 9 realms grew stronger as their rulers discovered they shared perspectives and goals that transcended their kingdom's traditional interests. Treaties were negotiated with unprecedented speed, while conflicts that might have lasted for generations were resolved through methods that seemed to benefit everyone involved. Other kings watched these developments with envy, wishing they possessed whatever wisdom allowed such remarkable achievements. The rings themselves grew more responsive to their bearers' will as the corruption deepened, their powers expanding to match the increasing darkness in their masters' souls. What had begun as subtle enhancements became dramatic transformations that elevated their wearers far above ordinary mortal limitations. Yet with each increase in power came a corresponding loss of the humanity that had once defined their essential nature. From his tower in Mordor, Sauron felt each step in the process through connections that grew stronger as his servants' resistance weakened. The king of the eastern marshlands had not eaten food or felt genuine hunger for 3 months. Though he noticed this change no more than a mountain notices the slow erosion of its peaks, his body continued to function according to patterns that seemed natural. Yet the substance that sustained him now came from sources that had nothing to do with bread or meat or wine. The ring upon his finger pulsed with a rhythm that matched his heartbeat, feeding him with energies drawn from realms where living things were not meant to venture. Sleep had become a memory so distant that he could no longer recall what dreams had felt like or why he had once found rest necessary. His nights were spent in contemplation that felt more real than any waking moment he could remember from his former existence. During these hours of perfect clarity, he would stand at his palace windows and watch his kingdom with eyes that could perceive the true nature of every soul within his domain. The transformation that had begun so subtly was now proceeding at a pace that made each dawn bring new revelations about his own nature. His reflection in polished surfaces showed a face that retained its familiar features yet seemed to belong to someone else entirely. The eyes that looked back at him burned with inner fire that cast no warmth, while his skin had taken on a pallor that spoke of distances from the sun that mortal flesh was never meant to know. His courtiers served him with devotion that went beyond anything he had commanded during his merely human years. Yet they could not bring themselves to look directly at his face for more than moments at a time. When he spoke, they listened with the focused attention of those who heard wisdom flowing from sources beyond mortal understanding. Yet their hands trembled when they approached his presence, and their voices carried undertones of fear that they could not entirely suppress. The kingdom itself reflected its ruler's alteration in ways that became more apparent with each passing week. The marshlands that had given his realm its name were drying up as waters, sought new channels that avoided places where his influence ran strongest. Crops grew with unnatural vigor in some fields while withering without cause in others, following patterns that seemed to correspond with their distance from roads he frequently traveled. His subjects whispered among themselves about changes they could observe but not name, speaking in hushed voices about the king who no longer seemed to cast proper shadows in the midday sun. Children would fall silent when his processions passed, while animals fled from areas where his presence lingered too strongly. Yet the kingdom prospered as never before, its armies victorious and its treasuries full beyond any previous abundance. The ring's influence had spread beyond its bearer to affect everything within his domain through mechanisms that operated below the threshold of conscious perception. His guards found themselves capable of enduring hardships that would have broken ordinary soldiers, while his administrators possessed insights into the management of resources that seemed to come from supernatural sources. The entire realm was becoming an extension of its ruler's transformed will. Other kings sent ambassadors to study the methods that had produced such remarkable results. Yet these envoys returned to their masters with reports that raised more questions than they answered. They spoke of efficiency that approached perfection and loyalty that seemed absolute. Yet something in their descriptions made their listeners uncomfortable in ways they could not explain. The success was undeniable, but it carried implications that troubled even those who most desired similar achievements. The moment of final transformation came not with drama, but with a quietness that seemed to drain sound from the very air around him. Standing in his private chambers at the hour when dawn should have brought its daily renewal, the king felt the last connections to his former humanity severed as gently as spider webs touched by morning breeze. What remained was something that had never truly existed before in all the long history of the world. The Nazgûl opened eyes that saw reality through perspectives unknown to any living thing, while power flowed through him that made his previous abilities seem like the fumbling efforts of a child. He was bound now to the One Ring's will as completely as iron is bound to the lodestone, yet this slavery felt like the ultimate expression of freedom he had always sought. His purpose was perfect because it was no longer his own. The crown that had once symbolized mortal authority fell from his head unnoticed as he walked toward destinies that stretched beyond the circles of the world. The last of them fell to the ring's embrace on a night when no stars shone and the moon hid her face behind clouds that seemed to flee from what was occurring below. The queen of the river cities felt mortality slip away like a garment she no longer needed, her final breath escaping in a sigh that carried with it the last echoes of the woman she had once been. What rose from that empty shell belonged entirely to the darkness that had claimed all her companions. 9 thrones stood empty across the eastern lands as their former occupants abandoned the pretense of ruling mortal kingdoms. The Nazgûl had no need for crowns or scepters now, their authority flowing from sources that transcended any earthly power. Their subjects continued to serve with the same devoted efficiency as before, though they served something that wore familiar faces while being utterly alien beneath the surface. The wraiths gathered in a place between the physical world and the realm of shadows, drawn together by bonds that made them extensions of a single will rather than separate entities. Here they could speak without words and move without the limitations that bound creatures of flesh and blood. Their individual identities had not been erased entirely but woven into a collective purpose that made their former concerns seem like the games of children. Each brought unique gifts to their unified existence that reflected what they had been before the rings claimed them. The Mountain Lord's knowledge of warfare merged with the Desert King's understanding of supply lines, while the Queen's diplomatic skills combined with others' abilities to create something far more formidable than any single ruler could have achieved. They were no longer 9 separate beings, but facets of a greater instrument designed for conquest. Their former kingdoms continued to function under the guidance of administrators who carried out policies that had been established during their master's gradual transformation. Trade flowed along routes that served strategic purposes. Armies trained according to doctrines that prepared them for conflicts yet to come, and resources were gathered and stored in patterns that would support campaigns spanning decades. The realms had become staging areas for wars that their original rulers had never imagined. The Nazgûl required no rest or sustenance beyond the power that flowed to them through their rings, making them tireless servants capable of pursuing objectives across any span of time necessary for success. Where living creatures might grow weary or lose focus, they remained constant in their dedication to purposes that had become the defining core of their existence. Death held no terror for beings who had already passed beyond its reach, while pain was merely information to be processed and overcome. Their presence could be felt across vast distances by those sensitive to spiritual forces, manifesting as a coldness that touched the heart rather than the body. Animals fled from regions where they passed, while plant life withered in their wake unless deliberately preserved for strategic purposes. The very air seemed thinner in places where they had lingered, as though something essential had been drained from the world itself. Other powers in Middle-earth began to sense the completion of this fell work through signs that could not be ignored or dismissed. The wisest among the Eldar felt a shadow pass across their spirits during the hour when the final transformation occurred, while even distant Numenor recorded strange disturbances in the movements of stars and tides. Something fundamental had shifted in the world's balance, creating ripples that would be felt for ages to come. The Nine moved through the borderlands between the physical realm and places where living beings could not follow, carrying out missions that required capabilities no mortal agent could provide. They could appear in dreams to plant suggestions that would influence decisions made years later, or manifest in physical form when more direct intervention became necessary. Their master's will was implemented through methods that left no traces for enemies to follow or counter. The eastern kingdoms that had been their staging ground were transformed into something resembling a single vast military organization. Their resources coordinated according to plans that encompassed strategies stretching across centuries. What had once been independent realms with their own interests and traditions became components in a machine, designed for the conquest of everything that lay beyond their borders. The wraiths themselves felt complete satisfaction in their transformation, though satisfaction was perhaps too weak a word for the fulfillment they experienced in perfect service to absolute purpose. They had transcended the limitations and uncertainties that plagued mortal existence, achieving a clarity of vision that made their former lives seem like stumbling through fog. The Nine were ready for whatever tasks their master would set before them. The lands beyond the Sea of Rune had never known a conqueror like the one who came to them with gifts that seemed too generous to refuse. Tribal chieftains who had spent generations warring over scraps of territory found themselves offered dominion over regions they had never dared dream of claiming. The emissaries who brought these proposals spoke with voices that carried conviction beyond anything mere words could have achieved. The Easterlings had lived for centuries in the shadow of greater powers, watching enviously as Western kingdoms prospered through trade and alliance, while they struggled for survival in harsh lands that yielded their bounty reluctantly. Now they were offered partnership with a force that promised to elevate them above their former limitations, to make them masters rather than servants in the great game of nations. The first tribes to accept found their warriors equipped with weapons that cut through their enemies' defenses like wheat before the scythe. Their horses ran faster and longer than any beasts they had previously ridden, while their arrows found targets with accuracy that seemed guided by supernatural will. Victory followed victory as they swept across territories that had resisted conquest for thousands of years. Word of these successes spread through the eastern lands, with the speed that only hope could achieve among peoples who had known little but hardship and defeat. Chieftains who had initially rejected the strange alliance began to reconsider as they watched their neighbors grow wealthy and powerful while they remained trapped in their traditional struggles. The offers that had once seemed too good to be true now appeared to be the only path toward survival in a rapidly changing world. The Southrons of Herod proved more challenging subjects, their ancient pride making them resistant to proposals that other peoples had embraced with enthusiasm. These were descendants of kingdoms that had once rivaled Numenor itself in their glory, possessing memories of independence that stretched back to the elder days. Their submission required different approaches than those that had proven effective in the eastern steppes. The great ports along Harad's coast found their trade disrupted by pirates, whose attacks followed patterns too coordinated to be random. Caravans that had traveled ancient routes for centuries discovered that wells had been poisoned and oases had dried up, forcing them to seek new paths that happened to lead through territories controlled by Sauron's allies. Economic pressure succeeded where military force might have failed, creating conditions that made cooperation seem like wisdom rather than surrender. The Nazgûl proved invaluable in establishing control over these distant regions. Their ability to move between the physical world and the realm of shadows, allowing them to appear wherever their presence was needed most. They could inspire terror in enemy leaders while remaining invisible to conventional detection, or manifest in full power when direct confrontation became necessary. Their very existence added weight to negotiations that might otherwise have stalled over matters of pride or tradition. The transformation of conquered territories proceeded according to patterns that had been refined through decades of experience. Local customs were preserved where they served useful purposes, while being gradually modified to align with broader strategic goals. Religious practices were allowed to continue, but slowly redirected toward reverence for powers that demanded different forms of sacrifice and service. The wealth that flowed from these new conquests surpassed even Sauron's expectations as territories that had been dismissed as wastelands revealed hidden resources under proper management. Gold and silver mines that had been thought exhausted produced new veins when worked by slaves who required no rest or wages. Agricultural lands that had seemed barren flourished under irrigation systems built by workers who labored without complaint until their tasks were completed. The armies that emerged from the Eastern Dominion were unlike anything that had been seen in Middle-earth since the Elder Days. Vast cavalry forces swept across the steppes with precision that reflected training beyond anything conventional military science could have achieved. Infantry formations moved like single organisms, each warrior perfectly coordinated with his companions through bonds that transcended normal command structures. The ports of Herod became launching points for naval expeditions that extended Sauron's influence to islands and coastal regions that had never acknowledged any foreign authority. Ships built according to designs that incorporated both traditional craftsmanship and innovations drawn from supernatural sources carried warriors whose loyalty was absolute and whose courage was untempered by fear of death. Trade routes that had connected distant regions for thousands of years were redirected to serve purposes that their original creators had never imagined. Goods flowed according to patterns that strengthened territories under Sauron's control, while weakening those that maintained their independence. The economic warfare that resulted was as effective as any military campaign in bringing holdout regions into compliance with the new order. The Eastern Dominion had become a foundation upon which even greater achievements could be built. Its resources and population serving purposes that would reshape the balance of power throughout Middle-earth. The old gods were dying across the lands of men, their temples abandoned as new forms of worship took root in hearts that hungered for power their ancestors had never imagined possible. In villages where harvest festivals had celebrated the turning of seasons for countless generations, different ceremonies now marked the calendar's passage. These new rites demanded offerings that would have horrified earlier times. Yet those who participated found their crops growing stronger and their enemies falling before them with satisfying regularity. The priests who spread these teachings moved through the world like merchants selling the most precious of wares. They appeared in market squares, where crowds had gathered to hear news from distant lands, speaking words that seemed to offer solutions to problems that had plagued entire communities for decades. Their message was always the same beneath its varied forms. True power came only to those willing to abandon the weak traditions that had kept their people in bondage to forces beyond their control. In the great cities of the South, philosophical schools that had once debated the nature of virtue and justice found their discussions turning toward more practical matters. Students gathered to hear lectures about the proper relationship between ruler and subject, the necessity of order in an inherently chaotic world, and the folly of showing mercy to enemies who would interpret such weakness as an invitation to strike again. These ideas spread through educated circles with the speed of wildfire, carrying implications that reached far beyond academic debate. The cults that emerged from this intellectual ferment took forms that reflected the specific needs and cultures of their adherents, while serving purposes that transcended any local concerns. Desert nomads learned to revere the harsh sun that burned away weakness and left only strength behind. Mountain peoples discovered wisdom in the stone that endured while lesser materials crumbled. Each group found their own path toward the same fundamental truth about the nature of power and its proper uses. The miracles that accompanied these new forms of worship proved more impressive than anything the old gods had provided in living memory. Sick children recovered from ailments that had baffled traditional healers, while warriors, blessed according to the new rites, found themselves capable of feats that elevated them far above ordinary mortality. The evidence was undeniable, even for those who harbored doubts about the ultimate source of such gifts. Trade guilds discovered that adopting the new practices brought prosperity that surpassed anything they had achieved through conventional means. Caravans that carried the proper symbols were protected from bandits who seemed to avoid them through supernatural instinct, while ships that flew the correct banners found favorable winds that carried them swiftly to their destinations. Success bred imitation as merchants who had initially scoffed at such superstitions watched their competitors prosper through methods they could no longer afford to ignore. The transformation of entire societies proceeded through mechanisms that operated below the threshold of conscious resistance. Children born into communities that had already accepted the new ways grew up considering such beliefs as natural as breathing, while older generations found their objections gradually worn away by the undeniable benefits that accompanied conversion. What had once seemed foreign and dangerous became familiar and necessary with the passage of time. Kings who had initially rejected approaches from the new priesthood began to reconsider as neighboring realms that had embraced the teachings grew stronger while their own domains stagnated. The choice was becoming clear: adapt to the changing times or be swept aside by forces that recognized no sentiment for outdated traditions. Pragmatism demanded cooperation with powers that could provide the strength necessary for survival in an increasingly hostile world. The network of influence that emerged from this process connected regions that had previously maintained only the most tenuous contact with one another. Priests traveling between distant communities carried more than religious instruction. They served as conduits for intelligence and coordination that allowed responses to developing situations across vast territories. What appeared to be separate local movements was actually a carefully orchestrated campaign that spanned continents. The old faiths did not disappear entirely, but were gradually absorbed into structures that appeared to honor traditional forms, while serving entirely different purposes. Gods who had once demanded justice and mercy still received offerings, but these deities were now understood to require strength and victory from their worshippers above all other virtues. The familiar names remained while their essential meanings transformed beyond recognition. Resistance to these changes existed, but found itself increasingly isolated and ineffective against forces that seemed to anticipate every move their opponents might make. Communities that refused to adapt discovered that their young people departed for lands where greater opportunities awaited, while their trade connections withered as business partners found more cooperative alternatives. The choice was never presented as conversion or destruction, merely as adaptation or irrelevance. The shadow that was spreading across the world of men had grown so gradually that many of those living within its embrace never realized how completely their lives had been transformed. The reports that reached Armenelos spoke of changes in the eastern lands that troubled even the most experienced sea captains who brought them. Trade routes that had been profitable for generations were suddenly controlled by new powers, whose methods differed sharply from anything the Numenoreans had previously encountered. Ports that had welcomed their ships for centuries now demanded tribute in forms that seemed designed more to demonstrate submission than to generate revenue. King Tar-Sariatin received these accounts in chambers where the wisdom of 24 kings had been preserved in chronicles that recorded the rise and fall of powers throughout Middle-earth's long history. The patterns described in the latest reports matched warnings that had been written by scribes who had witnessed the last alliance against the Shadow, though the current threat seemed more subtle and therefore potentially more dangerous than what had come before. The Star Isle's wealth had grown beyond anything its founders could have imagined, built upon mastery of seas that carried Numenorean ships to every corner of the world where profit could be found. This prosperity had bred confidence that sometimes bordered on arrogance, yet it had also provided resources that could be mobilized when lesser powers threatened the established order. The question was whether the current situation warranted such mobilization. Intelligence gathered by merchants and diplomats, painted pictures of kingdoms transformed by influences that operated according to unfamiliar principles. Traditional rulers had been replaced by figures whose authorities seemed to derive from sources beyond conventional political structures, while military capabilities had been enhanced through methods that defied easy explanation. Most disturbing of all, these changes appeared to be coordinated across vast distances in ways that suggested central direction. The naval expeditions that were dispatched to investigate these reports encountered resistance that proved more formidable than anyone had anticipated. Ships that had never known defeat found themselves outmaneuvered by vessels whose capabilities exceeded anything that conventional shipbuilding could have achieved. Crews that had sailed every ocean returned with tales of encounters that challenged their understanding of what was possible in naval warfare. The colonies that Numenor had established along distant coastlines began to send requests for reinforcement as local populations grew increasingly hostile to their presence. These settlements had prospered for centuries through careful balance of mutual benefit with indigenous peoples. Yet something fundamental had shifted in relationships that had once seemed stable. The colonists spoke of new religions spreading among their neighbors, creeds that taught the faithful to view all foreign influence as contamination to be purged. Tar Seraton's advisors debated responses that ranged from diplomatic initiatives designed to restore traditional relationships to military actions that would demonstrate the futility of challenging Numenorean supremacy. The king himself favored approaches that combined both elements, believing that strength must be displayed before negotiation could prove effective. The Star Isle had grown great through measured application of power tempered by wisdom. The shipyards of Ravenna began to echo with sounds that had not been heard since the preparation for the great armament that had aided Gil-galad against the first rise of Sauron. Warships took shape whose designs incorporated lessons learned from recent encounters with enemy vessels, while weapons were forged that could match the enhanced capabilities their opponents had demonstrated. The island's entire economy shifted toward preparations for conflicts that seemed increasingly inevitable. Diplomatic missions were sent to courts throughout Middle-earth, seeking to understand the scope of the threat, while building alliances that could prove crucial in the struggles to come. These envoys returned with intelligence that confirmed the worst fears about coordinated opposition to Numenorean interests, while also revealing potential allies among those who had managed to resist the spreading corruption. The transformation of the Star Isle's military posture required years of sustained effort as peacetime institutions adapted to the demands of preparing for war on an unprecedented scale. Reserve fleets that had been maintained primarily for ceremonial purposes were expanded and modernized, while training programs were established that prepared sailors for combat scenarios they had never previously needed to consider. The people of Numenor themselves began to change as awareness of external threats penetrated even the most isolated communities. The confidence that had characterized their outlook for centuries was tempered by understanding that their supremacy could no longer be taken for granted. This realization brought both fear and a renewed sense of purpose as citizens rallied to defend achievements that had been built through the labors of countless generations. Intelligence networks that had operated primarily for commercial purposes were expanded to serve military objectives as the need for accurate information about enemy capabilities and intentions became paramount. Merchants who had traveled the world in pursuit of profit found themselves serving as agents of their homeland's security. gathering intelligence that would prove crucial in the conflicts ahead. The awakening of Numenorean opposition marked a fundamental shift in the balance of power that had been developing across Middle-earth. As the greatest maritime force in the world's history prepared to contest the dominion that others sought to establish over lands and peoples that had never known such systematic subjugation. The first Numenorean colony to fall was a trading post built on cliffs that had seemed impossible to assault from either land or sea. For 3 centuries, its merchants had grown wealthy, facilitating exchanges between inland kingdoms and the ships that carried goods across distant waters. The attack came at dawn when mists rising from the harbor concealed vessels whose black sails had never been seen in those waters before. The defenders fought with the skill that had made Numenorean arms legendary throughout the known world. But they faced enemies whose capabilities exceeded anything conventional warfare had prepared them to encounter. Scaling ladders reached heights that should have been beyond the range of any siege engine, while arrows struck targets through gaps in armor that seemed impossibly small. The assault was over before the sun had fully cleared the horizon. Similar attacks followed along coastlines where Numenorean influence had grown strong through generations of careful cultivation. Ports that had never needed more than token garrisons found themselves besieged by armies that seemed to appear from nowhere and disappear just as quickly after completing their work. The pattern was always the same: swift, brutal assaults that left no survivors to report on the methods employed against them. The naval battles that erupted as Numenorean fleets rushed to defend their threatened colonies proved even more disturbing than the land-based attacks. Ships that had ruled the waves for centuries found themselves outmatched by vessels whose design principles seemed to violate basic laws of physics and seamanship. Enemy warships moved against the wind with speed that no conventional sail could have provided, while their weapons struck at ranges that should have been impossible to achieve. Captain Seriaha of the great ship, Alcarandus watched his squadron's destruction from the waters where his flagship had been driven after, taking damage that would have sunk any lesser vessel. The enemy fleet that surrounded him bore no banners he recognized, yet their tactics spoke of coordination that could only come from commanders who understood Numenorean methods intimately. His final dispatch, carried by the swiftest messenger bird his ship carried, spoke of betrayal by forces that seemed to know their weaknesses better than they knew themselves. The loss of the coastal strongholds disrupted trade networks that had functioned smoothly for centuries, sending shockwaves through the Numenorean economy that reached even the most secure harbors of the homeland. Goods that had once flowed freely between distant markets now moved at the whim of powers whose purposes remained unclear but whose hostility could no longer be denied. The Star Isle's prosperity, built upon mastery of sea lanes that connected every corner of the world, suddenly seemed vulnerable in ways that had never been contemplated before. King Tar-Seraton's response was swift and decisive, marshalling forces that demonstrated why Numenor had remained the dominant maritime power throughout the Second Age. The great armament that sailed eastward carried weapons that incorporated the finest achievements of the island's craftsmen, while its crews had been selected from the most experienced sailors in the kingdom's service. Default text: this was not merely a rescue mission, but a demonstration of power intended to restore respect for Numenorean authority. The campaign that followed proved costlier than any conflict the Star Isle had waged since its founding. Enemy forces seemed to anticipate every strategic move while adapting their tactics to counter innovations that Numenorean commanders employed against them. Victories were achieved, but at prices that made each success feel more like defeat when measured against the resources required to achieve them. The intelligence that was finally gathered about their opponents revealed the scope of a threat that dwarfed anything the kingdom had previously faced. The attacks on coastal settlements were merely the visible manifestation of a campaign that encompassed territories and populations across vast reaches of Middle-earth. The enemy was not some upstart kingdom seeking to challenge established authority, but a power whose influence had been growing for decades, while remaining hidden from those it intended to destroy. Diplomatic efforts to forge alliances with other threatened kingdoms met with limited success, as many potential partners had already fallen under enemy influence or were too preoccupied with their own survival to commit resources to broader coalitions. The Numenoreans found themselves fighting a war whose scope they were only beginning to understand, against an enemy whose true strength remained largely concealed. The coastal campaigns transformed from what had initially seemed like routine suppression of piracy into something approaching total war between civilizations that embodied fundamentally different visions of how the world should be ordered. Each battle revealed new aspects of an enemy whose capabilities seemed to expand to match whatever challenges they encountered. The scattered survivors who made their way back to friendly harbors brought tales that would haunt Numenorean councils for years to come. The sea itself seemed to groan beneath the weight of the fleet that approached Middle-earth's eastern shores. Ships beyond counting stretched from horizon to horizon, their golden sails catching the morning light like a second sunrise reflected on the waters. The greatest armament in the history of the world bore the banners of Ar-Pharazôn the Golden, King of Numenor, come to settle accounts with the upstart power that dared challenge his dominion over the seas. The vessels that formed the vanguard of this mighty host were floating cities in their own right, their decks capable of accommodating entire battalions, while their holds contained supplies sufficient to sustain campaigns lasting years. Behind them came ships of war whose designs had been perfected through centuries of naval supremacy, each one armed with weapons that could reduce coastal fortifications to rubble within hours. The sight of this approaching force sent tremors of fear through every port where enemy agents reported its progress. Ar-Pharazôn himself stood upon the deck of his flagship Alcarondas, a vessel so vast that lesser ships seemed like toys bobbing in its wake. The king wore armor that gleamed like captured starlight, wrought from metals that existed nowhere else in Middle-earth, and inscribed with symbols that spoke of authority granted by powers beyond the reach of ordinary monarchs. His presence radiated confidence that had been earned through victories that had made his name legendary from the sundering seas to the furthest reaches of the Eastern Ocean. The intelligence that had prompted this unprecedented mobilization spoke of a threat that demanded responses beyond anything conventional diplomacy could provide. Numenorean colonies had been destroyed, trade routes disrupted, and ancient treaties violated by forces that seemed to operate according to no recognized laws of warfare or statecraft. The situation required demonstration of power on a scale that would leave no doubt about the consequences of challenging the Star Isle's authority. The landing that followed was less a military operation than a transformation of the very landscape itself. Beaches that had known only the gentle lapping of waves suddenly teemed with activity as thousands of soldiers disembarked from vessels whose numbers seemed to increase with each passing hour. Supply lines were established with efficiency that spoke of long experience in projecting power across vast distances, while defensive positions took shape according to principles that had been refined through generations of successful campaigns. The local populations fled inland before this overwhelming demonstration of force, carrying word of an invasion that dwarfed anything their histories recorded. Entire cities emptied as inhabitants sought refuge in territories that seemed likely to remain outside the zone of immediate conflict. The roads leading eastward became rivers of refugees whose numbers grew with each mile they traveled from the coast. Sauron's coastal garrisons found themselves facing odds that made resistance appear suicidal rather than heroic. Fortifications that had seemed impregnable were revealed as insignificant obstacles when viewed against the resources the Numenoreans had brought to bear. The choice presented to defending commanders was stark: surrender immediately or face annihilation by forces whose superiority was absolute and undeniable. The advance inland proceeded with methodical precision that reflected the king's understanding that this campaign would be won through demonstration of overwhelming power rather than clever tactics. Each mile gained was consolidated with fortifications that could support the entire army if retreat became necessary, while supply lines were protected by forces sufficient to defeat any conceivable counterattack. Nothing was left to chance in an operation whose success would determine the balance of power throughout the known world. Word of the great armament's progress reached every corner of Middle-earth, as messengers carried reports of victories that seemed almost effortless in their execution. Cities that had submitted to Sauron's authority found themselves facing new choices as the tide of conquest was reversed by forces whose capabilities exceeded anything they had previously witnessed. The psychological impact of these developments proved as significant as any military advantage the invasion provided. The eastern kingdoms that had served as the foundation of Sauron's power structure began to waver as their rulers recognized that they faced opposition on a scale they had not imagined possible. Alliances that had seemed permanent when the alternative was destruction now appeared less attractive when survival might be achieved through different means. The great game of loyalties and betrayals that characterized politics among mortal kingdoms began to shift in directions that favored the approaching Numenorean forces. The refugees streaming eastward brought tales that grew more fantastic with each telling, speaking of armies whose numbers could not be counted and ships whose sails covered the sea like a moving continent. Fear preceded the actual military advance, weakening resistance before any battles could be fought, and creating conditions that favored the invaders' strategic objectives. The greatest show of force in mortal history had achieved its intended effect before the real fighting had even begun. The emissaries who approached Ar-Pharazôn's camp bore flags of parley and expressions that spoke of defeat acknowledged rather than merely contemplated. They came in the pre-dawn darkness when mists rising from the sea provided concealment for movements that their master preferred to keep, hidden from observers who might draw the wrong conclusions from what they witnessed. The message they carried was simple enough to seem genuine. Their lord sought audience with the great king, whose power had proven superior to his own. Ar-Pharazôn received this unexpected development with satisfaction that was tinged by suspicion born from long experience in the treacherous currents of statecraft. Victory had come more easily than his most optimistic projections had suggested, yet something in the manner of surrender felt calculated rather than desperate. The king's advisors argued among themselves about whether this represented genuine submission or merely the opening move in some deeper game whose rules remained hidden. The being who was brought before the Golden King in chains bore little resemblance to the terrible power that reputation had painted in such dark colors. Here was a figure of striking beauty whose form radiated wisdom and authority even in captivity, whose eyes held depths that spoke of knowledge accumulated across ages that dwarfed mortal understanding. When he knelt before Ar-Pharazôn's throne, the gesture seemed to acknowledge not defeat, but recognition of a worthier master. The performance was flawless in every detail, from the carefully calculated degree of defiance that remained in his posture to the timing of his apparent capitulation to the overwhelming force arrayed against him. Sauron had studied the psychology of conquest through centuries of both inflicting and receiving defeat, understanding exactly what combination of pride and submission would most effectively serve his current purposes. The role he played was that of a fallen lord who retained enough dignity to make his surrender meaningful. Ar-Pharazôn found himself impressed, despite his reservations, by the quality of the prize his campaign had secured. This was not some crude warlord whose power rested solely on the loyalty of savage tribes, but a being whose knowledge and abilities could prove valuable additions to Numenor's already formidable capabilities. The decision to spare such a captive's life seemed not just merciful but wise, offering opportunities that simple execution would have foreclosed forever. The chains that bound the prisoner were wrought from metals that could contain even supernatural strength, yet they seemed somehow decorative when worn by one whose submission appeared voluntary rather than enforced. Sauron moved through his captivity with grace that suggested comfort rather than constraint, as though the bonds were merely ceremonial acknowledgments of his new status, rather than genuine limitations on his freedom of action. The journey to the ships proceeded according to arrangements that accommodated the dignity due to a prisoner of such significance while maintaining the security that prudence demanded. The great armament that had crossed the ocean to secure this, Victory now prepared to transport its prize back to shores, where his ultimate fate would be determined by powers greater than any that existed in Middle-earth itself. The departure from the eastern coastlands was marked by ceremonies that celebrated the success of the most ambitious military operation in Numenorean history. Banners flew from every mast, while horns sounded fanfares that echoed across waters that had witnessed the demonstration of power no earthly force could challenge. The king's satisfaction at having resolved the threat to his realm's interests seemed entirely justified by the results achieved. Yet among the celebrating crews were those whose observations of their prisoner raised questions that they dared not voice aloud. The defeated enemy showed no signs of the despair that should have accompanied such complete reversal of fortune, while his manner suggested anticipation rather than dread about whatever awaited him in the west. These troubling impressions were dismissed as imagination by those who reported them, yet they lingered in minds that had learned to trust instincts sharpened through long service in dangerous waters. The crossing itself proceeded with unusual smoothness as favorable winds carried the great fleet homeward at speeds that exceeded anything the most experienced navigators had previously achieved. whether that should have delayed their progress seemed instead to hasten their journey, while currents that might have forced detours instead carried them directly toward their destination. Fortune appeared to smile upon the expedition's success with generosity that left even skeptics convinced of divine approval. Sauron observed the sea and sky around him with satisfaction that he took care to conceal behind, expressions appropriate to his assumed role as conquered prisoner. The winds that filled their sails responded to influences that none aboard these vessels suspected, while the very waters beneath their hulls carried them according to purposes that served his designs rather than theirs. The greatest armament in history had become the instrument of its passengers' will without any of its crew realizing what was occurring. The trap was closing exactly as he had planned when first reports of Numenorean preparations had reached his agents years before. The fleet returned to Numenor in triumph, and the island's shores blazed with torches that lit the harbors like a festival of victory. The people had never seen such a host return from the east, nor such a prize brought in chains before their king. Trumpets sounded from the quays, and garlands were strewn upon the ways where Pharazôn would walk. Yet among the rejoicing throng there were whispers that the prisoner did not seem broken, for his carriage was proud even as he bowed before the Golden King. When Sauron was led through Armenelos, the crowd looked upon him with awe, for he bore himself not as one undone, but as one who chose to be where he was. His beauty shone even beneath the iron links, and his gaze met the eyes of nobles who found themselves turning aside as though before a greater majesty. The common folk cried aloud the name of their king, yet many among them carried away the memory of the stranger who seemed more glorious in chains than they had ever seen him in power. Pharazôn received his captive in the great hall where golden lamps blazed, and the pillars gleamed with gems mined from the ends of the earth. He set Sauron low before him, a trophy for his court to behold, yet the king's pride swelled the more he looked upon the mire, for no foe of such renown had ever knelt in Numenor. His counselors pressed him with advice. Some urged execution, others counselled confinement, but more than a few spoke of the wisdom that might be gleaned from so ancient a spirit. And Sauron said little, yet in silence his presence worked upon them. When at last the king asked what he thought of Numenor's might, Sauron answered with words so measured that none could take offence. He praised the fleet that had crossed the sea, and the armies that none in Middle-earth could withstand, and he declared that only the Valar themselves might contend with such power. His chains rattled as he bowed low, yet the sound seemed more like ceremony than restraint. Pharazôn smiled, for the words pleased him, though he told himself they were no more than the flattery of a captive who sought to live. Days turned to weeks, and the prisoner was not kept in dungeons, but housed in guarded halls, where the nobles came to question him. He spoke of crafts long forgotten, of histories dim even to lawmasters, and of secrets that seemed small yet proved of sudden worth. A storm rose out of season upon the western seas, and Sauron counselled which harbours would hold safe anchorage, and the ships of Numenor were preserved. The court remembered this, and whispers grew that the prisoner's knowledge was a treasure not easily cast away. Pharazôn watched all closely, for suspicion was ever in his heart, but he found himself drawn to the wisdom that flowed from Sauron's lips. It seemed as though every doubt the king voiced had already been weighed, and every ambition he nursed found answer in the counsels given. His pride was fed by words that likened him to the lords of the West, and his fears were soothed by hints of powers that might yet be mastered. The Golden King, who had taken Sauron for his trophy, began to find in him a companion for thought and a mirror for his own desires. Thus the bonds remained upon Sauron's limbs, yet in truth no bonds held him, for he moved the hearts of those around him with skill greater than iron. He walked at the king's side when matters of governance were debated, and soon none could deny that his counsel shaped the course of rule. Pharazôn declared it wise to keep so precious an adviser, and the court accepted it, for each had already felt the weight of Sauron's presence bending them toward assent. So the prisoner who had come in chains was seated among counsellors, and the halls that had rung with triumph at his capture now echoed with his voice. Numenor, that had thought itself unconquerable, opened its gates to him freely, and the king who had set him beneath the throne found his own rule, strengthened by the captive's words. Yet in secret chambers Sauron smiled, for each step of his path had been foreseen, and the land that had bound him would soon be bound itself. And thus began the rise of the counsellor, whose seeming submission was victory more complete than any battlefield had offered, and whose whispers would carry Numenor toward the shadow it could not escape. In the months that followed, the prisoner ceased to be spoken of as such, for though chains still circled his wrists in public, his hands shaped the affairs of the realm more surely than any counsellor born upon the island. Pharazôn sat high upon his throne in Armenelos, yet many who watched saw how often his eyes turned toward the figure at his right hand, and how much his decrees echoed counsel given in quiet chambers beforehand. Sauron had ceased to appear as a captive tolerated, and had become instead a presence indispensable. The mayor spoke little of himself, but much of the powers that ruled the world beyond Numenor seas. He told tales of the Valar, not as loving guardians, but as lords grown jealous of mortal strength. He reminded the court how Numenor had risen higher in might than any land of men or elves, and asked in subtle tones why such a people should remain denied the gift of unending life. His words were framed as questions, yet they sank like seeds into ground already tilled by the pride of a king who had set foot in Middle-earth and returned with a god in chains. Pharazôn, who had long chafed under the ban that kept his people from the undying lands, began to nod more readily when such matters were spoken. He told himself that he remained master of his own heart, yet the flattery of Sauron's voice was like music that played the very tune he wished to hear. The courtiers, seeing which way the wind turned, repeated these notions in their own gatherings, until the air of Armenelos was thick with talk, that the Valar withheld immortality out of envy, not mercy. It was then that Sauron's words grew darker, though wrapped still in robes of seeming loyalty. He whispered of a power greater than any in Valinor, one who had bestowed gifts of knowledge in the ancient days and who would do so again if honored rightly. To speak the name of Melkor aloud was long considered forbidden, yet Sauron spoke it with reverence that made bold men tremble and weak men wonder. He told them that Melkor alone had the strength to lift mortals beyond death, and that the lords of the West had chained him not for wickedness, but because he threatened their dominion. First the whispers stirred among nobles eager for hidden wisdom. They gathered at night in gardens where torches burned low, listening to teachings spoken in half-veiled phrases. Sauron taught them to kindle fires in honor of the giver of gifts, and to pour out wine not to Iru who was unseen, but to the Lord who promised glory without end. These rites began in secret, yet secrecy soon became unnecessary. For Pharazôn himself gave ear to such ceremonies, and what pleased the king swiftly spread across the island. When the mayor suggested that a temple should be built, vast and terrible, to house the worship of this newly revealed power, Pharazôn declared it a noble undertaking. He said it would stand as proof that Numenor had outgrown the tutelage of the Valar, and would honor the might of its king as well as the majesty of Melkor. Craftsmen were summoned from every corner of the land, and stone was cut in mountains whose peaks had never before been broken. Day and night the work went on, and in Armaenelos a dark shape began to rise that cast long shadows even at noon. The people looked upon this labor with mixed hearts. Some marveled at the grandeur, for the temple's walls climbed higher than any tower of old, and its dome blazed with metals black and red as though forged from fire itself. Others shuddered, for the smoke of its offerings was bitter, and the cries of beasts slain upon its altars echoed through streets where once children had played. A few resisted, keeping to the old prayers and refusing to enter the courts of this new god. Yet they were mocked as cowards or denounced as traitors to their king. Sauron moved among the builders and priests as one guiding a work already foreseen. He wore his chains still, but none thought of him as bound. His eyes gleamed when the first sacrifices were offered, and he taught the chants that accompanied the burning. He told Pharazôn that Melkor smiled upon such worship, and that the strength of Numenor grew with each life given upon the altar. The king, drunk on the sight of his people bending to his will, proclaimed that their realm was now greater than any since the world began. Thus fear began to take root where once joy had dwelt. The marketplaces no longer rang with laughter but with whispers, for spies of the king listened at every stall. Families were divided, as sons joined the rites of shadow while fathers clung to the faith of their ancestors. The sea that had long been a friend to Numenor now seemed hostile, for storms gathered oftener, and sailors murmured that the waves themselves recoiled from the smoke drifting westward from the temple's fires. Yet none dared speak openly, for to question the new worship was to invite ruin. In the halls of Armaenelos the golden lamps shone as brightly as before, yet their light seemed cold, for the heart of the island had grown dark. Pharazôn sat robed in splendor, certain that he ruled in wisdom greater than any who had come before him. And beside his throne stood Sauron, the chain upon his wrist now more ornament than bond. From his lips flowed counsel that always ended in fire and blood, and from his presence spread a shadow that no song of elves could dispel. So Numenor, fairest of realms, began its descent into corruption that could not be undone. The temple rose in black majesty, the smoke of its offerings staining the sky, and the people walked beneath it as beneath a mountain of doom. Those who remembered the light of the west kept silence, for they knew their words would be drowned by the roar of flames and the voice of the counselor whose victory was already complete. The temple's smoke had not yet darkened the sky for a full decade before its fumes reached every corner of the island, seeping into the hearts of its people. Armaenelos stood crowned by the great dome that Sauron had conceived, its fires never quenched, its altars running red at dawn and dusk, where once the streets were filled with song. Now they echoed with processions of priests and guards bearing victims to the flames. In every harbour, black banners flew beside the king's standard, signifying that the worship of Melkor had become the realm's new law. Pharazôn, seated on his throne of gold and obsidian, saw in these changes not ruin but triumph. He believed that Numenor had cast off its childish obedience to the Valar, and now stood free and mighty among all peoples. The temple's fires he called the beacon of a new age, and he delighted in the sight of nobles who once whispered doubts, now bending their knees in public rites. To him the cries of sacrifice were music, proof of a power more enduring than the sea or the stars. Sauron stood always at his side, his chains discarded, a counselor now in name as well as fact. He guided the rituals, selected the priests, and whispered which nobles should be elevated and which cast down. Each new decree tightened his grip on the island until even the captains of the fleet deferred to him in matters of state. He told Pharazôn that Melkor's favour grew with each life offered, and that immortality itself drew nearer, awaiting only a final act of daring. Meanwhile, the land itself began to change. Trees that had stood for centuries withered near the temple grounds, their leaves shrivelling under ash that drifted from the high dome. Birds no longer nested in Armenelos, but wheeled in circles above the sea, and fishermen spoke of strange creatures glimpsed in the depths, shapes older than memories stirred by the island's new darkness. Earthquakes trembled through districts once steady, and wells grew brackish. Still the priests proclaimed these signs as proof that Melkor's power was awakening, not warnings of doom. A remnant of the faithful clung to the old ways in hidden glades or on remote coasts, offering prayers to Eru and singing the ancient hymns. They moved in silence, for spies were everywhere and the king's wrath was swift. Families were torn apart as brothers informed upon brothers, and fathers were dragged to the temple steps for refusing to bow. The great fleet of Numenor, once the envy of the world, now ferried timber and stone for the temple's expansion, its holes smelling of blood and burning rather than salt and wind. Pharazôn's pride swelled beyond all bounds. He had conquered Sauron, bent him to service, and remade his realm into a power unmatched by any since the world began. Yet in secret councils the Maya spoke of a glory yet to come. Why should the king of Numenor remain mortal, he asked softly, when Melkor, the true lord of the world, would raise him to undying kingship? Why should the ban stand, when a host such as Numenor's could cross the seas and wrest the gift of immortality from the Valar themselves? The thought, first planted as a question, took root as destiny. Thus began the preparations for an armament greater even than the one that had subdued Middle-earth. Shipyards thundered day and night as forests fell, and smithies poured forth weapons not for defense but for conquest of the undying lands. The priests proclaimed this endeavor holy, the fulfillment of Melkor's promise, and the people labored with fervor born of fear and hope combined. Those who doubted were silenced. Those who resisted vanished into the temple's smoke. The island groaned under the weight of its own ambition. Harbours filled with black proud ships whose sails bore the sigil of the giver of gifts. The seas turned restless, storms rising without warning, and sailors whispered of voices calling from the deep. Yet the king, blinded by visions of endless life, took these portents as omens of victory. He no longer consulted the stars, but only the counselor at his side, whose smile never faltered. In Armenelos, the last festivals of the Old Faith were outlawed, their altars torn down and their priests slain or driven into hiding. Statues of the Valar were toppled and cast into furnaces, their metal recast into idols for the new god. Children learned new hymns at school, praising Melkor as the source of all strength, and even the calendar was altered to mark the founding of the temple as the beginning of a new era. The island that had once been a gift from the west now turned its face fully to the shadow, and through it all Sauron walked unopposed, his hands shaping the doom he had long desired. He whispered to Pharazôn of fortresses that would rise upon the shores of Valinor, the undying lands, of thrones that would never fade, of a deathless dominion beyond the reach of any foe. The king listened, believing himself author of these dreams, not their puppet. Around them the temple fires roared higher, and the cries of sacrifice rose like a tide no storm could quench. So Numenor stood poised upon the brink, outwardly radiant in power, yet hollow at its heart. The fleets waited only for the king's command to sail, and the last restraints upon his will had fallen away. In secret the faithful prayed for deliverance, but their voices were drowned by the thunder of drums and the chant of priests. The shadow had entered the island not by force of arms but by counsel, and now its hold was complete, and thus was wrought the downfall in all but name. For though the ships had yet to depart, Numenor had already set its course toward ruin. The king who dreamed of deathless glory was blind to the abyss beneath his feet, and the counselor who had come in chains now ruled a realm prepared to destroy itself at his bidding. The sea waited, and the west watched, and the doom of the proud drew near. The fleets stood ready in every harbour of Numenor, their black sails furled and their prows carved with the sigil of the giver of gifts. Trumpets rang through Armenelos, and the streets filled with men summoned to join the greatest armament ever mustered by mortal hands. Pharazôn had proclaimed that death itself would be conquered, that the undying lands would be theirs, and none dared dispute his word. The temple fires burned without ceasing, smoke curling upward as though to mark the path westward across the sea. When at last the king gave command, the fleet departed in a thunder of oars and a blaze of banners. The sound of drums rolled over the waters, and the island shook with the weight of so many vessels leaving its shores. The people left behind gathered upon cliffs and harbours, watching their strength vanish into the horizon. Some cried aloud with pride, while others wept in silence, for a foreboding pressed upon them that they dared not name. Sauron stood upon the steps of the great temple as the fleet vanished into distance, his face lifted toward the sky. He spoke to the priests in words of fire, declaring that the triumph of Numenor was sealed, and that Melkor's dominion was at hand. The priests shouted praises, and sacrifices were multiplied, their cries rising above the roar of flames. Yet in his secret thought Sauron laughed, for he had no need to sail. His victory had already been accomplished, and the doom of the island was certain. Far to the west the Valar beheld the coming of the armament, black as storm clouds across the seas. Long they had endured the pride of Numenor, and long they had held back their hand, but now their patience was spent. They called upon Eru, and the world was changed. The seas opened with a rending sound like mountains breaking, and the waters drew back in terror as the west was removed forever from the reach of men. Numenor was left upon the edge of a chasm that no bridge of ships could cross. Then the great wave rose. It towered higher than the cliffs of the island, higher than the dome of the temple, higher even than the mountains that had long crowned the land. Darkness fell as its shadow covered Armanellos, and the people cried out in despair. The earth heaved beneath their feet, walls cracked, and towers fell before the waters even touched them. The dome of the temple split with a thunderclap, and the fires within were quenched as the wave descended. The fleet that had sailed was caught in the upheaval of the seas. Ships that had been built for conquest were broken like twigs, their sails torn to shreds, their crews swept into the deep. Pharazôn, seated in his golden armor upon the deck of his flagship, saw Valinor rise before him, fair and deathless, and for a moment believed his victory complete. But the land was veiled from mortal sight, and the mountains closed against him, and he was buried beneath falling hills, never to return. Upon the island itself, the ruin was beyond telling. Valleys filled with water in an instant, and mountains toppled into the sea. The harbours that had borne so many fleets became graves for their ships, and the palaces of Armanellos sank beneath foaming tides. The cries of the people were swallowed in the roar, and the proud island that had stood for thousands of years vanished beneath the waters, leaving only storm and silence. Sauron, caught in the ruin of his own design, was swept into the abyss. His fair form was broken, and though his spirit endured, he could never again appear in beauty to deceive. Yet, even as he fell, he exulted, for his malice had wrought the destruction of the greatest realm of men, and his vengeance upon Numenor was complete. When the seas grew calm again, nothing remained of the island but scattered rocks and the memory of smoke upon the wind. The west was hidden forever, removed from the circles of the world, and the gift of the Valar was sealed against the reach of mortals. But the shadow had not ended, for Sauron's spirit fled eastward, back to the land where his fortress stood, and there he began to shape his power anew. Thus perished Numenor, the proudest of kingdoms, swallowed by the great wave that no strength of arms could withstand. Its towers, its fleets, its people, all were lost, and only the warning of its fall remained. The sea rolled over the ruins, and the world was changed, and the doom that had long been spoken was fulfilled at last. When the waters had closed over Numenor and the sea lay heavy upon its ruins, the world was remade. The west was veiled beyond reach, and the shape of the earth was bent so that no mortal ship could ever again find its hidden shores. Silence followed in the wake of thunder, and the waves rolled as though nothing had disturbed them. Yet out of that ruin a darkness fled, for Sauron's spirit was not quenched though his body was drowned. He came forth from the abyss in a shape formless and terrible, a shadow borne upon the winds. No fair visage remained to him, for his beauty was lost forever in the breaking of Numenor. His presence now was dread itself, a weight upon the air, and wherever it passed men quailed though they saw no form. He hated the sea that had swallowed his triumph, and he turned his will eastward, seeking the land where his fortress still stood. Storms raged across the waters as though stirred by his wrath, and mariners who sailed the eastern seas told of nights when their ships were pressed by winds that screamed with voices not their own. They whispered of a shape vast as the sky, gliding above the waves, and they dared not speak its name. Yet the winds bore him swiftly, and before many months had passed, the shadow crossed into Middle-earth once more. In Mordor, the land had grown restless during his absence. The Dark Tower had stood in silence, its gates shut, its fires dimmed, while the Nazgûl wandered in doubt. Some among his servants feared that he had perished utterly in the ruin of the West, and they murmured of seeking other masters. But when the shadow descended upon Orodruin, the mountain roared to life, spilling flame and ash as if in greeting. The ground trembled, and the air grew thick with fumes. Then the slaves of Barad-dûr fell upon their faces, crying out in terror and relief, for they knew their lord had returned. Sauron gathered his spirit into a form, vast and dark, no longer fair to behold, but crowned with flame. His voice rolled across Gorgoth like thunder, calling his captains to heel. The Nazgûl came swiftly, bowing low, their rings burning upon their hands. He marked them with his gaze, and their terror was mingled with joy, for their master's power was restored. Though he had lost the shape of beauty, he had gained in dread, and his servants knew that no rival remained to contest his dominion east of the sea. From the ashes of Numenor he drew new strength, for he proclaimed that the West itself had feared him enough to destroy its mightiest servant. He told his followers that the Valar had betrayed men, casting down the proudest of their kin, and that only in Mordor could true power endure. Thus, the ruin of the island became his greatest weapon, a tale twisted into proof that the West was weak, and that the shadow alone was strong. In secret he brooded over the loss of his body, for the fair form that had deceived kings and lords was gone beyond recall. Never again could he walk among elves and men as a friend or counselor. Now his guise was that of a tyrant, tall and black, terrible to look upon. Yet in this he found new advantage, for his servants trembled the more, and his foes could no longer mistake his nature. The mask had fallen away, and only the Lord of the Rings remained. So the shadow that had drowned in the deeps of the sea arose once more in fire and darkness. His will stretched forth across Middle-earth, summoning allies old and new, binding the lands of the east and south to his cause. From the ruin of Numenor, he had learned that even the proudest of kingdoms could be broken, and he swore that all who opposed him would share the island's fate. And in Mordor the furnaces were kindled anew, and the smoke of Orodruin climbed unending into the sky, heralding that the Dark Lord had returned. The shadow that had returned from the abyss of the sea now sought a shape that could bear its will. For though Sauron's spirit burned fierce and terrible, it could not forever remain as formless dread, lest his dominion falter. The Nazgûl bowed before him, yet even they feared the emptiness of his presence, and his servants trembled in confusion when no figure sat upon the throne of Barad-dûr. Therefore he gathered his strength within the fires of Orodruin, weaving from flame and darkness a body that could endure the burdens of command. It was no longer the form of beauty that had walked among elves and men in the days of fair speech. That mask was drowned with Numenor, never to be recovered. What he wrought instead was vast and terrible, a figure towering like a mountain of black iron, crowned with fire, and clad in mail that glowed with heat as though newly forged. His eyes were furnaces, and his voice shook the stones of the plain. No deception lingered in this guise, for it was dread made flesh, a form that proclaimed dominion rather than persuasion. The forging of this body was not swift, for his spirit had been wounded in the ruin of the West. Long he brooded within the chambers beneath Orodruin, summoning to him shadows from the deep earth and flames from the mountain's heart. The Nazgûl kept watch upon the dark tower's walls, and rumours spread among men that a fire greater than the sun had been kindled in Mordor. Smoke rose without ceasing, staining the sky for many leagues, and the air grew foul across the vales of Anduin. Yet in the furnaces of the mountain the shape of a new lord was fashioned, until at last he strode forth clad in a power both seen and felt. When first he revealed himself, the earth shook beneath his tread, and the slaves of Mordor fell upon their faces, unable to look upon him. His enemies had feared him when he was fair. Now even his servants cowered at the sight of him. Yet they rejoiced, for the strength of his presence drove away all doubt, and the order of his dominion was re-established in an instant. The Nazgûl came to his feet like hounds to their master, and he named each anew, binding them with words of fire that deepened their bondage beyond escape. With his form restored, Sauron turned his thought to the world beyond Mordor's borders. He looked westward and saw only ruin, for Numenor was no more, and the seas lay wide and empty where once its fleets had sailed. Yet this loss he counted gain, for his great enemy had destroyed itself at his prompting, and no power of men now rivaled his. He saw that Middle-earth lay ripe for conquest, fractured among tribes and kingdoms too weak to stand against the shadow. Already the Haradrim sent embassies with gifts, seeking favour, and the Easterlings brought tribute in iron and horses. His dread form, spoken of in whispers across the land, was proof enough of his supremacy. Still he remembered the one ring, the heart of his power, which had not been with him in Numenor, but remained hidden in Middle-earth. He stretched forth his will to feel its presence, and though it lay concealed, he knew it answered to him still. In that knowledge he took comfort, for though his fair shape was gone, the instrument of his dominion endured. From the ring he drew strength to sustain his rebuilt form, and through it he wove the webs of power that bound his servants tighter than ever before. The fortress of Barad-dûr, silent through his absence, roared again with life. Its gates were repaired, its towers raised higher, and its dungeons filled with captives taken from neighbouring lands. The forges rang without ceasing, fashioning weapons of war and armour wrought with runes of fear. From the battlements the signal fires burned, and the plains of Gorgoth glowed red at night, so that even from Athelian men could see the storm gathering in the east. Thus Sauron, who had drowned in the ruin of Numenor, rose anew, more terrible than before. He no longer sought to beguile, but to command, no longer to deceive with beauty, but to overwhelm with terror. The fair counsellor was gone, and in his place stood the Dark Lord unveiled, a tyrant in form as in spirit. His enemies would find no mercy in his gaze, and his servants no escape from his hand. Middle-earth trembled, for the shadow had been remade into flesh, and its dominion stretched forth once more from the black land. The world had changed with the drowning of Numenor, and in its ruin a silence fell upon the seas. The ships that once ruled every water were gone, their people swallowed by the abyss, and only scattered survivors clung to the shores of Middle-earth. Yet, though Numenor was destroyed, its legacy had not perished, for among those who fled the wave were the faithful who had refused the worship of shadow. Guided by Elendil the Tall, they crossed the waters in 9 ships, bearing their families. their treasures, and their memory of the West. The seas were rough with storms when they came ashore, yet the lands of Middle-earth received them, and they set their banners upon the coast. In the north, Elendil raised towers and strongholds, founding the realm of Arnor upon the wide fields of Eriador. In the south, his sons, Iseldor and Eregion, built the white city of Minas Enar and the dark city of Minas Ithil, and upon the island of Anduin they raised Osgiliath, fair and mighty, with a great dome of stars wrought in stone. These kingdoms they called Gondor, and together with Arna they swore to preserve the light of Numenor in exile. Sauron looked upon these deeds with hatred, for though Numenor was gone, its heirs had not been utterly swept away. In his eyes they were a remnant of the enemy he had overthrown, and their defiance was a threat to his dominion. He sent forth hosts of orcs and easterlings to harry their borders, and from Mordor black clouds spread to darken the skies above their young cities. Yet the Dunedain endured, strong in their lineage and united in their purpose, and the shadow found them harder to break than he had expected. It was then that the elves took counsel. Long had they watched in sorrow as Numenor fell into darkness, and long had they withdrawn from open strife, content to guard their hidden realms. But now the power of Mordor grew beyond bearing, and they knew that if Sauron were not opposed, all Middle-earth would sink beneath his dominion. Gil-galad in Lindon, High King of the Elves of the West, sent messengers to Elrond in Imladris and to Círdan the shipwright. And their words were one, the hour of silence was ended. So it was that the first seeds of alliance were sown. Elendil, who had long been a friend of the Eldar, received Gil-galad's emissaries with honor. He spoke of the oath he had sworn to preserve the faithful, and of his hope that elves and men might stand together once more against the darkness. Gil-galad, seeing the strength and wisdom in him, recognized that the line of the Dunedain still carried the valor of old. Though men had fallen into pride, here was a remnant worthy of friendship, and he clasped Elendil's hand in token of their bond. From this meeting was forged the first true league of elves and men since the days of Belial. They gathered in secret councils, devising war against the Dark Lord. Elves brought spears of shining silver and banners woven with stars, while men brought swords tempered in the forges of Numenor, and shields carved with the emblems of their new realms. Together they planned not defense alone, but the overthrow of Mordor itself. For both knew that peace could never endure while the shadow endured. In Mordor the smoke of Orodruin thickened, and the forges of Barad-dûr rang without pause. Sauron raised armies greater than ever before, summoning creatures of dread from the mountains and binding wild tribes to his will. The Nazgûl rode abroad once more, spreading terror among villages and cities, and many lesser kings bent the knee to avoid destruction. Yet tidings of the growing league reached his ears, and though he laughed, he watched closely, for he remembered the ruin of his master in ages past when elves and men had once united. Elendil and Gil-galad strengthened their bond with oaths sworn upon sacred altars. They declared that neither people would abandon the other, and that together they would march against the shadow until it was broken. Elrond stood beside his king, and Iseldor and Anarion took their place beside their father, binding the younger realm of men to the ancient realm of elves. In every council firelight gleamed, upon faces both mortal and immortal, and though their years were measured differently, their resolve was one. Thus was formed the last alliance of elves and men, a union born from ruin and strengthened by hope. The hosts of the west began to muster, and in the mountains of Eregion horns sounded where armies gathered. Elven smiths reforged weapons long laid aside, and the Dunedain drilled their levies upon fields where once only silence reigned. Across the lands word spread that the free peoples would march together, and even those who had despaired took heart. And in Mordor the fires flared brighter, for Sauron knew that war was coming, and he prepared to meet it with all the fury of his hate. The hosts of the Alliance marched eastward, a river of banners flowing across the plains. Elves clad in silver mail moved in ordered ranks, their spears shining like a forest of starlight, while the Dunedain of Arnor and Gondor marched beside them with shields painted in blue, white, and black. From the mountains came horns that echoed against the cliffs, and the sound of their passing shook the valleys of Eregion. For many days their journey continued, until the wide fields gave way to the desolation of Mordor, and the shadow of Orodruin loomed against the reddened sky. At their head rode Gil-galad, tall and stern, bearing the spear Iglos that had felled many foes, and beside him strode Elendil, his sword Narsil gleaming in the firelight of the mountain. Isildor and Numenorean marched with the hosts of Gondor, while Elrond bore Gil-galad's standard, guiding the armies with unerring hand. Never since the breaking of Beleriand had such a host been gathered, and their banners spread across the land like a sea of defiance against the shadow. When they came at last to the Black Land, they beheld Barad-dûr rising above the plain, its towers glimmering red with fire and its walls blacker than night. Lightning crowned its spires, though no storm gathered, and smoke poured from Orodruin, as though in greeting to the armies that had come to challenge its master. The gates of Mordor were closed, yet from within issued the cries of orcs and the clang of forges, for Sauron had prepared long for this war. The sight of the dark tower filled many with dread, yet none turned back, for each knew that only in its ruin could Middle-earth find peace. The siege began with thunderous blows upon the outer fortifications. Engines of war heaved stones against the walls, and elves shot flights of arrows that darkened the air. Orcs poured forth in counterattack, shrieking with malice, but they were driven back by the shields of men and the spears of elves. Smoke and blood mingled upon the fields, and the ground was soon strewn with corpses that bore witness to the ferocity of the struggle. Yet, for every foe struck down, another rose in his place, for Mordor's hosts were countless. As the months passed, the alliance encircled Barad-dûr with trenches and palisades. Camps stretched for miles, lit by thousands of fires that glowed against the black sky. Elves sang laments beneath the stars to strengthen weary hearts, while men sharpened blades and told tales of home. Supplies were brought from distant lands, yet hunger still gnawed at the soldiers. For Mordor's darkness blighted the fields, and little grew in the poisoned soil. Disease crept through the camps, and healers toiled without rest to preserve the strength of the armies. Within the walls, Sauron mocked their labor. He sent forth raids by night, orcs creeping through the trenches to slay in silence, and trolls battering the palisades with their fists. The Nazgûl circled above on fell steeds, their cries piercing the hearts of the bravest, until even seasoned warriors shuddered at the sound. Yet the captains of the alliance held firm, rallying their troops with words of iron. Gil-galad walked among the lines, his presence a shield against despair, while Elendel's calm voice carried authority that steadied the trembling. Years lengthened into decades, for the fortress of Barad-dûr could not easily be taken. Its walls were strengthened by sorcery, its gates forged from steel that no ordinary fire could melt. The mountain roared with eruptions, casting rivers of flame that scorched the plain, yet still the alliance endured. Children grew to manhood within the camps, knowing no life but the siege. Graves multiplied upon the hills, and the names of the fallen were carved into stones that weathered beneath ash and rain. Winter brought snow even to the plains of Gorgoth, a strange sight beneath the red glare of Orodruin. The soldiers wrapped themselves in cloaks stiff with frost, and fires sputtered in the poisoned air. Yet in those nights elves lifted their voices in songs of the west, and men joined with them, weaving hope out of harmony. Thus the camp endured through long darkness, and though despair whispered often, it was never allowed to master them. From time to time Sauron himself appeared upon the battlements, a vast figure wreathed in flame. His voice rolled across the plain like thunder, mocking his foes, promising death without end. Arrows loosed against him turned to ash before they struck, and the bravest of captains faltered at the sight. Yet the leaders of the alliance answered with defiance, raising their banners higher, and the siege continued. Each day a struggle of will as much as of arms. The years of toil wore upon both sides, yet the alliance held the plain, and Barad-dûr remained hemmed in. The rivers of supply that fed Mordor's armies grew thin under constant assault, and the creatures within the fortress began to starve. The walls still stood, but cracks formed in the foundations of Sauron's power, for the free peoples would not yield. The plain of Gorgoth, once barren, became a graveyard of broken weapons and bones, a testament to the endurance of those who fought. So the siege endured, unbroken and unyielding. It was a trial of generations, a long defiance against shadow, and though the end was not yet written, the resolve of elves and men burned steady as the watchfires that ringed the dark tower. All knew that the day of reckoning must come, when Sauron would at last be forced to leave his fortress and meet his enemies in open battle. Until that day, the armies of the West held their ground, steadfast in purpose, bound together by oath and by hope that the darkness could yet be broken. The siege had stretched into long years, and though the walls of Barad-dûr remained unbroken, the shadow within had begun to strain. Sauron's armies, countless though they seemed, suffered from hunger and unrest, for the fields of Mordor yielded little, and the supply lines that once brought tribute from the east were cut by the vigilance of the alliance. Still the fortress endured, black and terrible, until at last Sauron himself resolved to break the stalemate. He would not wait for the slow wear of famine, but would meet his foes in open battle, trusting to the terror of his presence to scatter even the boldest. Signs of this intent reached the leaders of the West. Scouts reported that the gates of the Dark Tower were being unbarred, and that hosts were mustering within. The earth trembled with the march of trolls, and the air filled with the cries of orcs eager for slaughter. In the camps of the Alliance, horns sounded, and captains prepared their men for the day long awaited. Gil-galad stood beneath the banner of Lindon, and Elendil beneath the star of Numenor. their faces stern with knowledge that the hour of decision had come. At dawn the gates of Barad-dûr opened, and the plain of Gorgoth shuddered beneath the flood of Sauron's armies. Orcs poured forth in their tens of thousands, their weapons crude yet deadly, their cries echoing like the howling of beasts. Great beasts from the east dragged towers of iron, and trolls lumbered at their side with hammers large enough to shatter stone. Above them wheeled the Nazgûl, shrieking as they swooped upon the ranks of men. The sight was enough to freeze the hearts of many, yet the captains of the alliance raised their voices, and the lines held firm. The battle was joined with a clash that shook the air. Elves loosed arrows in great flights, felling orcs by the hundreds, while men met the charge with shields locked and swords drawn. The field ran red with blood, and the roar of combat drowned all song. The cries of the wounded rose, mingled with the clash of steel and the thunder of beasts. Yet still the hosts of the west pressed forward, their banners waving defiantly against the tide of darkness. Amid the chaos, Gil-galad strode like a beacon of fire, his spear Iglos flashing with deadly light. Beside him Elendil wielded Narsil, cleaving through armor and bone alike, his voice carrying above the din as he called his men to courage. Together they carved a path through the press of foes, their valor inspiring those around them. Elrond bore Gil-galad's banner into the thickest of the fight, and Isildor and Anarion held the flanks of Gondor, driving back wave after wave of orcs that sought to break their lines. Then Sauron himself came forth, towering above all others, wreathed in flame and clad in black armor that no weapon seemed able to pierce. He strode onto the field. In his hand he bore a mace vast and terrible, each blow of which shattered ranks of warriors like reeds before a storm. Where he walked, the ground cracked, and where he struck, the bravest faltered. The Nazgûl circled close behind him, their cries exalting his coming, and the tide of battle shifted. Gil-galad and Elendil did not retreat. They stood before the Dark Lord, champions of elf and man, and the hosts of the Alliance rallied to their side. The duel that followed was terrible beyond telling. Iglos struck sparks against Sauron's armor, and Narsil rang with blows that would have slain any lesser foe. Sauron's mace swung with the force of a mountain falling, and the earth shook each time it struck. Fire and shadow clashed with light and steel, and all who witnessed knew that the fate of the world balanced upon that hour. Long they fought, and the hosts around them dared not draw near, for the battle of the great was perilous to all who came within its circle. Flames leaped from Eregion, and the sky grew black with smoke. At last both Gil-galad and Elendil fell, slain by the might of the enemy, though his body was seared with their wounds. Narsil broke beneath him, its blade shattered into shards, and Iglos lay quenched in blood. Yet even in their fall they had struck such blows that Sauron staggered, his strength shaken though not destroyed. In that moment Iseldor seized the hilt of his father's broken sword. With the shards of Narsil he struck at Sauron, cutting the one ring from his hand. A cry tore from the Dark Lord, a sound that shattered the mountains and cast his hosts into despair. The shadow that had clothed him was rent, and his form collapsed in ruin upon the ground. The Nazgûl fled shrieking into the dark, and the armies of Mordor scattered in terror. The plain of Gorgoth was filled with silence, broken only by the weeping of those who mourned their fallen lords. Thus the last alliance achieved its victory, though at a cost beyond measure. Gil-galad, the High King of the Elves, lay dead, and Elendil, tallest of men, was no more. Their sacrifice had brought down the Dark Lord, but his spirit endured, bound still to the ring that had been cut from his hand. Isildur held that ring aloft, its gold shining with a light both alluring and perilous, and the fate of Middle-earth turned upon his choice. The field of Gorgoth lay silent at last, though the silence was heavy with sorrow. The cries of battle had faded, leaving only the groans of the wounded and the crackle of fire upon the plain. Smoke drifted low across the earth, carrying the stench of blood, ash, and ruin. Where once armies had clashed in fury, now lay a graveyard of elves, men and orcs alike, their bodies mingled in death. Among them the captains of the alliance moved slowly, their hearts weighed down with grief for what had been won and for what had been lost. At the heart of the battlefield the bodies of Gil-galad and Elendil lay still, fallen together at the climax of the struggle. Around them their guards had gathered, weeping openly, for no victory could ease the loss of such lords. The High King of the Elves, who had held his people steadfast through ages of exile, was no more. Elendil, tallest of men and bearer of the last hopes of Numenor, had been struck down beside him. Their deaths marked the cost of breaking the Dark Lord's strength, a price paid in blood and valor. Nearby lay the ruin of Sauron's vast form, its armor cracked and its body scorched by the blows of the great duel. The fire that had clothed him was quenched, and his shadow no longer towered above the plain. Yet none doubted that his malice lingered, for an unseen dread seemed to hang over the battlefield, a chill in the very air. All eyes were drawn to a single object glimmering upon the ash. The golden band that had been cut from his hand when Narsil's shards struck their final blow. Iseldor, kneeling beside his father's body, reached for the hilt of the broken sword. The blade lay shattered, yet its shards still gleamed faintly in the firelight of Eregion. In grief and fury he had wielded them to sever the ring, and now he beheld the prize that had fallen at such cost. To him it seemed more than gold, more than mere treasure. It was proof that the enemy was defeated, the ransom for his father and brother, and the symbol of his house's survival. He stooped and lifted it from the earth, and in his hand it shone with an allure none could deny. Elrond came forward, his face grave, and with him Círdan the shipwright. Wise among the Eldar, they beheld the ring and felt their hearts darken, for they knew its nature. They urged Iseldor to cast it into the fires of Eregion, for only there could it be unmade, and only thus could Sauron's spirit be quenched forever. They spoke of the peril of keeping it, warning that the Dark Lord's essence was bound within, and that, so long as it endured, his will endured also. But Isildor's heart was already ensnared. He gazed into the ring's surface, and saw a light that seemed woven of memory, power, and promise. Grief clouded his judgment, for he mourned not only Elendil, but also Anarion, who had perished during the long siege. To him the ring whispered of recompense, telling him it was his by right as the victor and heir. He spoke aloud that it would serve as Wergold for his kin, a token to ease his sorrow, and a remembrance of Numenor's glory. His words were proud, but his voice carried the weight of anguish. Elrond and Círdan pressed him still, pleading with urgency. They pointed to Eregion, whose fires rumbled close at hand, and declared that fate itself had brought the ring within reach of destruction. They told him that no hand would again have such a chance, and that to falter now was to imperil all. Yet Isildor shook his head, and his eyes burned with a light not wholly his own. He declared before them all that the ring was his, the heirloom of his house, and the seal of his kingship. None dared to wrest it from him, for he was their lord now, and the bitterness of his grief made his will unyielding. So Isildor claimed the ring. He slipped it upon his finger, and though to mortal eyes he did not vanish, a shadow seemed to fall upon his countenance, as though something unseen had settled over him. Those who looked away quickly could not say whether they had truly glimpsed such change or only imagined it, but unease spread among them. Some felt pride, believing their king bore a trophy of triumph. Others felt dread, perceiving that in his hand lay the seed of peril not yet ended. The battlefield, once filled with the roar of armies, now rang with silence broken only by lament. Soldiers of Gondor and Arnor gathered their dead, laying them in ordered rows, while elves lifted the fallen with songs of mourning that pierced even the smoke-filled sky. Fires were kindled to burn the carrion of Mordor, and the stench of corruption mingled with the scent of sacrifice. Yet, through all this labor, the ring gleamed upon Isildor's hand, a reminder that their victory was incomplete. When the armies returned to their camps, they bore their lords with honor. Gil-galad's body was shrouded in silver, Elendil's in cloth of black and white, and their standards were carried before them. The people of the Alliance wept as they passed, for the greatest of their leaders would not rise again. In the midst of their mourning, none dared speak further of the ring, for Isildor's choice had been declared, and his word was law. Still, whispers moved in the dark, and more than one soldier muttered that the shadow had not truly been broken. So ended the battle upon Gorgoth, with Sauron's body destroyed, the Alliance triumphant, yet the ring preserved. Its gold glimmered with a beauty that belied the malice bound within, and though many rejoiced in their deliverance, others felt unease that they could not name. Orodruin rumbled in the distance, its fires still hungry, but the chance had passed, and the world turned toward a future shaped by Isildor's pride. Thus the victory of the last alliance was great, but not complete, for within the triumph was sown the seed of sorrow that would one day return. The camp of the Alliance lay quiet in the days following the battle, though the hush was born less of peace than of exhaustion. The bodies of the fallen had been borne away, wrapped in cloth of silver and black, while cairns rose upon the desolate plain to mark the graves of those whose names would never again be spoken by their kin. Fires burned low, casting dim light across weary faces, and the air smelled of ash, sweat, and sorrow. The great victory had been won, yet the taste of triumph was bitter. Elves sang soft laments beneath the smoke-stained sky, their voices drifting like fragments of starlight into the darkness of Mordor. Men joined their mourning with silence, standing guard upon the ramparts of the captured plain, while their hearts ached for distant homes. They had fought and endured for years uncounted, and now that the foe lay fallen, they found themselves hollowed by grief. For Gil-galad was gone, and Elendil was slain, and though their enemy had been struck down, the memory of loss clung tighter than the memory of triumph. Isildur, clad still in his battle-worn armor, moved through the camp with the ring upon his finger. Many bowed to him, for he was now their lord, heir of Elendil, and king of both Arna and Gondor. Yet whispers followed in his wake, for the ring gleamed with a light that drew every eye, and none who beheld it felt easy. Some said it lent majesty to his bearing, making him seem taller, prouder, and more resolute. Others murmured that his gaze had grown distant, as though he looked not upon them, but into some unseen horizon where only he could walk. Elrond and Círdan remained watchful, speaking little, but their unease deepened with each passing day. They had urged him to destroy the ring, yet his will had proved unyielding, and now they feared that the peril foreseen in their hearts would one day come to pass. Elrond walked often to the foot of Orodruin, gazing into its fire with a sorrow that no words could relieve, for he knew the hour of unmaking had passed forever. Círdan counselled patience, saying that time alone would reveal the truth of Isildor's choice. But even his voice carried no certainty. Within Barad-dûr, the ruins still smouldered, its walls cracked but not fallen. The sorceries of Sauron had forged it with strength beyond the craft of stone, and though its master's body was destroyed, the fortress endured as a black scar upon the land. None dared linger long within its shadow, for the very air whispered of malice. Strange lights flickered by night, and cries were heard in the deep chambers, though no living thing remained. The captains of the Alliance forbade their soldiers to enter, declaring that some remnants of the Dark Lord's power clung to the place. Yet all knew that the truest remnant of Sauron's will rested not in Barad-dûr, but upon Iseldor's hand. The ring, small and flawless, gleamed with deceptive beauty. To some it seemed a token of hope, proof that the great war was ended and the enemy's strength broken forever. But to others it was a weight upon the heart, for they felt its presence in their dreams and saw its glimmer even when their eyes were closed. No one dared to speak openly against their king, but the unease spread like a shadow across the camp. In secret, the captains debated what was to be done. Should they press their lord to surrender the ring, or should they bear their doubts in silence for the sake of unity? None wished to divide the alliance at the moment of its triumph, and none had the strength to oppose the son of Elendil, who had borne so great a burden and lost so dearly. And so they remained silent, hoping against hope that Isildor's choice would not bring ruin. Isildur himself felt the pull of the ring with growing intensity. At first it had seemed to him a token of remembrance, a balm for grief. But as the days passed, he began to sense its whisper in the stillness of the night, urging him to hold fast to it, to treasure it as the seal of his kingship and the guarantee of his house's future. He told himself it was his by right, won in battle and sanctified by the blood of his kin. Yet beneath that thought stirred another, darker conviction that it belonged to him not merely by inheritance, but by destiny. When he walked through the camp, he noticed how others looked at him. Some bowed too quickly, others averted their eyes. A faint pride swelled in his heart, for he saw in their hesitation the proof of his new majesty. He did not yet recognize that this change came not from their reverence, but from the shadow clinging to the ring upon his hand. To Isildur it seemed only natural that they should look upon him with awe, for he bore the prize of the age, the symbol of Sauron's downfall, and the pledge of Numenor's enduring greatness. Meanwhile, the lands beyond Mordor stirred with unease. In the east, rumors spread that the Dark Lord had fallen, but few believed it fully. Tribes that had long paid tribute to him held back their allegiance, waiting to see whether the shadow would truly pass. In the south, chieftains whispered of omens, stars dimming, beasts fleeing the wild, and dreams filled with fire. Though Sauron's body was destroyed, his malice had not departed the world, and hearts far beyond Gorgoth felt the tremor of its endurance. Thus, the victory of the last alliance was marred by uncertainty. The armies prepared to march home, bearing their dead with honor and their sorrow with silence. Yet even as they departed the plain of Gorgoth, they carried with them the knowledge that the ring remained. Its gold shone bright against the gloom, a reminder of both triumph and peril. Sauron's body was gone, but his shadow had survived, bound within the circle of gold upon Isildor's hand. The march from Mordor began in silence, for the hosts of the Alliance were too weary and too burdened with grief to lift their voices in song. The plain of Gorgoth, once filled with the roar of battle, lay empty behind them, its smoke curling like the breath of a dying beast. Cairns marked the graves of those who would never see their homes again, and the ruins of Barad-dûr loomed like a broken tooth against the horizon. Few looked back, for none wished to carry the memory longer than they must. Iseldor rode at the head of the host, clad in mail still darkened by the blood and soot of battle. The ring glimmered upon his finger, subtle yet unmistakable, and many who followed him felt its presence, though they dared not name it. Some looked upon their king with pride, believing his triumph secured their future. Others looked with unease, sensing that the fate of their people rested upon something more fragile than steel or stone. None spoke openly, for grief and loyalty bound their tongues, but silence often carries weight heavier than words. The elves of Lindon marched apart, their banners furled, their faces solemn. For them, the loss of Gil-galad was a wound deeper than any arrow, and the songs they sang in mourning were laced with both sorrow and weariness. They had given their greatest king to the war, and though the shadow was broken, they knew their time in Middle-earth was waning. Elrond walked among them with quiet strength, bearing Gil-galad's standard and the memory of his final stand. Many looked to him for guidance, yet his gaze often lingered on Isildur, troubled by the golden band that gleamed too brightly in the dimming light. The men of Arnor and Gondor carried their dead upon wagons and biers, wrapped in banners of blue and white. Among them lay Anarion, son of Elendil, mourned by soldiers who had followed him through years of war. Their grief was raw and untempered, for his youth and promise had been cut short upon the plain. They looked to Isildur now as their rightful lord, yet in their mourning they found little comfort in the ring he bore. To them it seemed less a token of victory than a reminder of the blood price paid. As the armies wound their way through the black lands of Mordor, they passed fields still scarred by fire. The earth was cracked and barren, poisoned by the long dominion of the Dark Lord. Not even weeds stirred in the ash, and the silence of the land pressed upon them with unnatural weight. Many muttered that no living thing should linger there, and more than one soldier whispered prayers to ward away the lingering malice. By day the march was slow and heavy, by night the camps restless, haunted by dreams of fire and shadow. Crossing the mountains brought no relief, for the lands beyond bore scars of war as well. Forests had been hewn for timber, valleys churned to mud by armies passing, rivers fouled with the blood of the fallen. Yet, as they descended into Ithilien, they found signs of life again. Grass grew where the shadow had not lingered, and streams ran clear between the rocks. For the first time in many months, the soldiers felt a breath of hope, though the memories of Mordor clung to them still. When they reached the Anduin, the great river spread before them, glittering in the sun like a mirror of the sky. There they paused to rebuild their strength, for the journey south and west still lay long ahead. Elves crossed with grace upon crafted vessels, their songs rising once more, though tinged with melancholy. The men of Gondor looked upon their homeland across the waters with pride and relief, though they knew they returned not in triumph, but in mourning. The burden of rebuilding would soon fall upon them, for their lords were slain, and their cities awaited their return. Iseldor looked often upon Minas Annar, its white walls gleaming in the distance, and felt the pull of destiny. He bore not only the crown of his father, but also the weight of the ring, which seemed to grow heavier with each passing day. In quiet moments he would turn it in his hand, watching how the light bent across its perfect surface. Thoughts of power stirred in his mind, visions of a realm greater than Numenor had ever known, of a house eternal and unconquerable. He told no one of these thoughts, yet they nestled close in his heart like embers awaiting flame. Elrond spoke with him by the river, urging him once more to consider the danger of the ring. He did not demand, for he knew Isildor's pride would not bear it, but he reasoned with care, pointing to the shadow that lingered even in victory. He warned that Sauron's spirit was not ended, that it still dwelt within the ring, and that in keeping it Isildur might bind his house to a curse. But Isildur answered sharply, saying that it was his right, the ransom of his kin, and the seal of his rule. His words carried the sting of finality, and Elrond spoke no more. So the armies continued, crossing the plains of Gondor, and returning at last to their cities. The people lined the roads to greet them, cheering with voices both joyful and sorrowful, for they welcomed their sons, yet wept for their lords. Bells rang in Minas Annar, and torches were lit in Osgiliath, proclaiming the end of the long war. Yet, even in the midst of celebration, a shadow remained. For all who looked upon the ring upon Isildur's hand felt a chill, as though the shadow of Mordor had followed them home. Thus the alliance dissolved, its victory complete in battle but marred by doubt. The elves turned their faces westward, weary of Middle-earth, while men prepared to rebuild kingdoms born of ruin. And in the heart of Gondor, Isildur sat upon the throne of his father, the ring gleaming at his hand like a crown beyond all crowns. Sauron's body was gone, his armies scattered, yet his shadow endured in secret, carried unwittingly into the very heart of the realm that had struck him down. The return of the armies marked the beginning of a quieter struggle, for battles fought with sword and shield give way at last to battles fought within the heart. In Osgiliath the white towers shone once more, yet beneath their beauty lay grief that no triumph could conceal. Soldiers walked the streets with bowed heads, carrying the memories of Mordor in their eyes. Mothers embraced their sons with joy, but also with sorrow for those who would never come home. The city rang with both celebration and lament, a mingling of triumph and mourning that no herald could untangle. Isildur entered the city, clad in black and silver, the banners of his house carried before him. The people acclaimed him as king, their voices rising in thunderous welcome, yet the crown upon his brow seemed almost less radiant than the ring upon his finger. Its gleam caught the sunlight, scattering golden fire across the stones, and many who saw it felt both awe and unease. The relic of the enemy, carried openly by their new lord, stood as a paradox, a token of victory and a seed of fear. The lords of Gondor came forth to swear fealty, but even as they knelt, their gazes lingered on the small circle of gold. Some murmured that it was a dangerous trophy to keep, others that it was proof of Isildor's right to rule. None spoke with open defiance, for he was heir of Elendil, and none could deny his valor. Yet in their hearts questions stirred, unspoken but sharp, like blades kept sheathed only out of necessity. At night the feasts began, as was the custom when kings returned from war. Wine flowed, musicians played, and halls glittered with torches. Yet the merriment felt strained, for the memory of the dead hung over every table. Seats stood empty where once had sat Gil-galad's envoys or Anarion-esque captains. When Iseldor raised a cup in remembrance of his father and brother, his voice faltered only for a moment before pride steadied it. Still, those who watched him closely saw his hand linger on the ring more often than on the goblet. Elrond remained in the city only briefly, for his heart was restless. He spoke to Isildur once more, not as a commander to a king, but as a friend to a man burdened by grief. He urged him again to consider the danger he carried, reminding him that no treasure of the enemy could bring healing to the wounds of war. But Isildur's reply was curt. He said the ring had come to him by right, through the blood of his kin, and that to abandon it would be to dishonor their sacrifice. His words ended the conversation, and Elrond left soon after, sorrow heavy in his eyes. The elves departed in the weeks that followed, their banners turning westward toward Lindon. Their songs, once heard in the streets of Osgiliath, faded into silence, leaving the city dimmer for their absence. Círdan, before leaving, warned a few among the Dunedain that the shadow had not been wholly vanquished. Yet his counsel was soft, offered only in private, for he knew it would not sway a people newly lifted into pride. When the ships bore the elves away, the realm of men stood alone with its triumph and with its peril. Isildur devoted himself to restoring the realm his father had founded. He walked the halls of Minas Annar, gazing on the white walls that gleamed in the sun, and spoke of how they would stand eternal. He ordered the rebuilding of strongholds, the repair of bridges, the clearing of lands scarred by war. Yet though his plans were noble, many noted that he wore the ring at all times, never setting it aside. To some it seemed a harmless habit, a king's ornament no different from a crown. To others it suggested a bond that tightened with every passing day. In private moments, Isildur studied the ring with growing fascination. He would hold it aloft before a torch, watching how the firelight bent across its flawless surface. At times he thought he heard whispers, faint as wind across stone, promising him a glory unmatched by any king of men. He told himself such thoughts were but the product of his grief, yet he lingered on them nonetheless. The ring had ceased to be a token of sorrow and had become, instead, the secret center of his pride. Whispers spread through the city as months passed. Some claimed the king's eyes glimmered strangely when the ring caught the light. Others said he spoke less often with his captains, and more often with himself, in low murmurs none could understand. The priests of the Valar offered prayers in the high temples, asking for protection against shadows seen and unseen, but few believed their words could reach so far. For though Sauron's form was destroyed, his malice still clung to the world, unseen yet felt. Osgiliath shone with torches by night, its river reflecting gold and fire, yet a chill moved among its streets. The people celebrated their king, but in their dreams many saw visions of shadow reaching out from a small golden circle. They awoke with unease, telling themselves it was nothing more than memory of war. Yet deep within their hearts, they feared that their greatest victory had sown the seed of future sorrow. In the months after the war, Gondor sought to rebuild its strength, but victory brought with it burdens as heavy as the war itself. The cities welcomed their king with festivals and banners, yet beneath the songs of triumph lay the muted toll of grief. Entire lineages had been thinned, villages emptied of sons, and the fields surrounding Osgiliath still bore the scars of fire and ruin. Men ploughed where corpses had lain, and children played in streets where funeral processions still passed. The kingdom lived, yet it lived in shadow, and its heart could not wholly rejoice. Isildor bore himself with kingly pride, but always the ring was upon his hand. He wore it in council, at feast, and even in private solitude. Courtiers whispered that it lent him majesty, for when he spoke, his voice carried an authority that quelled dissent before it rose. Captains who once argued over strategy now found themselves falling silent under his gaze. What had once been persuasion now felt like command, and though none dared question him openly, unease settled like dust in the high chambers of Osgiliath. The ring's influence crept quietly, unnoticed by those who wished only for peace. To the people, their king was strong and resolute, and his hand upon the throne seemed to promise stability. Yet beneath the surface, the subtleties of his rule shifted. Old friends found him distant, less inclined to laughter or shared counsel. Decisions came more swiftly, often without consultation. His words carried certainty, but the warmth that once softened them had begun to fade. Elrond, long departed, left behind words that lingered in memory. He had warned that no victory was complete while the ring endured. Some among the wise repeated his counsel in hushed voices, but Isildor's authority silenced them. Few dared risk the king's displeasure, for his grief was still raw, and his valor beyond dispute. Yet in taverns and marketplaces, rumors began to circle that the shadow had not wholly been vanquished. People spoke of dreams filled with fire, and of strange unease when they looked upon the golden band upon their king's hand. In the high courts of Gondor, Iseldor announced plans to strengthen the realm. He spoke of rebuilding the watchtowers of the north, of restoring fortresses along the river, and of uniting the fractured provinces. His vision was vast, a dream of a realm that would surpass even the glory of Numenor before its fall. Many cheered his ambition, for after long years of war, they longed for strength. Yet some sensed that his gaze reached beyond the needs of his people, toward an enduring dominion shaped not by wisdom but by will. The priests of the Valar continued their rites in the temples, burning incense and offering prayers for guidance. In their ceremonies, they invoked the name of Eru and the blessing of the West, but fewer citizens gathered to listen. Many whispered that their king's authority outweighed the voices of distant gods, for he bore upon his hand a token that had overthrown the Dark Lord himself. The shift was subtle, yet it marked a turning of the heart of Gondor, away from humility and toward the dangerous allure of human pride. In the markets of Osgiliath, traders spoke of strange things. Jewels glimmered less brightly when placed near the king's treasure, as if their beauty were diminished by some unseen light. Weapons once blessed in temples lost their luster when laid in his halls. Some said it was the presence of the ring, others dismissed it as foolish talk. Yet the whispers grew, for even the common folk felt the change, and they began to speak of the ring as more than a relic. To some it was a charm of blessing, to others a curse that lingered unseen. Isildor's sons looked upon their father with both pride and unease. They had marched at his side through the long war and trusted in his wisdom, yet even they perceived that something had shifted since he claimed the ring. He grew restless, walking the halls at night, speaking in low tones when none were near. Once he had spoken often of their mother, of their homeland, and of the sacrifices of their house. Now his words were fewer, and his thoughts turned ever inward, as though a secret companion claimed his heart. Among the captains, one dared to speak quietly of the danger. He told his fellows that the king bore not a gift but a chain, and that the chain grew tighter each day. His words were met with silence, for none wished to voice agreement or risk treason. Yet his warning lingered, and more than one soldier wondered if the long war had truly ended, or if it had merely shifted into another form, hidden within their own halls. And so doubt began to root itself in Gondor, faint but persistent. The people celebrated their king, but in their hearts they carried unease. The ring shone as brightly as the sun upon his hand, yet its light seemed to cast longer shadows with each passing day. The triumph of the alliance was not undone, but neither was it complete. What had been won with blood and fire now stood upon a knife's edge, its future bound to the will of a single man. Winter settled upon Gondor, bringing sharp winds off the White Mountains and a hush over the river city of Osgiliath. The scars of war remained visible in its streets, though masons worked day and night to rebuild the bridges and towers shattered during the long campaign. Snow lay upon the rooftops, softening the harsh edges of stone still blackened by fire. Beneath the surface of daily labor, however, a deeper struggle was unfolding, one that could not be mended by brick or mortar. Iseldor bore himself as king with all the dignity expected of Elendor's heir. His voice carried command in the councils, and his hand steered the rebuilding of the realm. Yet he remained restless, pacing the halls at night, his fingers turning the ring in ceaseless motion. It gleamed like a captured star, and many who saw it believed their king was chosen by fate itself. Few dared admit the disquiet that shadowed their admiration, for even in triumph there was something unnatural in the gleam of that band. The captains of Gondor assembled in council to speak of strengthening the borders. Orcs and scattered servants of the Dark Lord still roamed the wild, and Easterling raiders tested the watch along the river. But in those meetings, whenever voices rose in dissent or debate, Isildur's hand would rest upon the ring, and silence soon followed. None could say why they yielded so quickly, only that it seemed folly to oppose him. What had once been unity forged in hardship now felt more like obedience, compelled by something unseen. In the houses of healing, veterans of the war spoke of dreams that haunted their sleep. They saw the battlefield again, but always with one detail changed: the ring glimmering upon Sauron's hand as if it had never been cut away. They awoke trembling, convinced that the shadow still lingered. Priests and healers counseled them to lay aside fear, yet the persistence of these dreams troubled many. Some whispered that the ring had chosen a new bearer, and that the will of the Dark Lord might yet find a voice through him. Isildur's sons grew uneasy. They loved their father and honored his valor, yet they noticed the change in his countenance. He smiled less often, and when he did, it carried a sharpness unfamiliar to them. He spoke of future glories, of kingdoms strengthened, and of Numenor's line restored to greatness, but rarely of rest or peace. The burden of kingship weighed upon him, yet it seemed not merely the burden of rule, but something deeper, a weight unseen that he carried alone. Elrond, now returned to Imladris, wrote letters to his allies in the south, warning them in guarded words. He did not accuse Isildur, nor did he name the ring outright, but he urged vigilance and watchfulness, for he knew the peril had not been erased. Círdan likewise spoke to his mariners, saying that the shadow might rise again in ways unseen, and that the hearts of men were too easily swayed by gifts they did not understand. These warnings spread in fragments, reaching only a few, yet among the wise they found fertile ground. In Osgiliath, the common folk began to weave their own tales. Some said the ring granted their king foresight, for his decisions seemed always to anticipate need. Others muttered that it made him stern and distant, more statued than man. Children played games where one pretended to be the Dark Lord, another the king, and always the one with the pretend golden ring would command the others until the game collapsed into quarrel. The echo of the war lived on, even in play, reshaped into stories that carried warnings. Adults dared not speak aloud. The priests sought to counter these whispers with ceremony. They held processions along the river, offering prayers to the Valar and blessings upon the throne of Gondor. Isildur attended, wearing the ring openly, and when he raised his hand in the sunlight, the people cried aloud in awe. Yet the priests themselves exchanged uneasy glances, for the golden gleam seemed to outshine even the sacred symbols they carried. Some feared their authority was waning, eclipsed not by the crown but by the circle of power upon their king's hand. Spring thawed the snows, and Gondor's banners flew once more above its towers. The people looked to the future with hope, but beneath the hope lay uncertainty. The king was strong, the city was rising, and the scars of war were slowly fading. Yet, in quiet moments, many asked themselves whether the victory had been purchased at too high a cost. The ring was a reminder of triumph, but also of loss, and of a shadow that might not truly have been banished. The legacy of Elendil, bought with sacrifice, now rested on Isildur's shoulders. He bore it with pride, but pride alone cannot bear such a weight forever. The ring gleamed with promise, whispering of dominion without end, while the city around him whispered of doubt. The story of Gondor was beginning anew, but the seed of its trials had already been sown, hidden in the golden circle that had passed from Sauron's hand to the heir of Numenor. Summer came to Gondor, and with it a semblance of peace. Fields once scarred by war now rippled with grain, and the Anduin ran bright beneath a sky cleansed of Mordor's ash. Merchants returned to the markets, children laughed in the streets, and for a time it seemed the realm might heal. Yet beneath the surface, unease lingered, for the memory of the Dark Lord's fall had not faded. and the presence of the ring upon the hand of their king cast a shadow that no season could dispel. Iseldor ruled with vigor, restoring the strength of his cities and ordering the watchtowers rebuilt. He spoke often of unity, declaring that the scattered provinces would again stand as one realm under the banner of Ilendel's line. His vision was grand, his will unshakable, yet many who served at his side felt his rule had grown harsher. Captains who once debated him now found themselves silent, unable to resist the strange compulsion that seemed to flow from his presence. In his eyes burned a light both fierce and unsettling, and though none dared defy him, whispers of doubt moved through the halls of Osgiliath. The ring never left his hand. It gleamed in council, on the battlefield, and even in private repose. When he spoke, his fingers turned it idly, as though the small band of gold anchored every thought. Courtiers told themselves it was merely a token of remembrance, a relic bound to the sacrifice of his kin. Yet others felt its power more keenly. They said his words carried weight beyond reason, that he could bend even stubborn men to obedience with a glance. Some wondered whether they obeyed their king or the ring itself. Among the people, stories multiplied. In taverns, men claimed the king's footsteps rang louder than any others, as though the earth itself acknowledged his presence. In marketplaces, women spoke of how jewels dulled when he passed, their beauty swallowed by the light of the ring. Children whispered tales of a golden band that could command the wind and bend shadows to its will. Some of these were born from awe, others from fear, but all carried the same refrain. The ring was more than a trophy. It was a power none could measure. The priests of the Valar grew uneasy. They performed rites upon the high altars, burning incense and singing hymns. Yet their voices seemed to falter whenever the king entered their halls. More than once, a priest dropped his gaze when the ring caught the light, ashamed by the sudden weakness of his own faith. In secret chambers, they debated whether the relic should be surrendered, but none dared to confront Iseldor openly. To oppose the king was to oppose the line of Elendil, and after so much sacrifice, few had the courage to speak such treason. Isildor's sons spoke with him in private, appealing to his grief. They reminded him of their mother, of the hope their people placed in him, and of the counsel of the elves. They asked why he clung so tightly to the ring, why he would not set it aside, if only for a night. He answered with pride, declaring that it was his by right, the ransom for Elendil and Anarion, and the seal of his kingship. His words silenced them, though their unease grew deeper still. They saw that the ring was no longer a token of mourning, but the core of his identity. Messengers from the north brought troubling news. Orcs had begun to stir again in the wild, raiding villages and ambushing travelers. Though scattered, their boldness suggested some hidden strength still lingered. Isildur dismissed these tidings as remnants of a broken enemy, yet his captains were less certain. They urged vigilance, warning that the shadow might not have been wholly destroyed. But their words carried little weight against the confidence of their king, who believed the ring upon his hand guaranteed the realm's safety. Elrond's letters, carried south by trusted riders, reached Gondor during these months. In careful words he repeated his counsel. The ring must be destroyed, or the shadow would endure. He did not accuse Isildur of weakness, but he spoke of peril that could not be mastered by strength alone. The letters were delivered with ceremony, but Isildur read them in silence and set them aside. To those who asked his reply, he said only that Elrond did not understand the burden of kingship, nor the right of a son to claim the prize won by his father's death. His dismissal carried finality, and the matter was closed. So Gondor thrived outwardly, while unease deepened within. The harvest was good, the armies strong, the people loyal. Yet in the heart of their realm, the ring gleamed upon the hand of their king, whispering promises no mortal could resist. The warning of the wise had been given, but it was ignored, drowned out by pride and the fragile relief of peace. Victory had been won, yet already the seeds of its undoing had taken root, hidden in the very thing that seemed to secure it. Isildur, the eldest, kept his silence longer, but in his eyes there grew a shadow of doubt. He remembered his grandfather, Elendil, whose wisdom was great but tempered with humility. In Isildur he now saw a flame that burned brighter, yet burned with a hunger that could not be quenched. Yet for all the industry and ceremony of renewal, there were whispers that the shadow of the enemy had not wholly passed. Isildur walked daily through the courts of Osgiliath, his hand always adorned with the ring. The people bowed low before him, their voices rising in acclaim, but when he passed, many turned their eyes away. There was a majesty about him that none could deny, but majesty sharpened by something colder. His smile was rarer now, and when it came, it seemed more like the glint of steel than the warmth of fire. Yet none dared question his presence, for in him they saw the heir of Elendil, the victor of Dagorlad, and the man who had cut the Dark Lord down. In council chambers, captains and lords gathered to speak of watchtowers, fortresses, and garrisons. They argued over routes of patrol, the repair of bridges, and the provisioning of the armies. But whenever discord grew too sharp, Isildur would lift his hand, and silence would fall as though commanded by some power greater than mere authority. Men who moments before had contested fiercely now yielded with sudden deference. None could explain why, only that it seemed impossible to resist the weight of his will. The ring gleamed upon his finger in those moments, its light falling across the polished tables like the mark of judgment. Isildur's sons were often present, seated near their father. They admired his strength, yet they were troubled by what they saw. Eregion spoke in whispers to Sirion, saying that their father's words carried a force that seemed unnatural. Elendil, the eldest, kept his silence longer, but in his eyes there grew a shadow of doubt. He remembered his grandfather, Elendil, whose wisdom was great but tempered with humility. In Isildur he now saw a flame that burned brighter, yet burned with a hunger that could not be quenched. Beyond the city, rumors spread. Farmers claimed to see dark shapes moving at night along the riverbanks. Shepherds spoke of wolves that carried the cunning of men in their eyes. Raiders from the east struck with greater daring, vanishing into the wild before Gondor's soldiers could give chase. These things were brought before the king, but he dismissed them as remnants of a broken enemy. "What power remains to them?" he asked. "Their master lies in ruin, and his servants are scattered." His captains bowed and withdrew, though in their hearts they felt unease. The priests of the Valar continued their ceremonies, yet their voices faltered when the king entered their sanctuaries. Some felt their prayers could not reach as high as the gleam upon his hand. In private, they debated what counsel might be given, but none dared speak openly. To challenge Isildur was to challenge the very line of Numenor, and after so much sacrifice, who would dare risk division? Better to remain silent, they told themselves, and trust that time would soothe all fears. Merchants carried tales along the roads, weaving them into song and rumor. They said the king's treasure outshone all others, that no gem could rival the light of the ring. Some claimed it brought fortune to those who glimpsed it, others that it drained the strength of all things near it. Children imitated their king in play, fashioning rings of bronze or carved wood, commanding their fellows to kneel. At first their parents laughed, but as the game spread, it became a source of unease. What had once been a symbol of victory was becoming a symbol of dominance, a shadow falling across every part of daily life. In the northern lands, where the fields stretched wide and villages had begun to repopulate, men still feared the dark. Hunters claimed that when they wandered too far, they heard voices carried on the wind. Travelers spoke of strange lights in the distance, flickering like torches where no camp could be found. Though no great enemy army was seen, the land itself seemed restless. Those who remembered Elrond's warnings wondered if the danger was not in the wild, but at the very heart of Gondor. Isildor, however, was undeterred. He spoke of a future where Gondor would be unassailable, a beacon of strength that no enemy could threaten. He commanded the raising of new fortresses, higher and stronger than before. He sent emissaries to the south, calling for tribute and alliance, and many came gladly, for who could resist the will of the king who had slain Sauron? Yet some envoys returned home with whispers of unease, saying that Gondor's strength now seemed founded less on trust than on fear. At night, Iseldor lingered alone in his chambers, turning the ring between his fingers. He remembered his father and brother, their faces bright with valor at Dagobah. He told himself the ring was their legacy, the price of their sacrifice, and his right by blood. Yet in the stillness, he heard more than memory. There were whispers, faint but persistent, promising dominion beyond even his dreams. They told him that the line of Numenor could rise again, that he could surpass even the kings of old, if only he held the ring forever. He closed his hand around it, and the thought of surrendering it seemed not only folly but betrayal. Elrond's warnings were remembered by few. Those who spoke of them did so quietly, lest their words be thought treason. Yet in certain corners of Osgiliath, among the wise and the wary, doubt persisted. They wondered whether the war had truly ended, or whether it had merely changed its shape. Victory had been won, but the heart of that victory remained bound to a golden circle of power. And as the sun set over the white city, casting long shadows across its towers, many feared that the darkest struggle was only beginning. The summer waned into autumn, and the fields of Gondor yielded a harvest richer than any in living memory. Granaries filled, markets bustled, and the people, weary of war, turned their minds to trade. Family and the simple joys of life long denied them. Outwardly, the kingdom flourished, its banners flying proud upon the wind. Yet beneath the surface, a murmur of unease ran through its streets, whispered in doorways and taverns where the watchful ear of authority could not reach. For all their blessings, the people could not forget that their king carried upon his hand the golden circle once wielded by the Dark Lord himself. Isildor's presence loomed over every corner of the realm. He rode often through the streets of Osgiliath, his sons at his side. and the people cheered with voices that carried both pride and a subtle tremor of fear. There was grandeur in him now, something more than mere kingship. The ring lent a gravity to his bearing, an aura that drew every gaze. Yet what inspired awe also bred unease, for no mortal should carry such weight. Mothers pulled children back when he passed, not out of disrespect, but out of instinct, as if some primal part of them recoiled from his shadow. In council chambers, the change was even more pronounced. Captains who once debated fiercely found themselves yielding more swiftly. Words of caution slipped unspoken from their lips, replaced by silence. When Isildor spoke, his arguments seemed unanswerable, his vision irresistible. Yet after the council was dismissed, men left with unease in their hearts, uncertain whether they had agreed out of conviction or compulsion. The ring gleamed upon his hand, its light pooling on the table like a seal upon every decision. Among his sons Isildur grew the most troubled. He loved his father dearly and admired his courage, yet he feared the changes creeping into his words and ways. One night, as they walked together upon the walls of Osgiliath, Isildur dared to speak. He asked his father why he never removed the ring, not even in sleep. Isildur looked out across the dark river and said it was his burden, his ransom for Elendil and Anarion, and his right by the blood of Numenor. His voice carried a sharpness that silenced further questions. Yet afterward Elendil wept in secret, for he felt the father he had known slipping further away. Rumors multiplied in the taverns. Some claimed the king no longer aged, that his hair had darkened and his strength had increased. Others swore that when he grew angry, shadows lengthened unnaturally around him. Sailors upon the Anduin told of seeing lights upon the water when his ships passed, as though unseen fires stirred beneath the current. Many dismissed these tales as drunken fancies, but they spread nonetheless, woven into the fabric of common speech. A kingdom that had once been bound together by shared grief was now bound also by shared doubt. Priests of the Valar prayed with growing urgency. They gathered at dawn and dusk, chanting hymns to Iru, beseeching that the realm be guarded against shadows unseen. Yet their prayers felt muted, overshadowed by the radiance of the ring. Some priests began to falter, confessing privately that they felt their faith dim in its presence. A few even wondered aloud whether their devotions still carried weight in a land where the king himself bore a token of divine or infernal power. Their uncertainty spread to the people, who began to look less to the temples and more to the throne for their hope. In the northern provinces, where scattered orc bands still prowled, strange reports reached the capital. Villagers claimed to hear drums in the night, deep and rhythmic, though no enemy was ever seen. Hunters swore they found tracks that began and ended without reason, as if the land itself were shifting underfoot. Some captains urged vigilance, fearing that remnants of the Dark Lord's armies might be gathering strength. Yet when these tidings reached Isildor, he dismissed them with confidence. He declared that the shadow had been broken, that no true power remained to oppose Gondor, and that the ring upon his hand was proof of their dominion. His words silenced dissent, though doubt gnawed at those who heard them. Merchants from the south arrived with their own stories. They spoke of kingdoms beyond the desert growing restless, of lords who feared Gondor's rising power. Yet even these distant rulers spoke of the ring as if its fame had crossed the seas themselves. Some sought alliance with Isildor, hoping to bask in his strength. Others whispered of fear, that Gondor's king had claimed the very source of the enemy's might. The ring, once a secret burden, had become a legend shaping the politics of far lands. At night, Isildur lingered long in his chambers, turning the ring before the firelight. He told himself it was a token of remembrance, the price of victory. Yet, in the stillness, the whispers grew clearer. They spoke not of the past but of the future, of thrones unassailable, of kingdoms unending, of glory greater than Numenor itself. He closed his hand tightly around it, and in that moment, surrendering it seemed unthinkable, an act of betrayal not only against his kin but against destiny itself. So Gondor prospered in the light of day, its banners flying proudly, its people rebuilding what war had destroyed. But in the quiet hours, in the shadows of the halls, and in the troubled hearts of its lords, unease deepened. The ring shone as a token of triumph, yet each gleam of its surface seemed to reflect not peace but dominion. The kingdom had endured fire and battle, yet its greatest trial was only beginning, for it lay not in the strength of enemies without, but in the will of the king within. Autumn deepened, and the leaves along the Anduin turned to gold. The river carried their bright colours southward, mingling beauty with a strange melancholy, for the land seemed to whisper of both renewal and decline. Gondor outwardly thrived, its markets bustling, its soldiers vigilant, its people proud. Yet a heaviness lingered, unseen but widely felt, like a storm gathering beyond the horizon. For though the crown of Elendil rested upon Isildor's brow, it was the ring upon his hand that drew every gaze, shaping the fate of the realm more than any decree or banner. In council, Isildur spoke with a force that brooked no opposition. His vision was vast, stretching beyond the borders of Gondor into lands long unclaimed. He spoke of watchtowers upon the eastern marches, of fortresses raised in the south, of fleets to guard the coasts and extend Gondor's reach across the sea. His lords nodded in assent, for his words carried an authority that crushed dissent before it was born. Yet when they departed, some muttered in silence, wondering whether they had agreed from loyalty or compulsion. The ring glimmered on his finger, and in its light, even the wisest struggled to separate their own thoughts from the will of their king. Among his sons, unease grew. Eregion confided to Cirion that their father's ambition had sharpened since he claimed the ring, as though a fire burned in him that no victory could quench. Elendil, the eldest, remained silent longest, but his silence was heavy. He remembered how Isildur had once spoken of rest after war, of peace to honor Elendil's sacrifice. Now his words burned with conquest, of a Gondor that would rise to heights Elendil feared that the voice of his father was slowly being drowned by another voice altogether, one that whispered through the circle of gold. The priests of the Valar grew bolder in their unease. In secret meetings within the High Temple, they debated whether to confront the king. Some argued that silence was safer, for to oppose Isildur was to oppose the line of Numenor itself. Others claimed that their duty was to the Valar, not to mortal kings, and that the ring was a danger too great to leave unchallenged. Yet fear held them back, for even in private their prayers faltered when the memory of the ring's light came to mind. They knew that to speak openly would mean exile, or worse. In the streets of Osgiliath, rumors turned darker. Merchants spoke of ships that moved with unnatural speed upon the river when the king sailed. Fishermen swore that the waters themselves seemed to bow before his passage. Mothers whispered to children that they must not stare too long at the golden band, lest it ensnare their hearts. Even the laughter of children playing at Isildor, and the ring turned uneasy, for the game always ended with quarrels, as if no joy could survive beneath its shadow. Beyond Gondor's borders, tidings grew troubling. Rangers in the north reported bands of orcs gathering in hidden valleys, moving with purpose rather than desperation. Envoys from the south spoke of kings who hesitated to send tribute, fearing Gondor's growing dominance, and from the east came rumors of men stirred by strange dreams, visions of fire and command that drew them toward the shadowed lands. Each report suggested that the world was not healed, but restless, as though the fall of Sauron had unbalanced it rather than secured peace. When these matters were laid before Iseldor, he dismissed them with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. "What power remains that can challenge us?" he said. "The enemy is broken, and his servants are scattered. Gondor shall be the shield of the west, and none shall withstand us." His captains bowed, but unease gnawed at their hearts. They remembered Elrond's counsel, though they dared not speak it aloud, that the ring was not a gift of victory, but a danger yet unmastered. At night, in his private chambers, Isildur wrestled with thoughts he did not share. He told himself the ring was his right, the ransom for his father and brother, the mark of his kingship. Yet when he held it aloft in the firelight, he felt its whispers coil around his mind, soft as silk, strong as iron. It promised strength beyond the limits of men, a dominion that would endure unbroken for ages. It told him that the line of Numenor could rise again, not as a memory but as a power to rival even the Valar. He closed his hand around it, and the thought of casting it aside seemed like madness. Elendil, seeing his father's unrest, dared to speak again. "Father," he said, one evening as they walked the walls, "the burden you bear grows heavier with each passing day. Must you carry it always?" Isildur's face darkened, and he answered with words sharp as a blade. "It is mine by right. Would you have me dishonor the sacrifice of Elendil and Anarion? This is not a burden, but a gift bought with their blood, and none shall take it from me." Elendil bowed his head, his heart breaking, for he knew he had lost his father's ear. The seasons turned, and Gondor glittered in the autumn sun. Its markets thrived, its armies drilled, its ships patrolled the river. Outwardly, it stood as the mightiest realm of men. Yet in its heart lay a disquiet none could banish. The ring shone as a symbol of triumph, but its light cast shadows long and deep. Victory had been won, yet already its promise was turning to peril. For though the crown of Gondor sat upon Isildur's brow, it was the fire of the ring that burned ever brighter beneath the crown, shaping his will and binding the fate of his people. Winter's first storms swept across Gondor, lashing the Anduin with rain and veiling the white mountains in mist. The city of Osgiliath glistened with wet stone, its lamps casting halos in the drizzle as the people hurried through the streets. Life continued with the rhythm of trade and rebuilding, yet beneath the hum of daily toil there grew a silence that was not born of peace but of fear. For though the people acclaimed their king, few dared to speak too openly of what troubled them most. The ring that gleamed upon his hand like a second crown. Isildor's rule carried the strength of certainty. His decrees were swift, his vision expansive, his will unbending. Captains obeyed without hesitation, lords yielded without debate, and even the stubborn folk of the outlands bent their necks to his word. Outwardly, this seemed the mark of a strong king, yet those closest to him began to feel otherwise. It was not reason that won assent, but something subtler, a pressure that made resistance unthinkable. Men left his presence uncertain whether they had spoken their own minds or merely echoed his. The priests of the Valar felt this unease most keenly. Default their rites continued as tradition demanded, incense curling upward, hymns rising at dawn and dusk. Yet when Iseldor attended their ceremonies, the songs faltered. Some swore that the light of the ring dimmed the glow of sacred lamps, or that the voices of choirs wavered when his hand was raised in blessing. In their private chambers, the priests debated what this meant. A few insisted the king bore a burden too heavy for any man and must be counselled. Others argued that silence was wiser, for who could challenge the heir of Elendil without inviting ruin? And so their counsel never reached his ears, swallowed by the very fear they sought to overcome. Among the common folk, stories shifted from awe to dread. Children no longer played at Iseldor and the ring with laughter. Their games ended in quarrels that unsettled their parents. Market sellers muttered that jewels dimmed when the king passed, that fine silver tarnished near him, though none dared voice such complaints beyond a whisper. Sailors spoke of strange currents in the Anduin, claiming the river itself bent its course when the king's ships sailed. These tales mingled truth and fancy, but all carried the same refrain. The ring was not merely a relic, but a living power, shaping the world around it. Isildur's sons saw the change most clearly. They loved their father, yet they grieved for the man he was becoming. Islander, eldest and most steadfast, tried again to counsel him. "Father," he said, "the people are uneasy. They love you, but they fear what you carry. Would it not be wise to lay it aside, if only to ease their hearts?" Isildur's reply was sharp, his pride kindled by hidden fire. "It is mine," he said. "Would you have me cast away the ransom of Elendil and Numenorean? This is not a burden, but an heirloom, and it shall not leave my hand." His words silenced Elendil, though in his heart he mourned, for he saw that reason could no longer reach his father. Beyond Gondor's borders, tidings grew darker. Orcs, once scattered, now gathered in bolder bands. Messengers from the east spoke of tribes moving with strange unity, as though stirred by a will unseen. In the south, chieftains hesitated in their oaths, whispering that Gondor's strength rested not in men but in the cursed ring. Captains brought these reports to council, urging vigilance. Yet Iseldor dismissed them, his confidence unshaken. "Their master is broken," he said. "Without him they are nothing. Gondor shall endure unchallenged." His captains bowed, but unease clung to them as they left, for they sensed the shadow had not truly been banished. At night, Iseldor kept long vigils alone. He sat before the fire, the ring turning slowly in his fingers. He told himself it was remembrance of his father and brother, a link to their sacrifice. Yet the whispers came unbidden, soft as wind yet sharp as steel. They promised a dominion beyond mortal span, a Gondor that would outlast even the mountains, a line of kings unbroken through the ages. The more he listened, the less he thought of sacrifice, and the more he dreamed of destiny. In those hours, he no longer questioned whether the ring was his to keep. He questioned instead how he had ever considered surrender. Meanwhile, Elrond's warnings lay unread in a chest, carried south by riders but set aside as relics of another time. Those who remembered his counsel spoke only in whispers, for to repeat it aloud was to risk the king's wrath. The last chance of counsel from beyond Gondor's borders faded into silence, drowned beneath the tide of Isildor's growing certainty. Thus, Gondor entered winter strong in arms, rich in harvest, and proud in spirit. Yet the silence of its priests, the unease of its captains, the sorrow of its sons, and the rumors of its people all pointed to a truth none dared confront. The kingdom had won victory in battle, but it was losing the battle of the heart. For though Sauron's body had been destroyed, his shadow had found a new host, gleaming upon the hand of the king. The last winter storms faded, leaving Gondor beneath a sky of pale silver. Snow melted upon the white mountains, feeding the Anduin until its waters ran swift and cold. In Osgiliath, the towers stood bright again, rebuilt by hands weary yet proud. Songs of triumph still drifted through the streets, though softer now, as though the people themselves felt the fragility of their peace. They had endured fire and ruin, and they had seen their king return crowned with victory. Yet beneath their pride lay unease, for the shadow of the ring was woven into every joy, an unseen thread binding their hearts with both awe and fear. Isildur bore his crown with majesty, but always the ring shone upon his hand. In council he spoke with certainty, in the courts he walked with dignity, and in his private chambers he kept long vigils before the fire. To his captains he was the unshakable lord of Gondor, to his sons the proud heir of Numenor, and to his people the king who had slain the Dark Lord. Yet in truth he was all these and less, for the ring had begun to shape the measure of his being. What he thought his right by blood had become the weight of his soul. His sons lingered by him, torn between loyalty and dread. Elendil's eyes often followed his father with sorrow, while Eregion and Sirion whispered of their unease in secret. They had grown to manhood under his valor, yet they feared that the man they loved was slipping from their reach. Still, none spoke openly, for to question him was to wound the memory of Elendil and Anarion. So silence bound them, as silence bound the priests and captains, each unwilling to break the fragile order that clung to Gondor's throne. Beyond the borders, the world stirred. Orcs crept from hidden places, tribes of the east moved with strange purpose, and rumors whispered that the will of the Dark Lord had not wholly departed. Yet Isildur dismissed such tidings with the ease of one convinced of his own destiny. "The shadow is broken," he declared. "Gondor shall be the fortress of the west, unyielding and eternal." His words carried conviction, and those who heard him bowed in assent, though in their hearts doubts still lingered. And so the kingdom entered a new age, outwardly triumphant, yet inwardly uneasy. The crown of Gondor shone bright in the sunlight, but the ring gleamed brighter still, a fire that no water could quench. In its light, the future of men shimmered with both promise and peril, bound to the will of a single hand. Thus ended the tale of victory, yet not the tale of peace. For though the Dark Lord had fallen, his shadow endured, carried now in silence upon the hand of the king. It would sleep for a time, waiting in the quiet places of the world, but it would not be forgotten. The burden of Isildor would pass into memory, and memory into legend, and legend at last into the dreams of those who came after. And to you, reader, who has walked this long road through battle and shadow, I offer a quiet farewell. May your rest be lighter than that of kings, your dreams gentler than the whispers of rings. Lay down your burdens, if only for tonight. Sleep well beneath the stars that no darkness can truly conquer. Good night.